IH 21 to 50. Don't you work for me? He stared out the window as night fell. It was getting pretty late. He peeked at the clock, and it pointed directly at 12. At that moment, he realized there was something wrong. There were only 3 pairs of female shoes there, but he always thought she had a boyfriend. I am staying pretty late, is your friend not going to be jealous? Jiang Chen casually asked, but soon noticed the gloom on Xia Xiu's face. Immediately, he realized what happened. He knew someone as smart as Xia Xiu would not borrow money from sketchy sources. Then the only option was that after she had lost her job, he loaned under her name. That also explained why she was left helpless in this old and torn down apartment. Your man's a trash and a half. Jiang Chen stood up for her. He's not my man, Xia Xiu replied with the same emotionless tone. Why don't you go home? Her apathetic tone made Jiang Chen quite shocked. So to avoid the awkwardness, he changed the subject. I don't want to bring trouble home. The resilience on her face touched Jiang Chen. She was definitely capable. He thought that maybe it was because upper management had a thing with her. But he was too quick to judge. For a renowned brand, the upper management was not the type to think with the lower half of the body. To be honest, I am impressed, Jiang Chen said to Xia Xiu with sincere. Really? The tone of her voice was filled with self-mockery. For some strange reason, the second she opened her mouth, Jiang Chen saw a glimpse of wretchedness in her eyes. Perhaps it was not that, perhaps it was weariness. As a woman, after all the ups and downs she has gone through, she still stayed strong. Jiang Chen didn't know what would comfort her. He was not too good at comforting women in general. Or else he wouldn't be single for 20 years. Silence ensued again. Do you want to listen to my story? Jiang Chen nodded. She told him everything that happened after she fired Jiang Chen. The store was facing sales problems, and the headquarters was questioning her ability. From a bunch of anonymous complaints to holding the notice of termination, she felt a mixture of emotions when she left the place. Unemployed, cheating, and gang harassment, she was running out of options, and she finally decided to flee from her apartment and hide there. What pushed her from despair to hopelessness was hearing the proud voice of her parents on the other side of the phone. However, she couldn't express her sorrow to them. She could only answer against her will that she was okay, and everything was fine. Her parents were too old to accept this travesty. Jiang Chen also felt the same heartache when he lost his job. She was not seeking sympathy, she only wanted someone to talk to because she was too tired. However, this person only showed up now. You are very strong. If there's anything I can do to help, feel free to call me. Thanks, but I don't need sympathy. Xia Xiu smiled as she rubbed her teary eye. Smiled. Her. Jiang Chen was stunned. Is there something on my face? Xia Xiu felt quite shy after Jiang Chen's eyes were locked on her. No, but this is my first time seeing you smile. He blankly nodded. He knew that if he looked in the mirror right now, he would look extremely foolish. Haha, Xia Xiu burst out in laughter. She was also stunned because she realized that she was laughing. Not only was she laughing, but she was laughing joyfully. Well, is it that funny? Jiang Chen pretended to cough as he awkwardly rubbed his head. You are very funny. Why is it in a questioning tone? Jiang Chen rolled his eyes as he looked defeated. Now that I told you my story, can you tell me yours? She rubbed her eyes. Her softened expression made her face as pristine as snow. She has such an adorable face, why would she remain so cold every day? Jiang Chen murmured in his mind. Me, there really is not much to say. I made some money with my own business. Jiang Chen guiltily made up an unsophisticated lie. Xia Xiu slightly frowned and looked unhappily at Jiang Chen. She didn't even realize such a girly expression appeared on her face. I don't believe it. Well, there is nothing I can do about it. He opened his palms. Some secrets must be kept hidden forever. But, I do believe you'll be an excellent manager. Are you interested? This was Jiang Chen's other consideration. Open a company and let Xia Xiu work for him. Exchanging for gold is not a long-term strategy. One day people will question his source of income. If the government noticed him, he would have to live on the other side of the earth. The best way was to open a company. He even thought about the name. It will be called Futuristic Technology. His plan was to gather all the garbage from the apocalypse and introduce groundbreaking, innovative products. iPhone, Microsoft, and Samsung will all be names of the past. Could they be as innovative as technology from 200 years later? Even the computer screen was made by full sensory technology. If they produced the technology that only existed in sci-fi, all the consumers in the world would go insane. This was only in the electronic devices. Blizzard's, EA, and Ubisoft would go lunatics over the virtual reality technology. Once a matured virtual reality technology debuts in the market, no one would want to play with a mouse and controller anymore. Then it would be home appliances, cars, military tech, and even technology for space exploration. The possibilities were endless. The reason why he chose Xia Xiu was simple. He couldn't find anyone else, and he trusted her ability. Although they had a conflict in the past, Jiang Chen realized he forgave her quite easily. Maybe it was because she was not a bad person, or maybe it was because of how similar their experiences are. So when Xia Xiu hit rock bottom, Jiang Chen reached out to help her and recruited her. Interested, Xia Xiu was still unclear about what Jiang Chen meant. How many years would you have to work in the flower shop to pay me back? And since you are unemployed, I just found a job for you. You own the company. Xia Xiu looked at him questionably. What? I can't. I am excited to see my ex-manager work diligently under me. He said jokingly, but he looked quite serious. She closed her eyes to consider the proposition for a moment. It was quite attractive to her. She didn't have any reason to reject it. I accept. Excellent. Jiang Chen laughed and extended his hand. Welcome on board, Manger Xia. You are hired by Futuristic Technology, and your starting salary will be 10,000. The salary was comparable to her previous job. Jiang Chen's generosity made her feel confused. After so long, he already made this much progress in his career. She shook Jiang Chen's hand. The warm but coarse feeling made her slightly tremble. That's a hefty salary you are paying. However, just to be clear, I will not do any sexual favors. Astonishingly, she was surprised she got the job. Jiang Chen was completely stunned. He was amazed by the glimpse of charm she displayed. The icy beauty made a dirty joke. Haha, of course not. But the company does not condone nor prevent employees from seducing the president. The righteous beauty was obviously no match with Jiang Chen in terms of dirty jokes. After she heard the word, seduce, her face flushed with anger. But to her surprise, she was more embarrassed than angry. What's the reason? Can I get a brief description of the company? Known for her professionalism, she quickly recollected herself. She headed straight to business. Futuristic Technology, the company sounds like a firm that specializes in the technology sector. What am I in charge of? Sales, or research and development? If it is R&D, although I don't any experience in the area, I am confident that I will be familiar with the responsibilities within a month. Stop right here. Jiang Chen signaled Xia Xiu to stop talking. With her question-filled eyes fixed on Jiang Chen, he cleared his throat. In simple terms, you are the CEO. Therefore you take care of everything. Let the secretary do everything was the way Jiang Chen imagined to be a boss. He didn't have the energy to manage people. Xia Xiu's face all of a sudden turned concerned. She never heard of the Futuristic Technology at all. Currently, the company is still in planning stage. Jiang Chen answered the question she was worried about as if it was not a big deal at all. Don't you feel excited? You'll be the Steve Jobs of WA, and I will be the Bill Gates of WA. With passion, he stated the quote that he always wanted to say. He finally had the opportunity to say it. Quote. Wait, why do you have your phone out? I am reserving a hospital bed for you. Her look expressed which type of hospital she was sending him to, written all over it. Wait, you. She grabbed her phone and convinced her to let him finish. If you don't join us right now, you'll regret it in 5 years. Just like how no one believed in Jack Ma. Wait, don't call. Jiang Chen calmed the almost furious Xia Xiu with a smile. He was not talented in giving pep talks. He didn't know how to recruit and excite people. He wanted to use what he has learned through WeChat marketing, but it made him even more suspicious in the end. Simple, your position as the CEO. However, since the company doesn't have a lot of business right now, why don't you take care of the position of general manager as well? At this stage, I'll pay you 10,000 a month. You don't need to repay me with this money. I really don't care about such a small amount of money. Maybe in the future, your salary would be far above the amount of loan. Don't look at me like that. I am not joking. Your next task is simple. I'll wire you 500,000 so you can incorporate the company. You don't have to worry about what happens next. In 2 months, you'll be extremely busy. She sighed as she stared at the Jiang Chen, who was feeling great about his speech. Are you not afraid I'll take the money and run? You are not that kind of a person, Jiang Chen disagreed. Also, 500,000 to learn about a person is worth it. Compared to what the company will be worth in the future. Since she still couldn't find a job and owed money, Xia Xiu made up her mind and agreed. Years later, Xia Xiu would still be grateful when asked about this day. When media asked about how she almost rejected Jiang Chen's offer, she would just emotionally say one sentence. Sometimes a split-second decision makes a difference between a billionaire and poverty. It's late now, I'll head back. It was almost 1 in the morning. She stood and walked Jiang Chen to the door. Don't forget to send me your bank account number. I'll prepay your July salary. You'll get paid at the end of the month. Also, find somewhere nice to live. It's not safe to live here, especially for a beauty like you. The exact contract can only be made when the company is incorporated. However, Jiang Chen was not too bothered by the details. He had faith in her loyalty. Xia Xiu blushed when she heard Jiang Chen call her a beauty. A lot of people called her that before, but this was the first time her heart started to pump faster. She didn't display her feminine side this time and nodded calmly. Okay, that's all from me. I have to leave for a couple of days, so you might not be able to reach me. Jiang Chen turned around and left. Wait, Jiang Chen turned back. Thank you, you looked very handsome when. At Jiang Chen's surprised look, Xia Xiu slammed the door shut. This girl, is she interested in me? Jiang Chen thought joyfully. But, it could just be a simple thanks. He didn't think too much of it. She leaned behind the closed door and slowly slid onto the ground. The cold feeling of the porcelain tile pressed against her smooth leg made her mixed emotions slightly calmer. What happened there? Why did I say something so embarrassing? She covered her face as she tried to hide the tingling sensation in her hands. Her lips slightly trembled. That was so embarrassing, I want to die, ah. In humiliation, she hid her head between her legs. Sanya, located at the southern tip of Hainan Island, was also known as Lu City. It was renowned as the eastern Hawaii and the top tourist city in Han. It possessed the most stunning views of the ocean. Beach, ocean, and bikinis. It was the haven for vacationers. The slightly salty sea wind carried the fragrance of coconuts. Here, there was no worry about toxic gas and no concern about smog. The city welcomed tourists with the pristine sky and the aroma of nature. It was one of the cities with the best air quality in Han. He decided to go on this journey spontaneously. Beach shirt, sunglasses, and an empty suitcase. A smile emerged on his face as he saw the stretch of crystal-clear sky. He stood in front of the airport for a while before finally waving down a taxi. The driver diligently helped Jiang Chen with the suitcase and respectfully opened the door for him. The excellent service was because he made a reservation at Sheraton, which was the most expensive mansion beside the beach. The 7-day trip would cost him 220,000, which was enough for a down payment on a house. He would have never experienced this luxury in the past. But now, his goal was to enjoy the journey. The sooner he spent all his money, the earlier he could go back. Is Sun Jiao okay now? Jiang Chen began to miss his hot, personal assistant. If she were with him right now, the journey would be much more enjoyable. And Yao Yao, did she take care of herself? He looked at the view that passed by him. Compared to the always occupied feeling in the city, the island has a more relaxed vibe. Maybe I'll buy an island once I have money. He enjoyed the beautiful scenery and thought to himself. The car soon arrived at its destination. The Sheraton. It was a mansion located at the southernmost tip of the island, in the Dragon Bay, and it was also a natural rainforest. The silver-white sand extended along the shore. Coconuts and palm trees decorated the beach. Everything a beach was supposed to have existed here. The service at a world-renowned 5-star hotel was indeed stellar. The server greeted Jiang Chen as he stepped out of the car. With a smile on his face, he took Jiang Chen to his mansion. If you need anything, sir, please use the terminal to let us know. We'll be here immediately. We wish you have a great vacation and let Sheraton be a part of your delightful memory. With a professional and charming smile, the server passed an iPad-looking tablet to Jiang Chen. All the functionality of the hotel could be controlled from this terminal. He took a deep breath. Woohoo! He threw off his annoying t-shirt and underwear and jumped into the hot spring. Pooch! Water splashed as Jiang Chen lied in the hot spring. He was savoring this moment of peace. How am I going to spend the next 7 days? He didn't plan anything. In his view, the purpose of travel was to relax. The goal was not to do quests here. Since he had all the money and time in the world, he was here to just have fun. Without sunscreen, even Jiang Chen's improved condition couldn't handle direct exposure to the summer sun. He stood up from the hot spring and dried himself with a towel. After changing into a casual outfit, he walked to the balcony. The view directly overlooked the entirety of Sheraton's beach. This mansion was the best sightseeing spot on the beach. The beach was filled with attractive figures. Jiang Chen automatically filtered out all the dudes. Conservative Southeastern beauties, blonde and blue-eyed foreigners, and even exquisite Middle Eastern hotties. Some of them bathed in the sun, some of them were playing in the water, some surfed, and some were playing beach volleyball. It was busy down there. However, he got tired of the scene quite quickly. It was boring watching someone else play. He grabbed a glass of wine and chugged it like beer. He tried to savor the noble taste of the wine, but all he tasted was a sourness. If Sheraton's manager heard Jiang Chen complain about the wine, the manager would probably kick him out for his lack of taste. Maybe he has seen too many crowded places in the city, and all he wanted was peace here. He rubbed sunscreen on himself and laid flat on a chair. The warm and cozy feeling was delightful. It felt as if every single one of his pores were being massaged. His weariness was also taken away gently by the light breeze of the sea wind. Away from the noise, he was enjoying the southern kingdom's sunlight. There was also an occasional crashing of the waves along the shoreline and the laughter from the beauties playing beach volleyball. The noises lightly tingled his rigid eardrums and calmed his tightened nerves. He closed his eyes and peacefully slept. No wonder all the rich people enjoyed the beach and the ocean in the movie. Why didn't I do this before? Jiang Chen spent his afternoon in the sun. As the sun began setting in the east, he enjoyed the orangey hue that stretched across the horizon before finally leaving the balcony. It was already dinner time. Because of Jiang Chen's stronger body conditions, he was more sensitive to hunger. Although he could dine in, he decided not to. It was his first time at a 5-star hotel. He wanted to explore the place. What's the point of eating takeout on vacation? He used the tablet to read over the description of all the facilities in the hotel. It listed everything from maps to the characteristics of each restaurant. Just as he was glancing through each restaurant, the terminal vibrated. It signaled he had mail in front of his door. Mail. He opened the door and found a box. It was an invitation. The Saudi Prince Mr. Yef, for his beloved princess, birthday party. What the hell is this? The most luxurious restaurant at Sheraton was hosting a dinner tonight. It invited all the celebrity and person of importance to attend. It was a birthday for a Saudi princess. Jiang Chen, who lived in the most expensive room, obviously received an invitation. Since I already got the invitation, I'll see what's out there. Jiang Chen smiled as he displayed a glimpse of interest. Of course, see what's out there, was equivalent to, what was there to eat. It was a private function, so the dress code of the gathering was formal. Jiang Chen was the only one that showed up in a casual outfit. His plan was to vacation here, so he had no intention of bringing a formal suit. A pianist performed at the front of the restaurant. The elegant piano resonated within the room. The elites from all kinds of industries mingled and bonded in search of their inner circle. Jiang Chen stood out among the others as he circled on the edge of the dinner table with plates filled with food. His primary interest was on the table stuffed with delicious treats. Networking nor dancing interested him. This steak is FC King delicious. He delicately chewed and nodded his head in satisfaction. He tried to act elegantly by gently rubbing the grease off of his lips. Although he was a foodie, if he didn't care about his gesture at all, he would be a peasant. Maybe security would even escort him out. He held his wine and gazed onto the person at the center of everyone's attention. The Saudi prince was indeed remarkably wealthy. The princess looked gorgeous. Her graceful figure curved like an hourglass. Her delicate nose paired with her crystal-like eyes created a perfect elegance. The princess possessed the facial characteristics of an Eastern beauty and the figures of the exquisite Western woman. Her composure also foretold her sense of class to everyone around. She didn't wear a headscarf, so she must have been from Lebanon. An enormous diamond, shaped like a star, decorated her flawless neck. Jiang Chen didn't know how much it would cost, but based on the size, it must be worth millions. The prince standing beside her was also handsome. Jiang Chen observed that the two protagonists were surrounded by either arms dealers to oil tycoons. There were a few Asian-looking faces mixed in between, but he couldn't be sure of their nationality. The rest of the elites gathered in groups. Jiang Chen saw several familiar faces. There was a renowned singer here, and the bald guy from Fast and Furious. He was surprised by the fact that so many celebrities were here as well, but he didn't have any intention of talk to them. Mr. Yef, why did you choose the mysterious East to celebrate this special moment with your princess? Haha, I am especially fond of this place. Last time I was in Hawaii, but it's quite nice here as well. There are no reporters here. Of course, there were reporters, but they were all invited by the police to have a chat. The conversation was probably about passport documents. Regardless of how frustrated those foreign reporters were, the police didn't let them go. In this country, it was more important to make sure you complied with the legal process than report meaningless news. When the time was right, then you could leave. In this country, money was more useful than capitalistic countries. Last time in Hawaii, Yef spent double the amount of money to hire gangs to take care of the situation. He also spent the same amount and bribed the cops to ignore the situation. The complete service of the country fitted the needs of the Saudi prince well. Because of the importance Yef placed on privacy, his friends would always take the journey to see him. Although the friendly Yef invited everyone who resided at the hotel, not everyone lived here. Some people booked the hotel for a few nights to access this resourceful network. Jiang Chen was quite lucky that he booked out the most expensive hotel. He didn't know that the Saudi prince was having a party here. Mr. Olaf, are you interested in 5 oil tankers of crude oil? Of course I am interested. We burn those every day. Haha, Mr. Zakov, if you would please chat with me. My pleasure. A deal was made almost every minute between each conversation. Jiang Chen sighed as he couldn't believe the scene. He witnessed deals happen while eating salmon. What a bizarre idea. He even heard a few Asian billionaires talk about business, stock markets and even some private matters. Jiang Chen also heard some quite explosive headlines. For example, a rumored engaged actress showed up at the real estate tycoon's room last night. Also, a female singer known for her pureness was at a sexual party. Jiang Chen even downloaded a few of her songs. The news he heard shocked him, but he was not too surprised. Sexual favors were always common among the celebrity circle. If the reporters managed to sneak in, there would be unimaginable consequences. Of course, no reporters would show up. A5 Kobe beef. Great stuff. These things are sure nice. Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows and glanced at the bulky white man across from him. This small piece is worth 300 United States dollars. The way you eat it makes you feel poor. The white male with short hair and a mustache smiled. He spoke fluent Mandarin which surprised Jiang Chen. How did you know I was Han? Jiang Chen curiously asked. Han, Korean, and Japanese people were hard to distinguish when they stood side by side. Even Jiang Chen himself wouldn't be able to tell. I have great people identifying skills. My name is Bruce Miller. He smiled and extended his hand. Because you eat the most. Bruce thought in his head. He shook Bruce's hand and exchanged a friendly smile. Jiang Chen. I know you are up to no good. Jiang Chen also judged. Instinct told Jiang Chen that this guy was not simple. The not simple did not refer to whether he was rich or not. Everyone here has money here. The scent of blood surrounded him. Only people who have experienced life and death possessed this unique kind of vibe. Jiang Chen was alerted. He didn't know what this guy wanted. Don't worry, it's great to see someone in the same trade. Bruce sensed Jiang Chen's cautious look and waved his hand. Oh, he thinks I'm in the same trade as him. Jiang Chen didn't know what to say. Am I that obvious? He didn't correct him and asked in a curious tone. Have you not noticed that the security here is looking at you? Bruce sipped his glass of wine and said slowly. Looking at me? Why are they looking at me? Jiang Chen glanced at the guards with their shades on. Their muscular body looked forceful in his eyes. He didn't know how Bruce noticed they were watching him through their shades. Jiang Chen also took a sip of his wine. Me, Mr. Bruce, I think you made a mistake. I am only an ordinary person here on vacation. Jiang Chen said in a calm tone. After Bruce had heard Jiang Chen's words, he let out a sigh. He was a mercenary, so he usually would not be allowed to show up at a gathering like this. However, since his team was responsible for Prince Yef's security, he was granted permission. The first thing that caught his eye was Jiang Chen. The sense of blood made him extremely cautious. This guy was dangerous. He didn't have bulky muscles, but he had a peculiar feeling that if they fought in close combat, there was an 80% chance that he would lose. If Jiang Chen heard his question, he would probably laugh and tell him that he would 100% lose. Regardless of how strong his technique was, Jiang Chen would destroy him with his strength and reflex. He noticed that Jiang Chen was only here for the food. So he questioned his judgment. Maybe it was a colleague just here on vacation. To better understand the situation, he exchanged opinions with his team before finally deciding to have a conversation. That's excellent. Enjoy your dinner, sir. Bruce smiled and raised his cup. Bruce didn't leave right away but instead chatted with Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was also curious about the life of the foreign mercenaries, so the conversation was quite lovely. That time it was in Kane. We escorted a top government military to the front lines of the battle. We got flanked. After a couple glasses of wine, Bruce was clearly more excited. I thought it was the Russians because they had strong firepower. So in the end, we were forced to stay in a building until the tanks arrived. It was not a secret, so Bruce didn't hide too much. From their conversation, Jiang Chen knew that they were part of Blackwater International security team responsible for overseas businesses. Bruce was experienced in the battlefield. He was active in the Iraq War before he retired. Since we are just casually chatting, why don't you tell me about yourself, Mr. Jiang? I am quite curious, for I can't afford the beach mansion with my salary. The goal of making money is to enjoy it afterward. What would I save it for? My coffin. Jiang Chen smiled as he answered his question. He was also on his third steak. My bad. If you don't feel comfortable sharing your business, then don't worry. Bruce's fine dining etiquette didn't seem to match his history of violence. Oh, it's not that big of a deal. To put it in simple terms, it has to do with gold. Jiang Chen said mysteriously. Do you work in South Africa? That's a good place. Bruce nodded. No, it's in Asia. Jiang Chen shook his head. Bruce was quite surprised. To my knowledge, Asia is not a hotspot for a lot of business. Is there a lot of business there? Bruce looked confused. That's not true. There is a lot of business near the border. We get paid in gold. Jiang Chen made up a story. Bruce listened to the story and smiled back. He then kept his silence. A lot of conversations are better when they are off topic, especially for a mercenary like him. There were usually two types of border businesses. Firearms or drugs. Both of them were not conversation topics suitable for the public. These types of gathering usually prepared private rooms for these matters. These gatherings also had FBA agents lurking around. Questions too specific would be impolite in public. The gathering safely reached its conclusion. After the prince's romantic remark to the princess, the elites began to depart. As Jiang Chen was preparing to leave, Bruce offered him his business card and said goodbye. The reason why he chatted with Jiang Chen was primarily because he wanted to keep an eye on him. Since the gathering was over, he didn't need to stay there any longer. Jiang Chen stuffed the business card into his pocket, as he would unlikely meet Bruce again. Jiang Chen didn't want to create too much attention in the modern world, but he kept the business card in case he ever needed something from Bruce. A gathering of this caliber obviously would attract the attention of other tourists. They could only look from afar under the close watch of security. A lot of fangirls screamed when they saw the muscular Dwayne Johnson. However, the elites all left with their female companion, under the protection of their bodyguards. People who attended the dinner were obviously either rich or important. This became an obvious target for girls who were looking for sugar daddy. It would be life-changing if they managed to create something romantic here. The opportunity always existed. Some of the celebrities actually preferred these types of girls. There was even an event that made national news consisting of these celebrities. Sheraton didn't make too much of an commotion over these people. They allowed pretty-looking girls to enter the hotel even if they lived elsewhere. If the place was too orderly, where would the fun be? Hi, handsome, are you by yourself? A beauty with the most pleasant smile casually flirted with Jiang Chen. She was wearing nothing but a pair of sunglasses and a simple bikini. The elegant curves of her breasts were at least a D cup. Her delicate and thin waist matched with her long and flawless legs, and slightly curled hairstyle gave her vibe that was both pure and graceful. She was no doubt sexy, but who knew if her breasts were real? Or if she was actually pure on the inside? Indeed, I am alone. Is there anything I can help you with, beauty? Jiang Chen gazed at her dazzling smile and smiled as well. He had no moral grounds to hold back. If the possibility of a one-night stand presented itself, he would not resist the offer. Of course, I am missing a male companion to enjoy the beach with. The beauty sensed that there was an opportunity and a confident smile appeared on her face. She strutted towards Jiang Chen and then leaned into him. With a light but hot and seductive breath, Jiang Chen felt a rush of desire into his abs. Oh, That's perfect then. My mansion at the beach also lacks the presence of a female companion. Jiang Chen approached the beauty's ear and whispered. The warm breath of air and the explosive news made the beauty gasp in shock. Sheraton's beach mansion cost at least 20 to 30,000 a day. When she discovered she hit the jackpot, she immediately became more enthusiastic. She hopped energetically beside Jiang Chen and grabbed him by the arm. Excellent, can you show me your mansion? Her pristine eyes portrayed her as an innocent girl, as her pair of boobs, accidentally, pressed against Jiang Chen's arm. She had a kind of pureness to her attraction. Her soft and sweet voice made Jiang Chen want to eat her on the spot. My name is Jiang Chen, may I ask what your name is, beauty? With chivalry, Jiang Chen hugged the graceful figure and smiled. Lu Yao, I don't know if you have watched less than that year greater than before, but I am the supporting actress in it. Lu Yao seductively and gently breathed on Jiang Chen's ear's most sensitive spot and grazed her teeth against it. Her eyes were like a crest, you can call me Yao Yao. Teen dramas have been quite popular in recent years. Low production costs along with high reception rates made this genre of films fill every screen across the country. Although in Jiang Chen's teenage years there was no abortion, leaving the country or someone dying made up the majority of these films' plotlines. Jiang Chen was also not necessarily interested in the unrealistic scenarios, but he still went to a movie with a university classmate he had a crush on. Something interesting to note was that by the end of the date, Jiang Chen didn't even manage to hold the girl's hand. The busty but innocent-looking math class representative Chen Lele. That's a shame. There were only a few seconds for such an attractive character. He glanced at the massive pair of boobs and smiled. He would never tell Lu Yao that he went to see the movie with a female classmate and even masturbated to it before. I'll call you Lele. I prefer this name better. The name Yao Yao belonged to an adorable girl. Lu Yao without a clue smiled and followed Jiang Chen to the mansion at the beach. When they stepped through the door, her delightful figure was immediately pressed against Jiang Chen's body. Lu Yao proactively offered her seductive lips. He felt her impressive breasts push up against his chest as well as her flirtatious tongue dancing in his mouth. Jiang Chen's repressed desire was reignited. Lu Yao was skillful in knowing a man's sensitive spots, and she used her gentle hands to push Jiang Chen to his emotional climax. It was a fantastic time to have sex with an experienced woman as they knew all the weaknesses. They will proactively attack those weaknesses and lead the way to happiness. Also, responsibility was never an issue afterward. Lele, let's shower together. Jiang Chen's heavy breathing resonated beside Lu Yao's ear. His annoying clothing had long been removed by Lu Yao's teasing touch. Student Jiang Chen, you have to be respectful. With his warm and firm muscles, Lu Yao also felt a little wet. However, she suddenly frowned and rejected Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was confused as he didn't realize what she was doing. Though when he felt the warmth of her hands still on his body and saw her desire-filled eyes, he immediately understood everything. No wonder she is an actress. Although she was a third tier at best, her acting skills were superb. With a smirk, Jiang Chen roughly grabbed Lu Yao and whispered into her ear, "This is not up to you, my math class representative." Water splashed again as the soothing hot spring became a steamy love bed. As Lele was already in her bikini, there was no need to remove it. Lu Yao fiercely resisted against Jiang Chen's attack, but at the same accepted his waves of thrust. In the water, beside the hot tub, on the beach chair, those two left their battle marks everywhere. Afterwards, did it feel nice? Lu Yao laid comfortably on the bed like a gentle cat and gazed sweetly at Jiang Chen. You devil! Jiang Chen jokingly cursed at her while he slapped her butt. His actions made her scorn. The softness of the bed along with the soft melody whispered into his ears gently massaged his head. The occasional sea wind only made the moment more soothing. What a time to be alive! Jiang Chen exclaimed from the bottom of his heart. What do you think, student Jiang Chen, of the math class representative's private tutor lesson? Are you satisfied? Lu Yao gently joked, as she leaned towards Jiang Chen, with her chin resting on her palm. It's believed that women are more attractive from this angle. Extremely. Jiang Chen gave her a warm smile and reached out to touch her delicate face. Like fine porcelain, crafted to perfection. Am I beautiful? You're beautiful, Jiang Chen answered honestly as he began to play with her fluffy hair. Where is your girlfriend? Lu Yao, all of a sudden, changed the topic. A sign of ambition emerged from her gentle, watery eyes. In a different world, it would be considered a different world no doubt if Sun Zhao was considered his girlfriend. Jiang Chen didn't lie. Except the words were interpreted differently by Lu Yao, as the obvious explanation was she passed away. Jiang Chen's identity all of a sudden changed from a wealthy man seeking for a one-night stand to a successful businessman that just lost the love of his life. This ignited the desire in Lu Yao's eyes. With a slight sorrowful expression on her face, Lu Yao gently hugged Jiang Chen's head and used her soft breasts to comfort his remorse spirit. In her eyes, Jiang Chen's silence was because of his loss. Jiang Chen didn't bother explaining. He quietly enjoyed Lu Yao's small gestures as little Jiang Chen, who just finished a hard-fought battle, began to show signs of life again. Sensing Jiang Chen's movement, Lu Yao understandingly smiled and tapped his chest with her finger. She stopped Jiang Chen from getting up. "Leave it to me," she enchantingly smiled and gracefully moved her body before lowering her head. After a long and tiring session, Lu Yao swallowed the fruit of victory in front of Jiang Chen. She was delighted when she noticed Jiang Chen's brief excitement at the act. "Are you feeling better now?" "Excellent. I feel like I am about to fly." Jiang Chen exaggerated. "Traveling by yourself is lonely, right?" She took a napkin and wiped the edge of her mouth. She then resumed to rest on the spot and innocently shook out her long and seductive legs. "Of course. No wonder a good vacation requires a beauty." Jiang Chen satisfyingly stretched out his limbs. "Do you want me to always be with you?" Lu Yao touchingly gazed at Jiang Chen. "I have 7 days of vacation. I hope you'll be with me for those 7 days. Jiang Chen euphemistically but determinedly rejected Lu Yao. He didn't mind sharing a memorable experience with a supporting actress from the movie, but he would never accept her as one of his own. He didn't have any moral codes to abide by, but it didn't mean he was willing to accept. Lu Yao paused for a moment before she awkwardly smiled. She didn't insist. She knew too well the certainty in a man's words. She also clearly understood that Jiang Chen would accept her as his woman. She had the realization the moment she entered the acting scene. Except, she still felt slightly at a loss. Jiang Chen is young and powerful, which is significantly better compared to the beer-bellied movie investors. Jiang Chen's looks also appealed to her taste and were able to meet her materialistic needs. However, the reality was like what happened in the movie. Lele and the main actor didn't manage to be together. "In the next 7 days, you'll have an allowance of $10,000 a day. Buy something with it. You can also use my mansion free at will." Jiang Chen softly caressed Lu Yao's face and whispered. Lu Yao closed her eyes and covered Jiang Chen's hand as she gently replied. This amount was significantly higher than her salary, and the job was much more relaxing. There was nothing she was unsatisfied about. Jiang Chen had no weird fetishes and always treated her with gentleness. She thought about it before she slowly climbed on top of Jiang Chen. If that is the case, at least for the next few days, let's enjoy this rare vacation. The next day, Jiang Chen woke up when the first ray of sunshine shone into the room. He looked at the EP. When the EP was not fully deployed, the appearance was similar to a classy but odd-looking watch. Asterisk. Username, Jiang Chen. Muscle strength, 25. Bone strength, 27. Reflex, 29. Brain cell strength, 14. Asterisk. The 3 body conditions increased by 1 or 2 points, and that concluded the full potential of the gene vaccine. Any additional improvements would have to come from working out or more advanced medication. Sun Zhao's ridiculous numbers were the result of near-death experiences that triggered more potential from the gene vaccine. Sun Zhao and Jiang Chen both used the standard type of gene vaccine, but he could only reach her numbers in fury mode. It was not too hard to imagine the danger she must have had to face. He closed his EP and looked at the sleeping Lu Yao. Jiang Chen didn't wake her up and walked onto the balcony. He leaned against the fence and breathed in the refreshing sea wind that was blowing into his face. He poured himself a cup of wine and waited for the sunrise. Relaxing, calming, luxurious. What's next? What have I not experienced? He mumbled in deep thought. After he had returned to this world, his mental state became more stable. The bloody scene faded from his heart, and he felt his sanity was back to normal again. He sighed. He didn't like the taste of wine, but he still took a sip. "It's not good for you to drink wine in the morning." "Oh, you are awake." Jiang Chen paused slightly and turned around. Lu Yao tidied her hair against the sea wind. She didn't wear anything but was covered by a simple bathrobe. She looked quite graceful in the middle of the sea wind. "Okay, why don't you watch the sunrise with me?" He left the wine on the table beside him. Lu Yao gracefully walked towards Jiang Chen and slightly leaned against him. The rising sun reflected a golden shadow on her beautiful face. Jiang Chen, who peeked at her, was stunned. Are you looking at me, or are you watching the sunrise? Beauty, and the sunrise. Jiang Chen smiled. His vision extended beyond the horizon. I don't understand. Lu Yao fixed her slightly messy hair. You are gorgeous and smart, but why are you not popular? Jiang Chen cracked a smile. He saw the film less than that year greater than, and although it was to chase after the girl who didn't end up liking him back, he still finished the movie. The supporting actresses only had a few scenes to emphasize the supporting actor's unfortunate existence. However, those scenes left deep impressions in Jiang Chen's heart. Her acting was astonishing for a supporting actress. Beauties can also be unfortunate. Particularly for an unsupported person like me. Lu Yao's lip pursed slightly. It was a mockery of reality and a self-mockery. However, she still gazed at Jiang Chen with some expectation. Jiang Chen didn't continue the conversation. He saw the expectation in her eyes, but he didn't want to respond. Everyone has their tragedies, but that's their story. Jiang Chen only wanted to touch the graceful and delicate chapters, not the sorrow-filled stories. Live life to the fullest. Even through the odd encounter with her, Jiang Chen was nobody in the crowded world. Since it was a vacation, let's just temporarily forget about life. Ding! The electronic bell disrupted Jiang Chen's peace. He lazily turned over the iPad terminal. Who was this? Jiang Chen opened the front camera. It was Bruce's fully mustached face. My dear friend, did you forget about me in just one night? Bruce is humorously accused. His fluent Han always shocked Jiang Chen. Haha, of course not. Let me open the door for you. Jiang Chen closed the terminal and put on his slippers. Your friend, Lu Yao looked at the white male on the iPad with curiosity. Business partner I guess. Jiang Chen shrugged. Lu Yao kept her mouth closed. In her eyes, Jiang Chen was an elite that attended an international gathering. It would be rude of her to ask more questions. However, what she didn't know was that the guy was only a mercenary, and no business would happen until later. Jiang Chen was good at making people think too much. Smart people always saved him the trouble of explaining things. Do you need me to leave? No, but why don't you go check out from your hotel and put your luggage here? Jiang Chen said with a naughty smile. You won't have any chances to go back. Jiang Chen decided it was better for Lu Yao to not be present. These rooms always prepared extra clothes for the wealthy. However, no one bothered to wear the clothes they provided. To Jiang Chen's surprise, there was actual business for him. My old friend, aren't you a bodyguard for the Saudi prince? What brings you here? Jiang Chen took a waft of Bruce's cigar. Hee. Bruce hesitated for a moment but soon cut straight to the chase. My ex-employer overheard our conversation yesterday. He's interested in you and wants me to make a formal introduction. Quote. Oh, Jiang Chen was caught off guard. Does he want to hire me? He didn't want to carry an assault rifle to a military hotspot to fight wars. He had better business to do. I don't want to ruin my vacation here. I think you are misunderstanding the situation. Bruce read the uncertainty in Jiang Chen's eyes. He took a breath and then blew a ring. Then in a genuine voice, he began, Robert Smith is a respectable middleman. He is in the crude oil and gold business. He once hired me in Iraq. Quite a nice fellow. He came here to attend the gathering of an old customer, and he is now living in the presidential suite on the 7th floor. Gold. Jiang Chen eyes lit up. Looks like I must see him. Welcome, you must be Mr. Jiang. My friend from the mysterious East. After Jiang Chen had entered the room, he saw a white male with blonde curly hair approach him with an amiable smile. He used a hand gesture that he learned from one of the Kung Fu movies and greeted Jiang Chen. Although he was white, Mr. Roberts' face was nowhere close to white. His skin looked as coarse as sandpaper. However, his composure and clean appearance made Jiang Chen sense his respect. Nice to meet you, you must be Mr. Robert. Mr. Bruce introduced you to me. Jiang Chen felt a little weird but returned the same hand gesture. To be honest, it was awkward using the foreigner's way to greet others. The idea was simply a bit confusing, but that was what happened. Bruce is a nice guy. He took a bullet for me in the Middle East. It was a pleasure to meet him again, and as the famous Han proverb goes, a friend's friend is my friend. Am I right? Mr. Robert extended his hand. Of course. Your Han is remarkable. Jiang Chen held onto Mr. Robert's hand and firmly shook it as he expressed his shock. Although, Jiang Chen didn't know if what Mr. Robert said was truly a proverb. Haha, of course. I always had a keen interest in this mysterious Eastern kingdom. There are opportunities everywhere. Mr. Roberts' eyes rested on Jiang Chen, and then he gestured gracefully. Please come in, my friend. I have a Lafite from 1982. I wanted to try it for a long time. I can't say no to this invite. The wine tasted different than the wine provided by the hotel. The bloody red liquid expelled an exquisite fragrance of thyme. Even for someone like Jiang Chen, who had no experience in wine tasting, he still tasted the difference. The man who stood by Mr. Roberts' side was as silent as a rock. However, Jiang Chen sensed the monstrous nature from his stature. He had a pair of shades on, but his protruding nose indicated that he was a Slav. His bear-like vibe perhaps indicated that he came from a Soviet country. My bodyguard, Nick Belarusian. We met in Kane. He's also a good guy and responsible for my safety. Mr. Robert noticed Jiang Chen staring. Bruce is a good guy, but Blackwater International sometimes does shady business. They are also a bit too close to the FBA, so I had to find a different partner. Despite the conversation revolving around him, the statue-like bodyguard did not show any reactions. Is your business dangerous? Jiang Chen sat on the chair and casually changed the topic. I heard from Bruce that you are a renowned middleman in the UA. Crude oil and gold. Absolutely. Apart from the relatively safe crude oil and gold, I have to sometimes obtain firearms for my employer. If I get my hands on those, there will always be someone after my life. Mr. Robert lit up a cigar. He offered Jiang Chen one as well. Your country has strict gun control, which makes it feel like heaven to me. However, good times are always short-lasting. I have a flight to South Africa at 3 o'clock. You sure you have enough time? Jiang Chen glanced at the clock, it was 11 already. Don't worry, Mr. Robert waved his hand and smiled. He then sat straight up. I am very interested in Mr. Yang's business. Is there anything I can do to help you? Jiang Chen paused for a brief moment. He dusted the cigar and sat up as well. I hope there is no confusion here, my friend. I accidentally overheard your conversation with Bruce last night. It was an accident, but business always sprouts from occasions. I have been looking for opportunities here in the Far East, and I am still exploring. My instinct tells me that we can be great partners. Jiang Chen didn't make a fuss about eavesdropping. With a slight interest, he continued the conversation, for example. Mr. Jiang, businesses are paid in gold, right? However, to my knowledge, your country's law prohibits the large sell-off of gold because it would attract the government's attention. Especially, gold without the proof of ownership. Looks like Mr. Robert is extremely knowledgeable about our country's laws. However, is there no issues with selling gold in the UA? Jiang Chen nodded without disagreeing with his comment. Of course there are problems. Though in the UA, we speak with the law and with evidence, not with politics. I have a professional team to deal those kinds of issues. Even if I have a little problem with the FBA right now, I am still here chatting with you, right? With a mysterious smile, he continued, how I do this? Let me give you an example. I incorporated a shell company in Saudi. I received a batch of crude oil from Iran. According to the sanction, my action is against the law. However, if the crude oil is sold through my shell company in Saudi, then the crude oil will be legal to sell within the international market. If you already told me this, are you not afraid? Jiang Chen immediately understood why. With such a strong bodyguard, he must have a strong security team. He now has a clear understanding of Mr. Robert's business. This middleman has the ability to access the black market. It looks like we do have a partnership opportunity. Jiang Chen smiled. I am an honest businessman. Mr. Robert saw that his deal was made and a delighted smile appeared on his face. I'll accept the gold regardless of the amount. As long as your gold is sold through my mining company in South Africa, it will be legal once it enters the international market. You don't have to worry about the specifics. You can just sell the gold to me. I'll take a 9% processing fee. Jiang Chen considered it. 9% was not a lot to begin with. All of his gold had no costs associated with it. It would be okay to sell a small amount to the gold shop, but if he did offer 10 tons of gold, not a lot of gold shops would dare to accept it. Even if he sold it in smaller batches, there was a high chance he would be suspected. The Luanshan guy also gave him a weary feeling. He probably wasn't that clean either. It's always better to be careful. Although selling gold to foreigners is considered smuggling, Mr. Robert probably has it figured out. Mr. Robert saw that Jiang Chen was silent. He wasn't sure either if the 9% is too high. However, this business was not risk-free. The capital to purchase the gold would be a problematic amount. If the amount was over 20 million United States dollars, then he must take a private loan to fund the deal. The interest would not be a small number. However, if Jiang Chen possessed a large amount of gold, he could lower the fee by a percentage. Just as Mr. Robert was about to lower the price, Jiang Chen suddenly opened his mouth. "No problem, but I have a condition." Jiang Chen's words surprised Mr. Robert at first, but a joyful smile ensued. "I can guarantee the quality of the gold. It's the 24K gold you guys commonly refer to. I believe you have the expertise to determine that as well. Of course, the gold in the bank would be authentic. However, you have to be responsible for the transportation. I will only transport the gold to a location within the country. Also, you must pay in USD, on the spot. I will take no further responsibility once the transaction is complete." "No problem, my friend." Mr. Robert agreed without hesitation. "Looks like we have a deal." "Of course, cheers." Jiang Chen gladly extended his hand. "Cheers." Mr. Robert cheerfully held onto Jiang Chen's hand as they both stood up. "Here's my card. If you are ready, why don't we arrange a time in the future? Also, it would be best to prepare a Swiss bank account, it is the most convenient." "Absolutely, I wish you the best of luck. Can I learn a little more about your background? How much are you going to sell, Mr. Jiang? I'll have to prepare enough liquidity." Mr. Robert asked this slightly intruding question to prepare for the worst. "Oh, there's no rush. I'll give you a call on July 15th. The amount is probably a few tons." Jiang Chen exited the room and left a stunned Mr. Robert. His face was completely blank. He didn't even realize he dropped his expensive cigar. A few tons. With the current market condition, an ounce of gold traded at 1,350 United States dollars. 1 ton of gold would be 43,402,500 United States dollars. At a processing fee of 9%, he would make 10 million with just 3 tons of gold. This is ridiculous. 9%, easiest money of his life. A few tons of gold. He would have done it with 7%. How wealthy was Jiang Chen to not even negotiate? It also strengthened Mr. Robert's assumption that the gold was definitely from illegal sources. What kind of business is he doing? Did he rob the central bank? Oh God! It took Mr. Robert a while to recollect his thoughts. Then he gasped, "Oh my, I am going to be rich." He only made $500,000 selling 10,000 barrels of crude oil with the risk that the UA military may detain the shipment. However, Jiang Chen decided the fate of a billion-dollar deal in a few minutes. "Nick, do you think our friend from the Far East is reliable?" Mr. Robert murmured as if he was still dreaming. He knew Nick has no understanding of business, but he needed someone to tell him that this was not a dream. "Sorry boss, I don't know a whole lot." Bruce expected Nick's response. He was silent, before he continued, "However, I know this man is dangerous." "Really? Does he know martial arts?" Mr. Robert laughed at the statement. He made a funny pose as if he was Bruce Lee. Nick stared at the pretentious boss and shook his head. He knew his boss quite well. Whenever Bruce was excited, he would always make some funny poses to express his excitement. From a soldier's instinct, this guy is stronger than Bruce. It was his job to ensure his safety. Therefore, he gave his honest opinion. Mr. Robert was surprised by the comment. "He is not a merchant." "No way, my instincts are usually right." Nick hesitated for a moment before continuing, "Maybe he is a merchant, but his combat technique is quite strong. My instincts tell me that even if he can't beat me with firearms, we are a 50-50 split in close combat." Mr. Robert took a while to process the comment. He has seen Nick's ability before. In Kane, when he sold firearms to the government forces under the permission of the UA government, the civil forces attacked him. Nick immediately pulled out the gun of the wounded government official and used the remaining 9 bullets to bring him back to safety. He killed more 10 civil militants during the exchange. Now Nick is saying Jiang Chen's close combat power is comparable to his. Mr. Robert, all of a sudden, burst into laughter. "No wonder the Far East is a mysterious kingdom. Why don't we head to Egypt next time? Ha ha ha. No wonder Jiang Chen didn't hire any bodyguards. His prowess in fighting is enough in this gun-prohibited country." However, it had nothing to do with their agreement. Mr. Robert is an honest merchant. He always believed that honoring agreements would bring him long-term returns. He never did things that killed the egg-laying chicken. Even if he saw diamonds in a refugee camp in Africa in the hand of a starving kid, he would only exchange it with candy, not bullets. After all, a bullet is much more expensive than candy. Mr. Robert never doubted Jiang Chen's ability to provide the few ton of gold, nor did he have the ability to investigate his background on this mysterious piece of land. What is business without the proper risk? Mr. Robert was willing to make a bet. Jiang Chen's decisive attitude was definitely backed by tons of gold. Plus, there was nothing to gain for him in the end if it was a lie. Jiang Chen was delighted. He acted calm and collected during the meeting, but he had a spring in his step as soon as he walked out of the door. Ecstatic was the only way he could describe his mood. He managed to sell off several tons of gold, which was something he had never imagined. His previous plan was to separate the gold into small amounts and sell it off to gold shops. Although it was inefficient and prone to be spotted by the local gangs, it was the safest way. A large amount would attract the attention of the authority, and they may force Jiang Chen to turn all of the gold in. They are always looking for ways to make money from regular people. What? This is your gold? How do you prove this gold belongs to you? Of course, Jiang Chen couldn't prove it since the gold really didn't belong to him. Jiang Chen was sure that the government would release a statement to say that even though the gold doesn't belong to the government, it doesn't belong to Jiang Chen either. He thought he would be able to sell off $100 million worth of gold before getting found, but now it seems like it would no longer be an issue. If this foreign friend helped him to find the means to sell, everything would be easy. He just needed to create a Swedish bank account, and the gold worth hundreds of millions would no longer be a problem. Transporting gold was not difficult at all. A ton of gold was only 0.5 cubic meters, which only would cost half a crystal in energy to store. When he left the main hotel building, Jiang Chen chose to return to the mansion. Lu Yao was probably still waiting for him. He got to the front of the mansion and saw Lu Yao under the shade of the trees. Lu Yao wasn't wearing a bikini like the first time he saw her. Instead, she changed into a beige dress with a laced floppy hat. Her presence could be felt miles away. She knew exactly how she attracted people, with the combination of her purity and seduction. Why did you take so long? I am starving, Lu Yao gave him a coquetry as she swayed her slender waist. Her coquetry didn't feel staged at all. Haha, I'll take you out for food. Jiang Chen opened the mansion door, and chivalrously took over Lu Yao's bag. What do you want to eat? Don't be shy. Yay, I want to eat at the Glacier Ocean restaurant. Lu Yao adorably clung onto Jiang Chen's arm like a loving girlfriend. Okay, I'll take you there. A bright smile appeared on her face as she was pleased with the way Jiang Chen responded. She hugged Jiang Chen's arm as they walked towards the restaurant. Perhaps she was acting, or maybe she was just following her heart. The division between the two was too faint to distinguish. Glacier Ocean Restaurant is a renowned restaurant in Sheraton and extending its influence to the rest of the Sanya. The water-themed restaurant was surrounded by the mixture of the pristine sky and the mysterious sea. Arrays of palm and coconut trees showcased nature's vibrant energy. The vast collection of wine displayed at the entrance of the hotel left all the diners dazed. Then the customers were quickly captivated by the sophistication and class of the restaurant. The private room in the middle of the restaurant was even more intricate. The aquarium-like design transformed the dinner into a unique experience as if they were in the midst of the ocean. There was no need for extra decorations, as the reflection of the water's waves created the perfect atmosphere. Jiang Chen and Lu Yao sat in the private room. I heard the view at night is even better, but the view at noon is also remarkable. Jiang Chen savored the fresh taste of salmon meat and took a sip from the delicious Wenchong chicken soup. Delicacies filled the table, and he was even dazzled by all the choices. This Boston lobster is delicious. Lu Yao playfully stuck out her tongue. She skillfully used her graceful finger to dissect the lobster in front of her. Beauty is something one can truly enjoy. Jiang Chen picked up a piece of clam. The way Lu Yao ate was extremely pleasing to the eyes. Hee, pretty right, she pouted as she continued to struggle with the lobster. I was talking about the lobster. Lu Yao's cute look didn't stop Jiang Chen from teasing her. Screw you. Lu Yao didn't have a big appetite, so she chose all the light but fine dishes. The majority of the food went into Jiang Chen's stomach. He had an appetite comparable to 2 adult males. Looks like you are ecstatic today. She rubbed the corner of her mouth with a napkin as she looked at Jiang Chen's lively eyes. Indeed, I signed a big deal. He didn't hide anything. I thought it was because of me. She joked. With a mischievous smile, Jiang Chen approached Lu Yao. How big do you think the deal is? $1 million USD. With her red lips open, she took a sip of wine. She didn't care how much Jiang Chen made as it had nothing to do with her. However, she understood a male's ego as Jiang Chen wasn't keeping this from her. She pretended to be curious. 1 million, that's pocket change. With his back leaned against the chair, Jiang Chen smiled. Pocket change? Lu Yao shockingly stared at Jiang Chen. At least 100 million, Jiang Chen replied. He pretended it was not a big deal. Ahem. Lu Yao covered her chest as she ruefully looked at Jiang Chen. She accidentally spat out her wine out. I can't believe you are so skillful, this is such a pity. Lu Yao pouted as she took another sip of wine. Jiang Chen knew what she meant by pity, but he would not change his mind. No way, I remember I used my real skill last night. Jiang Chen emphasized the words, skill, as he smirkingly looked at Lu Yao's facial expression. Lu Yao paused slightly before she understood the meaning behind Jiang Chen's words. Her face turned burning red like the sky at dawn. Pervert. Her gentle fist striking Jiang Chen's did not bother him at all. After the meal, Jiang Chen took Lu Yao's hand and strolled along the swimming pool. It was a beautifully decorated pool of water. The palm trees along the side added a sense of nature to the swimming pool. Under the white umbrella were deck chairs of the same color for the tourists that needed rest. I thought you don't like crowded places. Lu Yao accompanied Jiang Chen as her crystal eyes observed his face. You are right, but it would be disappointing if we just stayed at the mansion. This swimming pool is a famous attraction at Sanya. Oh, I thought you were someone who was always busy, Lu Yao asked curiously. Busy people may not like crowded places, but I am quite pleased with this scene. For example, the blonde European beauty right there. Jiang Chen changed the topic with a smirk. Does my bikini not look attractive? Lu Yao defiantly raised her D-cup chest. It's not the same. Everyone is different. Jiang Chen tried to explain his reasoning. If it were his girlfriend, he would not praise other women, but since that was not the case, it didn't matter. Jiang Chen's playboy look made Lu Yao want to yell and laugh at the same time. She pouted like an attached girlfriend, as she used her finger to squeeze his waist. She controlled the force just enough so that Jiang Chen would not get hurt. I am a D-cup, don't you think I am bigger compared to that woman? After teasing Jiang Chen for a moment, Lu Yao fixed her hair as she lifted her chest up again with a seductive look. Who knows if these are real or not? Jiang Chen ridiculed as he sneakily touched her chest. Then how do you know mine are fake, and hers are real? Lu Yao persisted the question. So they are real. Jiang Chen pretended to be happy. In this day and age, everything could be fake. So, Jiang Chen didn't think it was real. Fool, you didn't notice it after touching it for so long. Lu Yao blushed as she vexed him with her eyes rolled. The coquettish look made Jiang Chen hard. Lu Yao became flushed as she noticed Jiang Chen's invasive stare. Although Jiang Chen's techniques were still lacking, with some guidance and his long-lasting stamina and recovery time, it was easy to enjoy the heaven-like feeling. Lu Yao, of course, didn't reject Jiang Chen's intimate invitatio. She defiantly stared at Jiang Chen as she used a finger to hook onto his collar. Then they walked towards a secluded washroom on the first floor. Here, although it was a question, Jiang Chen's hands already grasped onto Lu Yao's thin waist. Pervert, I'll scream for help. She seemingly blamed Jiang Chen with her words but then swiftly locked the door behind her. There was not a lot of traffic in the area. Most of the people were either in their rooms or on the beach. Since it was the washroom, there were no cameras as well. The unique environment made Jiang Chen feel a particular kind of sensation. Lu Yao's blushing face indicated that she probably felt the same thing. You'll have to keep quiet, Jiang Chen smirked as he whispered into Lu Yao's ear. He grabbed her smooth legs and entered into her. 2 hours later, the two of them came out of the washroom. Lu Yao's legs felt weak as she half-hanged onto Jiang Chen's shoulder. You pervert, couldn't you have been more gentle? Haha, the way you held onto the wall and covered your mouth was quite cute. Jiang Chen laughed as he dodged and grabbed onto the hands coming at him. From a bystander, the two looked like a couple displaying affection without a care in the world. She didn't know why, but she felt tears in her eyes. What? Why don't you tell me about it? Jiang Chen smiled at Lu Yao who wanted to say something but stopped. It's okay. Lu Yao turned his face around as she flashed him a smile. The cheerful smile even dazzled Jiang Chen for a moment. It was not because of her beauty. That smile reminded him of his high school time. At the naive age, free of trouble. A time where studying hard would deserve recognition. A time where being good at basketball would receive praise. Jiang Chen remembered that smile belonged to Chen Lele in the movie, The Careless and Free Girl. The smile left the supporting actress with an endless amount of regret and despair. Am I sinking into the plot? What am I thinking? I am a woman who loves money, and I know men like you dislike women like me. One with no self-respect. Lu Yao faintly opened her mouth. She still held onto Jiang Chen's hand but walked one step ahead of him so he couldn't see her expression. This is only a life choice, I never disliked you. Jiang Chen gently answered. He didn't lie. But unable to accept right. Lu Yao suddenly turned around. Jiang Chen noticed her eyes were slightly red. Is she acting? However, Jiang Chen was unwilling to change his opinion. He sighed, wanting to explain himself. You don't have to say anything. Lu Yao turned around with a bright smile and pecked him on the lips. After seeing Jiang Chen's confused look, she jumped in front of him and began walking by herself. I know, and I understand. A girl like me is not good enough for you. I just haven't completely given up yet. With her back towards him, Jiang Chen couldn't see her expression. Lu Yao had to force a smile before she spoke again. What if we met 2 years earlier? When I didn't debut yet? Would you have fallen in love with me? If I fell in love with you at that time, would you have chosen me? Jiang Chen thought about the person who watched less than that year greater than with him. Too similar. Jiang Chen's calm and direct rhetoric question made Lu Yao feel his uncertainty. She turned around as she forced another smile. She understood what Jiang Chen meant. Probably not. An honest response. Lu Yao somehow remembered her university time. She remembered the boy that used 99 candles to write out, Lu Yao I love you, under her dorm room window. She was moved for a brief second but still rejected him because he couldn't provide the life she wanted. Lu Yao gave her first time to a director whose name she didn't even want to remember. She did it in exchange for the supporting actress role. She had no regrets because she received $80,000 in pay along with a ticket into the entertainment industry. However, at this moment, she regretted. For some reason, in her eyes, Jiang Chen began to coincide with the boy she rejected. If the poor Jiang Chen asked her out 2 years ago, she would probably not even look at him. It was not a question of right or wrong, but only a matter of choice. Since this is a hard-earned vacation, why think about these bothersome questions? Jiang Chen said faintly as it disrupted Lu Yao's thoughts. You were right, let's enjoy the bench. A relieved smile bloomed on Lu Yao's face. The smile was beautiful, except for a bright jewel hanging at the corner of her eye. Silently, it rolled down and mixed in with the sand. Among the waves and tides of the southern county, it was negligible and minuscule. Over the last 5 days, the two spent every moment in joy. Lu Yao took Jiang Chen to all the famous attractions. They did everything from surfing at Wuzhizhou Island, enjoying the sunlight at Yulong Bay, wandering along the beach, to leaving names on a couple lock. Lu Yao engraved Jiang Chen's name, but Jiang Chen left Chen Lili's name. The happiest time was always the briefest, but it was pleasant. Until they went their separate ways, Jiang Chen didn't see any more sorrows or tears. Sir, would you like a cup of coffee? The flight attendant's gentle voice disrupted Jiang Chen's thought. I'll have one please. Okay, please wait a moment. A cup of steamy coffee was soon in front of Jiang Chen. He stared at the rising steam and smiled. That was a pleasant trip after all. I wonder if I will ever meet her again. He thought about it some more, and an even bigger smile appeared on his face. He didn't know why he wanted to smile. He glanced at the pristine cloud outside the window and the middle-aged professional sleeping beside him. Jiang Chen finished the still steamy cup of coffee. It was bitter, but a little sweet. The brief Sanya vacation came to an end. Jiang Chen walked out of the Wanghai airport with his luggage. The noisy metropolitan. He took in a deep breath of the smog-filled air and flagged down a taxi. To Balian. Sitting on the passenger side, Jiang Chen took out his almost outdated Samsung phone. He was about to call Xia Xiu when he noticed a message popped up. Weibo. He opened the Weibo app that he hasn't opened for a while. He was surprised to find out someone at him. Less than a pleasant trip, thank you for your company at Jiang Chen greater than. Along the text was also a picture of an airplane taking off. Jiang Chen noticed that it was his flight. This girl, she went to my terminal without telling me. Jiang Chen smiled. They said goodbye at the airport, but he didn't expect her to be there to watch him depart. With a bit of narcissism, Jiang Chen swiped the screen up with his finger. The comments on the bottom consisted primarily of people wondering who Jiang Chen was. To begin with, she was not a famous actress, so there were only a few comments. He thought about for a moment before half-joking replied. Less than haha, I really enjoy your superb acting skill. How about I invest in a movie and ask you to be the female lead, greater than. Less than deal, you said it, greater than, instant reply, hey man, are you on Weibo? Oh, do you have Weibo as well? Jiang Chen asked the taxi driver. Of course, it is pretty fun watching people make memes online. You are looking at a celebrity's Weibo, right? Hee, yes, how do you know? Jiang Chen curiously asked. There is a special symbol beside their name. Look closely. The taxi driver skillfully guided Jiang Chen, though to be honest, these celebrities, Weibo, are boring. They are too busy to reply to you. You must be new on here. Jiang Chen smiled in agreement. He wanted to reply less than there is no way you believe my joke, right? Greater than, but that post was gone. What happens if a post is gone? They deleted it, it's common. The taxi driver rolled his eyes as if he was an expert. Deleted. This girl. Jiang Chen sighed. The situation was funny to him. It's only a movie after all, how much would it even cost? Inside the Jade restaurant, Jiang Chen quietly waited at the table. His eyes lit up as soon as he saw a graceful figure approach him. He signaled for the person to come over. You finally appeared. You don't even pick up your phone. Xia Xiu gave him a hard stare. The grin on his face made Xia Xiu irate. She has been taking care of the company in the past few days. She even used her own money to make sure everything could be finished on time. To ensure she completed Jiang Chen's task, she had to find lawyers, bureaus, and banks. She even went to their future office. However, he was nowhere to be seen. Jiang Chen left all the dirty work to her and went on a vacation by himself. She took in a deep breath to stop an almost inevitable emotional explosion. Don't be so emotional, I'll bring you next time. Sanya is a beautiful place. Jiang Chen grinned with no signs of guilt. This is your company. You have to at least show up to something. You should come with me to the bureau this afternoon. I have all the documents here. Take a look. She placed the bag on the table and ignored Jiang Chen's invitation. Thank you so much. Jiang Chen didn't pick up the documents. Instead, he genuinely stared at Xia Xiu's emotionless face. At least you have some conscience, she hissed at him. Although her face still looked cold, Jiang Chen felt she was no longer angry. I'll go with you in the afternoon. Let's not talk about work. Order whatever you want, this one is on me. Oh, you paid for the fees, right? The company will reimburse you for it. Xia Xiu was not humble and immediately ordered a few dishes. She glanced at Jiang Chen but did not even see a slight change in his grinning face. She was frustrated. That was ineffective, she thought as she didn't manage to vent her anger. Jiang Chen didn't notice her intention. He still had $100,000 left, which far exceeded his expectation. Is there something bothering you? Although she kept a stern face, Jiang Chen still noticed she was slightly distracted. Yes, I am worried about the company's future. Xia Xiu dived straight into the problem. If our strategy is to use advanced technology, we have no way of gaining a competitive advantage as a newcomer. But don't new company have more growth opportunities? With her concern in his mind, Jiang Chen replied. That's for a company with a strong core competitive advantage. Xia Xiu stared at Jiang Chen, who showed no sign of concern, with a look of defeat. Do you know technology? You probably don't even remember calculus. Is that even a question? Jiang Chen laughed. Who remembers that stuff after graduation? Just because I don't understand it doesn't mean other people don't understand it. You don't have to worry about research and development. I'll give you a hint. Every company have a focus, such as game development. We can just springboard off of this idea and enter the cell phone market following our success. Stop right there. Xia Xiu interrupted Jiang Chen's speech. She rubbed her temples. Cell phone games, web games, or massive multiplayer online games on the PC end. Based on the current market condition, I recommend cell phone games. Regarding the cell phone market, it's great that our founder has a vision for the future, but one step at a time is critical for sustainable growth. Of course, so we will do it one step at a time. He casually waved his hand. Also, this is not only my company, but it is also your company. I'll give you 5% stake in the company, so keep up the good work. It was not only until years later did Xia Xiu realize what tremendous amount of wealth was given to her. Of course, that was the aftermath. In the afternoon, Jiang Chen went to the bureau with Xia Xiu to take care of the paperwork. Xia Xiu was indeed CEO, Secretary Quality. Jiang Chen only needed to sign a couple of documents before it was approved. Sha Shiyu took care of the entire, tedious process. Jiang Chen was extremely pleased. He didn't study business administration, so his understanding in the area was extremely limited. The best kind of president, in his ideal world, was the kind who only needed to set the direction of the company. A trustworthy CEO would take care of the rest. If he had to consider all the fine details, he would be frustrated to death. Sha Shiyu did exceptionally well at this point. She prepared everything in advance. They only needed a part-time accountant to complete the tax process. Jiang Chen took Sha Shiyu's recommendation to hire a part-time accountant. They only needed to pay $200 in salary per month. Most of the new companies did this in the early stage. After everything was completed, it was already 5 o'clock. Jiang Chen used the opportunity to treat Sha Shiyu again before they went their separate ways. With the stable income and debt crisis being resolved, Sha Shiyu moved back to her original apartment. Jiang Chen, also, headed back to his familiar apartment. He took his luggage and returned to his apartment. He refreshed his Weibo while lying on his bed a couple of times and teased Liu Yao for a bit before he got back into the real business. He had a pleasant vacation, but his return time was also approaching. Therefore, preparation was necessary. He looked on Taobao for food. Canned food was the primary choice because of the ease of storage. He ordered 2 boxes of beef, pork, and fish. Then, for a balanced diet, he also purchased cans of vegetables and fruits. Finally, he bought instant noodles and crackers as well. He was not going to eat those himself, but it would be smart to sell it. In addition, Jiang Chen purchased a bunch of female clothing. Don't be confused, he had no weird fetishes. He ordered some for Sun Jiao and Yao Yao. Within 2 days, a courier delivered the almost mountain-high stacks of boxes to Jiang Chen's place. He generously took out $200 bills, and the courier happily moved the boxes for him. It's good that he didn't have any furniture, for the boxes made it impossible to maneuver through his living room. With sandpaper in his hand, he began to work. He removed the manufacturing data and location on the can and threw it into the storage dimension. Although tedious, he had no other choice at this stage. It would be better if he could directly receive shipments from the packaging companies without any pictures or logos. The storage dimension's size grew substantially. It managed to fit the size of half a living room's worth of boxes inside. Jiang Chen guessed it had to do with the gene vaccine, and it was great news for him. The storage of these boxes cost about 2 energy crystals, and it would cost the same to take it all out. There were around a couple hundred energy crystals inside the dimension, so the cost did not even slightly bother Jiang Chen. He also purchased groceries from the supermarket. He bought an ample amount of rice, fresh vegetables, eggs, and meat. After they managed to fix the fridge in the mansion of the post-apocalyptic world, it can store plenty of food. Once they managed to move a few more fridges from the buildings outside, the food storage ability would grow exponentially. Ideally, it would be more convenient if he had a walk-in freezer. He should check the restaurants in the post-apocalyptic world, they should be easy to repair. Before he headed home, he remembered something. He walked out of the pet store with a hamster. When he got home, everything was ready to go. Jiang Chen picked up his familiar backpack, but then raised his eyebrows and put it down again. Since Sun Jiao already had a clue of what's going on, it's probably time to tell her and Yao Yao. When they went to the 6th Street, he didn't carry toast with him. He stored the toast in the storage dimension. Sun Jiao must have noticed it, but she didn't ask. Since she had a lot of trust in him, it was no longer necessary to keep things a secret. It's better to confess to her. It will be easier in the future, and I no longer need to be secretive about things. Jiang Chen made up his mind. He's prepared to selectively tell parts of his secret to Sun Jiao. With the confused hamster in his hand, he sat on his bed and took a deep breath. Apocalypse, I am back. This is Eagle Eye, we are at the target area. Roger, this is Eagle 2. Eagle Eye, open electronic life detection. Roger, opening electronic life detection. The aerodynamic exterior design had an external door at the back with a heavy machine gun attached. The disc-shaped turbo accelerators on both sides of the craft emitted a deafening noise as the air vibrated beneath them. Inside the vessel were soldiers fortified to the teeth, each armed with pitch-black turbo packs that held terrifying single-person heavy firearms. On the right side of the craft, Looting Town's logo was drawn over traces of what seemed like scratched-out symbols. Attack Helicopter -51. PCA equipped the amphibious attack helicopter in year 2153 to primarily serve the Southern Sea Fleet as it was particularly effective in beach landings. But after the war, it became less effective. The two black helicopters flew separated by 1,000 meters and hovered above a building. Wang Shiwu glanced at the life detection device that displayed the unknown bacterial level outside of the armored craft. He then flanked the building outside of the helicopter, a gloomy expression cast over his face. This has to be the place. Life form matches. The target is in the building. Eagle Eye requesting permission to attack. Negative. Wang Shiwu cautiously gazed at the building. He activated the communication device on the power armor. This is the Dark Knight Squad. We are above the target creature. The target creature information is unknown. We request missile support. This is the command center. Missile support approve. The cost of a direct invasion was too high. Wang Shiwu couldn't risk his comrades' lives without even spotting the creature. He cautiously requested missile support in hopes of exposing its body. Eagle Eye, Eagle 2, missile will arrive in 1 minute. Please increase altitude. Roger, Roger. The two helicopters began to increase their altitude to avoid friendly fire. The sunrise cast rays of yellow paths through the radiation dust. With the disgustingly greenish-yellow particles emerging from the yellow building, the entire area looked like an egg from above. What's hidden inside the building? Wang Shiwu locked his eyes onto the murky yolk. Why would Luding's elite force show up 30 kilometers away from the city border? The story began with the battle meeting 2 days ago. Bohai aircraft carrier, command tower, meeting room. Area coordinates 412, 151 displayed an unusual life signal. Our scientists are unable to determine the creature's identity, but the crystal energy indicator has increased to 90,141, surpassing the limit by 300. Since it is within our strike range, we have to stop it from evolving further and retrieve the crystal. I need you to take care of this thing. Do you understand? The middle-aged man in an old PCA uniform stood and commanded from in front of the full sensory map. Yes, sir. The uniformed soldiers barked out in unity. They wore the PCA Navy SEAL uniform to the meeting in an organized manner. That is all for this meeting. Yes, the electronic life detection device was commonly used in the wasteland. Research indicated that all life forms emitted certain life signals that could be detected over long distances through emissions. It had been used as a tracking device during the war and after it, a rescue aid. In the current apocalypse, it became a civilian equipment. The unit detected not only humans but also any life signal that could be recorded on the radar life electronic screen. The life signal was proportional to the energy of the creature. Mutant creatures had a higher life signal than humans. The advanced ability to calculate a mutant creature's crystal energy had only been completed after the war and was possessed by the majority of the larger survival bases. After recording any unusual life signal, the survival bases in the vicinity often chose to attack the creature as it was extremely dangerous to let mutant creatures evolve. Unfortunately, there was always the possibility of strange creatures forming since all mutations were spontaneous. Evolutionary pathways that once took thousands of years could take 3 days in a nuclear crater. The evolved creature could be a harmless bug or a colossal monster. Any creature with over 300 crystals were considered extremely dangerous. But it did not mean they were strong. Compared to the ones with 40 to 300 crystals, the extremely dangerous mutant creatures were easier to deal with. A 100-pound human, for example, would have a difficult time beating someone who was 200 pounds since they were not in the same category. But what about someone weighing 500 pounds or 1,000 pounds? They would be considered disabled, unable to maintain basic life functions. Similarly, mutant creatures with over 300 energy crystals were considered disabled. Under the influence of radiation and other factors, the continuous mutation endlessly expanded the life energy, but that did not necessarily equal strong destructive ability. Once anything surpassed a limit, it would be a hindrance. Looting Town had similar strike operations in the past where their target was an unknown creature with 110,000 crystal energy. Once the squad had arrived, they were met with a crowd of corpse-eating creatures and a massive half-eaten meatball. A meatball that filled the entire street. The clueless squad had to call missile support to blow the meatball into pieces. With an energy detector they were able to locate the meter-tall crystal and transport it back. The rest of the meatball attracted an endless number of corpse-eating creatures in the vicinity, so it was impossible to retrieve. It was unfortunate because it would have been an excellent source of nutrient supply. These excessively mutated creatures had no fighting power most of the time. For economic reasons, they were much easier to deal with compared to Deathclaws or Roshan. With this reason, selfish commanders were spurred into action to destroy the mutant creatures. Wang Shiwu was dealing with such a creature. Although the soldiers began to whisper about finishing the mission and taking a shower since the power armors were extremely humid to wear, Wang Shiwu felt something was off and cautiously followed the missile support procedure. The eagle eye in the front opened the radar to provide exact location for the missile at looting. Prepare for missile launch, raise the barrel. Quick! A few people in work uniforms hustled. They controlled the equipment around the launch pad as a 10-meter-long barrel emerged from the aircraft carrier. The sleek-looking barrel had a famous name, electromagnetic gun. Distance between 2 points are 310,203 meters, detecting the thickness of the target. Use a 10-kilogram missile, raise to 47 degrees, and adjust power setting. The technician on deck was changing the settings with a tablet computer. Bohai's fire control system had originally been destroyed by an electromagnetic pulse during the war. These fixed gun barrels were later fixed by survivors and connected to nearby terminals to be controlled at close distance. The technician pressed less than fire greater than. A blue spark filled the barrel as the high-density electricity generated a short but deafening noise. There was no explosion, there was only the initial noise of the missile breaking the sound barrier. A trail of light blue casted across the horizon. The force of the electromagnetic ripple pushed the barrel slightly backward. Steam began to rise as the liquid cooling system activated. A light flashed from the back of the aircraft before fading into the endless ocean. The flat-headed missile flew across the sky. The remaining electricity from the initial firing maintained the internal detonation device and also created a vacuum around the missile. As it approached the target, the vacuum layer disintegrated. The speed coating began to melt as the missile expanded. Followed by a red trail, the cylindrical missile hit the building like an iron fist. The deafening explosion spread as the missile penetrated the building as if it was paper. The building crumpled under the force of explosion, a hollow space left behind by the missile. Direct hit. Great shooting. Target spotted. Wait, what is that? Damn it. Eagle 2, report the situation. Eagle Eye, crashing, crashing, please send assistance. Sounds of chaos. From the explosion, a giant emerged. No, to be accurate, it was a giant gun. A dark red energy began to focus before ejecting a beam. The red ray cast a straight line across the sky. It didn't directly hit any helicopters, but it rendered all electronic devices in the area useless. Less than warning. EMP strike greater than. The power armor's EMP resistors opened suddenly, but all the devices suffered different degrees of damage before they were triggered. Because of the EMP resistance, all communication signals were blocked. Fuck. EMP. Jump. Wang Shiwu roared into the intercom. In the rapidly plummeting craft he managed to regain his foothold. With heavy steps, he walked to the door and jumped out. Due to the power armor's sophisticated design, it was only momentarily disabled before all functionality returned. The two helicopters, however, did not have the same fate as the EMP instantaneously destroyed all electronic devices aboard. Wang Shiwu gaped at the giant red barrel. What the hell is this? A creature that can emit EMPs. Destroyed the helicopter without even directly hitting target. Less than landing device activated. Greater than. After he read the letters in his helmet, Wang Shiwu let out a sigh of relief. Cracks emerged from his knees, waist and shoulder as the small turbo engine appeared under the metal surface. Wang Shiwu felt a sudden jostle before he finally regained control. The soldiers began to land on the ground. Mutation virus, concentration level 97. Damn it, what is this goddamn thing? His comrade spoke through the intercom. Stay alert, make sure everything is sealed. These floating viruses are giving me a bad feeling. Wang Shiwu checked the air filtration device. These viruses covered the filter in minutes. The concentration was so high they were almost in chunks. The greenish-yellow appearance made their stomachs clench in disgust. Should we evade first? The thought crossed his mind before he decided that he must figure out the terrifying barrel's origin. The helicopters were already destroyed. Even if looting sent support, it would be extremely dangerous. Be cautious of filter status, prepare for attack. Roger. In case anything happened, Wang Shiwu cautiously recorded the picture of the battlefield and sent it to the command center. He grabbed the machine gun from his back and pushed forward. There was no response from the command center. The virus could block radio communication. Probable, since the ray created an EMP effect, so the virus definitely had something to do with it. No, this was still too odd. Normally these extremely dangerous creatures would attract other mutated creatures to feast on, but there were no rats to be seen in the area. It was peculiar. Wang Shiwu was drenched in sweat before he heard the screams of his comrades. Above us. What the hell is this? Wang Shiwu immediately looked up. Energy began to fill the red biological cannon once more. There was nothing in the sky. What was this thing shooting at? Fire. Immediately, without any time to think, Wang Shiwu ordered the attack with his gut feeling. 12 power-armored soldiers focused fire on the red cannon. The bullets shot out in clusters. No one knew if it would do anything, but there were no other solutions. 500 meters was the effective range of machine guns. The spark from the bullets cast a glow on each of the vicious faces as the rapidly rotating barrels unleashed its firepower. Suddenly, the half-building tall cannon contracted. It was no longer charging. Wang Shiwu was surprised that their bullets were effective against this creature. But they were proven wrong as another explanation presented itself: the energy had been filled to the maximum. With terrified expressions, they watched as the cannon exploded. The red flash submerged the entire area in shockwaves that emitted across the radius of explosion. Silence ensued. A few red-colored meatballs were propelled into the distance with the help of the explosion. Eagle -1, Eagle 2, Dark Knight offline. Life signal is changing. Target is dividing. The commander's face had gloom written all over it. His hawkish eyes stared at the full sensory screen in the air. The 90,141 crystal energy symbol disappeared and was replaced by 12 unevenly distributed energy life forms. The mission had failed. The commander was not saddened by the loss of the 12 combatants and 4 pilots. Under their virtual reality training program, it was easy to produce these types of talents. But the 2 attack helicopters and the 12 sets of max-I power armors cost a total of 220,000 energy crystals. This was a disaster. As to how the mutant creatures would impact the wasteland, the future is unknown. Apocalypse, I'm back. The familiar but grimy air occupied Jiang Chen's nostrils as he stepped back onto ground. He took in a slow, long breath and looked at his surroundings: the abandoned cars, cracked roads, collapsed buildings, and the mindless zombies. This was the place he had left. He glanced at the cage in his hand where the cute but ignorant hamster lied silently in the cage. Jiang Chen poked its soft belly only to confirm that it had passed away. He let out a sigh. The nut had been its last dinner. The idea of traveling with another human was unrealistic for now. Jiang Chen felt a little upset. He followed the familiar street. Jiang Chen was careful not to disturb the powerless zombies that wandered the street as he approached the mansion. During the day, the zombies were not frightening at all. He would even go so far as to describe them as harmless. But once night settled, even the nearly invincible Deathclaw would have to think twice before entering a zombie-filled street. Without the limitation of sunshine, the zombies were as crazy as someone on drugs. They utilized every single mutated cell in their body to chase anything alive. The mansion looked the same, but the iron gate was reinforced with steel wires. Sun Jiao must have done this while he was gone. He walked up to ring the doorbell. Soon after, he heard steps from inside before the iron gate was flung open. A graceful figure crashed into his chest. Jiang Chen anticipated the hug with both his arms extended. He welcomed the warmth he had longed for since he had left. A wet sensation covered his lips. "You're finally back," she gasped to gather her breath as she ruefully looked at Jiang Chen. "I missed you dearly, my honey." Jiang Chen slapped the firm butt as a grin appeared on his face. "Come in." Jiang Chen stepped into the mansion as Sun Jiao skillfully locked the gate behind her. He noticed that though it looked the same from the outside, the mansion's interior had been upgraded. The small decorative forest was chopped down to create watchtowers by the wall that were equipped with barbed wires and lined with hidden trenches. Even the mansion building itself was reinforced with the windows fitted with steel bars. "What did you do to my mansion?" A bitter smile appeared on Jiang Chen's face. "This is no longer a mansion anymore, it's a fortress. It is going to be safer this way," Sun Jiao proudly said. "The mansion wasn't protected at all before. I gathered some materials from the area and reinforced the place. I think anyone would notice if we didn't do anything." Jiang Chen sighed. "But this is our home after all. We can't pretend that no one lives here. There will be survivors that notice this place eventually and spread the news." "You're right, thank you." Jiang Chen realized he had underestimated the situation and how crucial the problem was. In the apocalypse, zombies were not natural protection. They were pretty much decoration during the daytime. The survivors were not the friendliest people either. The absolute neutral 6th Street was considered to be the most sympathetic force on the wasteland. If people discovered that there was food here without any protection, floods of people would rush to this place. Regardless of Sun Jiao's strength, there was no way she could guarantee the safety of this place. The most dangerous creature in the apocalypse weren't the zombies but the humans. But why did you break the marble statues at the front door? Jiang Chen directed a pained gaze at the mansion. The mansion had been luxurious before, but now it had no aesthetics whatsoever. It occupied too much space. There was no need for cover within the wall. It would just prevent me from shooting intruders, Sun Jiao reasoned with him. Okay fine, you were right. Jiang Chen sighed and accepted the idea. He pulled open the mansion's security door. Where's Yao Yao? That girl missed you a lot too. Sun Jiao glanced at Jiang Chen with a puzzled look. She fixed his collar for him. Go to her room, she's been tinkering around with some small equipment to help you out. Jiang Chen nodded and walked to Yao Yao's room. He slowly pushed open the wooden door, the hinges squeaking loudly. The room was dark. If not the rhythmic breath, he would have thought the room was empty. This girl, is she still in bed? Jiang Chen could not help but smile. He knew too well that this timid girl was always a bit dizzy in the morning due to her malnourished body. A light, metallic scent filled the room which made Jiang Chen sniff the air. The delicate wooden desk most likely once belonged to an equally adorable girl, but the table now was filled with electronic equipment and gadgets. The full sensory computer Jiang Chen had purchased for her was on it as well as some other unknown devices. There was a silicon board that looked as though it had come straight out of a science fiction novel on the table corner, but half of it was broken. The exposed wires were fused to another piece of circuit board. Although he was curious, he didn't have the bad habit of touching other people's possessions without permission. He moved his feet only to feel an obstructive force. He picked up a programming book full of professional terms and notes, reminding Jiang Chen of the study gods back in university. Although he passed his computer level 2 examination once, he did not understand the book contents at all. Is this a more straightforward and concise programming language? Yao Yao curled under her bed sheet as if in a sweet dream. She looked like a cute squirrel and her slightly pouted mouth like soft candies. Her hands hidden in front of her chest gave Jiang Chen a strong desire to protect her. Looks like she's been eating well. Jiang Chen kneeled down and indulgently rubbed her soft hair. Although the room was dark, her slightly chubbier face indicated her improved body condition. The gentle and soft snores made Jiang Chen not want to disturb her sweet dream. But he really wanted to hug her. Yao Yao, Yao Yao, Jiang Chen lightly called. Hoo, hee hee. Yao Yao dazedly rubbed her eyes as she sat up. With her sleepy eyes, she stared at Jiang Chen and smiled. Then like a koala, she wrapped her arms around Jiang Chen's neck and closed her eyes again. Hee hee, big brother, don't leave anymore. Yao Yao has been trying very hard. Yao Yao is excellent now. She murmured the words before it turned into a light snore again. This girl, did you mistake me for a pillow again? Jiang Chen was about to wake her up when he saw the dark circles around her eyes illuminated by the dim lighting from under the window curtain. He thought about her murmured words and felt a bit teary. Yao Yao is good. Sleep for a bit more. He placed the sleeping Yao Yao on the bed again and tucked her in. He leaned down and gently kissed her soft forehead. As if dreaming about the sweetest thing in the world, a joyful smile appeared on her face. The slightly quirked lips had a silver string attached to it. Jiang Chen left the room and closed the door. Did you eat her? Sun Jiao watched with a mocking gaze as Jiang Chen came down the stairs. Am I a monster or what? He rolled his eyes and sat across from her. Yao Yao, Sun Jiao hesitated, but she made up her mind and said, Yao Yao, she really cares about you. She's been studying computer-related knowledge for the past few days and even asked me to bring her a couple of books from the library. I don't know if what I did is correct. She's been extremely dedicated. Maybe she wants you to notice her, and this is her way of expressing her emotion to you. Quote. Sun Jiao was adjusting the way she phrased her words to correctly express the intention behind the conversation. Thank you, only thank you, but only, you are part of my family. Jiang Chen made up this mind and solemnly looked her in the eyes. She suddenly climbed onto the table and grabbed him by the collar. In front of Jiang Chen's shocked eyes, she laughed. You mean, you're going to eat her as well? That's brotherly love. What do you want it to be? Jiang Chen looked at the suspicious Sun Jiao. Her unexpected actions made her difficult to figure out. Oh, I can see that she likes you as more than a brother. Jiang Chen became silent. Don't you want to say something? Can't you let me go first? No, what if you disappeared again? Tears suddenly rolled out from Sun Zhao's eyes. It made Jiang Chen frantic although he didn't know why. What made this audacious girl cry? I won't disappear, honey. Jiang Chen said with a bitter smile. He reached out his hands to hug her, but she blocked him. Who knows? You have girls on the other side, right? The gaze Sun Zhao used to stare at him startled Jiang Chen. Why are you asking this? Jiang Chen dodged her eyes. Yes or no? Sun Zhao did not give Jiang Chen the chance to avoid the topic. Jiang Chen took a deep breath and honestly answered, yes. Prepared to be tied down by this wild girl, Jiang Chen was surprised when she withdrew her hand from his collar. You are an honest guy. Sun Zhao didn't get off the table. She half-kneeled and looked into Jiang Chen's eyes. She smiled. Why is she smiling? Jiang Chen had a strange look on his face. I am honest to my woman. There is no reason to lie at all. So, I am fortunate to be your woman then, Sun Zhao teased him. If you don't want to be, I won't force you. The complexion on his face gave away his anxious thoughts. Sun Zhao had the same expression. She gently bit her lips. Of course I want to be, but I am a bit angry at the fact that you ditched me here to find another woman. I'm sorry. Jiang Chen silently lowered his head but after a pause, looked up again. He carefully met her eyes. Although whatever I say will not make the situation better, if there's anything I can do to make up it to you, I can do it. Really? Anything? Sun Zhao mischievously examined Jiang Chen's face. Okay then, let's start. Before Jiang Chen could gather his thoughts, Sun Zhao had already made her move with the agility of a cat. Jiang Chen had no chance to react before he was tied down to the chair. Sun Zhao stepped on Jiang Chen's armrest, giving him flashbacks of when they first met. I mean, what did you say? Sun Zhao acted like she didn't hear him and put her head closer. Jiang Chen now realized that she had changed into something else when she went upstairs, switching from her tracksuit into an attractive shirt. It was his first time seeing Sun Zhao wear stockings. He thought about the clothes he had bought for them and realized clothing after the apocalypse was not an issue as there were stores everywhere. No, nothing, this rope just looks familiar, Jiang Chen said with a bitter smile. Then let me show you again, she whispered, her red lips grinning wickedly, how great I am. One computer level 2 examination is a certificate you can acquire for computer proficiency. That was incredibly awkward. Yao Yao just came downstairs and saw the embarrassing intimacy. She stood at the edge of the stairs with a blushing face, her mouth slightly open as she didn't know what to do. Passion overtook the two of them for that brief intimate moment, but it was still too crazy to have such a seductive scene in the living room, especially when they weren't alone. They selectively forgot about the existence of other people under the same roof though it was fun while it lasted. Sun Zhao fled the scene of the crime, embarrassed by what just happened. She wanted to dig a hole for herself and also for Jiang Chen after what Yao Yao just saw. But when she escaped, she didn't untie the ropes around Jiang Chen. With her skillful technique and the rope's quality, it was impossible to break it no matter how hard he tried. Hi, brother, she was ecstatic to see him again, but the mood wasn't exactly right to hug him as her face was still blushing red with the image in her head. Yao Yao, can you help me untie this? Jiang Chen ditched any honor he had and pleaded for Yao Yao's help. Except the problem was that his pants were still dropped to his knees and exposed a certain part. I am going to be embarrassed to death. Yao Yao's face was burning. She kept her head down because she was curious but at the same time, she was too afraid to approach him. Because of her nervousness, the pair of delicate hands were unable to untie the ropes despite several desperate attempts. Is it good? Jiang Chen asked awkwardly. Gulp. It was the sound of swallowing. No, nothing. It's almost done. Her anxiousness made her suddenly raise her voice. Although she said she almost loosened it, Jiang Chen did not feel the slightest sign of relief. Yao Yao raised her lips in a slight grimace. When she peeked at Jiang Chen, she got scared because of his voice and accidentally bit her tongue. She shyly glanced at the part exposed and out in the open. She felt her heart rate increase for some strange reason. She knew what it was, but it was her first time seeing one with her own eyes. It's so big, is it even possible to put it in? Yao Yao's thoughts wandered as she tried to recollect herself. Her face blushed while her fingers struggled to untie the rope. Sun Zhao, come out, please spare me. He wanted to laugh and weep at the same time as he yelled out for help. He knew she would be laughing at this point. Her devil-like personality would not simply let him go scot-free. If Yao Yao's hands continued to caress him any longer, Jiang Chen would be even more ashamed. Just as Jiang Chen expected, Sun Jiao had already dressed, hiding behind the kitchen door. She was peeping through the cracked open door and laughing hysterically at the blushing Yao Yao and the awkward Jiang Chen. This feels great, but she knew it wouldn't be okay to cross the line. Sun Jiao pouted as she opened the door to untie Jiang Chen. The reason why she allowed it was one of her considerations. She had a partial understanding of his secret, and it made Sun Jiao feel threatened. She didn't care how many mistresses he had and knew that there would be plenty of them in the other world. But what frightened her most was the possibility of Jiang Chen disappearing from her life forever and she being unable to pursue him. One world was the dangerous apocalypse while the other was a food-filled heaven. If she had a choice, she would not live here at all. If Jiang Chen gained someone else that he loved in the other world, she was too afraid to keep thinking. She had fallen in love with him. So she used a little trick of hers to drag Yao Yao with her. Although her growth was delayed in the hibernation chamber, she had already hit puberty. Sun Jiao didn't believe that Yao Yao, who has such strong feelings towards Jiang Chen, would remain innocent after this seductive scene. Once the idea was planted in her head, there would always be opportunities in the future. Yao Yao was still naive. A simple kiss was not enough to keep his heart here. If one person was not enough to attract him, two people would be. Sun Jiao thought about this while she was away from the scene. She would do everything to keep him here. So she had to create some relationship entanglement for him to remember. A devil-like smile appeared on her face again. I am here, just wait, hee hee. Damn it, I know you're hiding over there. You were laughing, right? You must have been laughing. I have something important I want to talk to you guys about. Jiang Chen had dressed again and rotated his sore wrist. He looked at the still blushing Yao Yao and the shameless Sun Jiao as he suppressed his awkwardness from what just happened. He spoke in a serious tone, however, that made Sun Jiao's grin fade away. She gently nodded, which was a rare expression to appear on her face, making Jiang Chen a little surprised. Yao Yao lowered her head and prepared to go back to her room, but Jiang Chen grabbed her hand. Yao Yao jumped like a startled rabbit. She was too shy to look Jiang Chen in the eyes. I am so embarrassed. Jiang Chen gave Sun Jiao a hard stare, but she shamelessly looked away. I'll go back to my room. No, you are my family as well. Jiang Chen gently patted her head. He had long decided this on the day she saved him. If it were not for Yao Yao's courage, Sun Jiao and he would have become food for the cannibals, or at least he would been. Let me take this off for you. His heart melted as he looked at Yao Yao, who was enjoying this intimate moment. Jiang Chen reached for the electronic bracelet. For a while now, he wanted to take this thing off her because she had never been a slave to him. No, Yao Yao tenderly grasped Jiang Chen's hand with both of hers. I want to be a girl, special only to Big Brother. Special. Jiang Chen was puzzled by the idea, not understanding her meaning. But Yao Yao's face turned burning hot again, not saying another word. Ahem, is it okay for you guys to display your affection in front of me? Sun Jiao said with her eyes narrowed. It's okay to say Yao Yao is yours, but it is not okay to publicly display your affection in front of me. This was what was going through Sun Jiao's mind. I refuse to allow this. She began to grind her teeth subconsciously. Jiang Chen felt the devil's stare as he uncontrollably shivered. Okay. Startled like a rabbit again, Yao Yao backed away. Sun Jiao never bullied her, but she had always been afraid of her. Don't you have something important to say? Go ahead and say it now. Sun Jiao let out a sigh and cleared her mind. Jiang Chen's face turned serious again. He sat Yao Yao down again before he walked to the middle of the living room. Yao Yao confusedly watched Jiang Chen's actions. Sun Jiao seemed to already have a guess as she propped her chin on her hand while waiting for his explanation. I am from a different world. Although she was mentally prepared, she was still shocked when Jiang Chen said it with his mouth. Yao Yao was completely stunned. Let me explain. Jiang Chen sighed as he extended his left hand. The food and supplies inside the storage dimension emerged in the middle of the room. There were no special effects, only the sudden appearance of all the canned foods, vegetables, and rice as if fantasy had just become reality. This shocked Sun Jiao completely while Yao Yao was already mind-blown. He scratched the back of his head in front of the two dumbfounded girls. I haven't explained anything yet. Why are you guys so shocked? Brother, are you an immortal? Yao Yao was the first one to regain her senses. Her eyes were filled with admiration as she stared with awe at Jiang Chen. To be honest, it feels great to be idolized by a naive, young girl. Ahem, no, these things did not appear from thin air. How should I explain this? From my world, it is very easy to exchange for these goods with gold. So, Big Brother is from a parallel dimension that's before the war. Yao Yao unknowingly nodded her head. She spent her child before the war, so she remembered the prosperity in the earlier times. Smart. That sums it up nicely. Jiang Chen praised Yao Yao and gave her a thumbs up. She explained everything he was troubled about in one sentence. This much. Sun Jiao grew up in the survival base, so without much experience, she was completely stunned. Jiang Chen couldn't stop himself from laughing at the dumbfounded Sun Jiao. Jiang Chen briefly explained his origin and comforted away the worries of the two girls about whether he would suddenly disappear. When Sun Jiao asked about the possibility of interdimensional travel with someone else, an anxious look appeared on Yao Yao's face, but Jiang Chen had to let them down as he took out the cage with the dead hamster. He didn't explain, only leaving it on the table. The two girls were briefly silent before they understood. Interdimensional travel is already magical. If it was possible to bring a creature with you, the world would not be the same anymore. Sun Jiao forced a bitter smile as she shook her head. She tiredly fell onto the table. Yes, there are mutated cells everywhere in this world. Only humans with some resistance can prevent mutating into zombies. If Big Brother brought people over, the mutation could spread in the other world as well. Yao Yao gave a more serious consideration that left Jiang Chen drenched in cold sweat. True, the mutation viruses are everywhere. If I bring it back to the other world. He quivered at the idea. He was inconsiderate of the situation as his mind was only filled with how to make money. He never considered a critical issue like this. If not for the interdimensional bracelet's ability to terminate all life, the other world would be complete chaos. He didn't know the principle behind it. Maybe it would be helpful to dissect that hamster. But he didn't probe too deeply into that thought. Let's not talk about this anymore. Since you're all mine, I have an obligation to provide a better life for you. Jiang Chen's words made both Sun Jiao and Yao Yao blush. I brought a lot of supplies back, and now we need more fridge space to store these supplies. It'd be even better if had access to freezers as well. There are also some easy to store canned foods and preserved crackers in there. I plan to exchange these for crystals and purchase some equipment to fortify our mansion. Sun Jiao nodded. The preserved crackers sell at around 1 crystal per piece. We don't need to go to the 6th Street to exchange it either, since there are plenty of community-sized survivor camps around here. Although I've reinforced the mansion, the defense is clearly not enough. It'd be better if we could exchange for some firearms and weapons. Jiang Chen briefly considered it. Okay, let's make a list of all the items we need and make all of our purchases on one trip. Also, I think it's safer to go to the 6th Street. The smaller survivor camps are not that trustworthy. Despite their reinforced mansion, there were not enough people here. Sun Jiao alone would not be able to defend this place. If the food caught the other survivors, attention, those poor, starving refugees could become gun-wielding bandits the next second. The absolute neutrality that the 6th Street prided themselves on meant that they kept a clear name on the wasteland to foster their growth into a giant. You're right, but the Wei Zhang mercenaries are going to be looking for us there. Sun Jiao explained her concerns. They lost an entire raid team to Jiang Chen last time. It would be a bloodbath the next time they encountered the mercenaries. Don't be afraid, Jiang Chen smiled. It only takes me 2 seconds to escape the danger. After he finished his sentence, Jiang Chen disappeared from their visions, and reappeared the next second. Fu Ke, if I do it too fast, it has its problems. Jiang Chen lost his balance and almost fell trying to hold on to the chair. There were some consequences to using this ability back-to-back, such as brief dizziness. You just. Yes, I went and came back from the peaceful world. Jiang Chen covered his dizzied head and explained. Since he already admitted his secret, he didn't need to hide his ability in the future. 1 crystal of energy was nothing to him. It was only a piece of preserved crackers after all. This is incredible, Yao Yao exclaimed in disbelief. Sun Jiao blankly nodded. The danger of the sewer system is already eliminated. He tried not to remember the scene. Because of this, I can go by myself to the 6th Street and bring the supplies in the storage dimension. I'm still worried. Sun Jiao nervously looked at Jiang Chen. You have to take care of our home. We don't have enough of a workforce here. How about I buy some people this time? Such as buying a few more cute girls. Sun Jiao gave him a dangerous look. Yao Yao also pouted at the idea but couldn't say anything to change his mind. After all, Jiang Chen purchased her. What do you think I am? A sex addict? Jiang Chen ruefully smiled as he rubbed his nose. There's no way you can defend this mansion by yourself. Also, I need some people with unique talents. There were treasures everywhere on the wasteland, including the people that couldn't use their unique talents here. Jiang Chen could easily use their ability and generate a fortune for his futuristic technology. What about me? I can learn. You don't want me anymore? Surprised, Yao Yao approached him with teary eyes. How could that happen? He rubbed her puffy hair gently. I don't want you working so hard. You already help me a lot. Also, don't stay up anymore. You need your sleep. Yao Yao joyfully met at Jiang Chen's head rub and immediately forgot her concern. Since you said it, what if you bring another girl back this time? Sun Jiao was not as easy to fool as Yao Yao. I swear to God, he said while raising his hand before she doubtfully let it go. Sun Jiao's concern was unnecessary since Jiang Chen had no such intentions. Although he was an open person, it was because he had suppressed himself for a long time. Even in just a month's worth of time, he became more mature. He never planned on building a sex dungeon in the apocalypse. Even if he had the opportunity, he would not have the energy. Compared to these things, more were awaiting him. The mansion lacked a workforce in every aspect. The watchtower beside the wall required a person because he was unwilling to send Sun Jiao to guard the door every day. He also needed someone to fix the electronics and appliances in the mansion. With Sun Jiao's limited knowledge, she hemmed the solar power with pure luck. From electricians to construction workers, he needed a lot of people here. He wouldn't risk allowing the survivors into the mansion. After wandering the wasteland for so many years, their morals were questionable. Instead, the slaves he purchased would be safer. Nobody would risk their lives with the electronic bracelet on. That way, Jiang Chen wouldn't need to worry about them defying his command. They would be more grateful for this opportunity because Jiang Chen had food. Even if he only fed them a bowl of congee every day, it would be significantly better compared to their previous lives. Jiang Chen considered himself a sympathetic person. He would never torture slaves, but it was rare for a master like this to exist in the apocalypse. Let me be clear first, this does not apply to Yao Yao. But don't ever think about taking off the electronic bracelets off the slaves. Sun Jiao also considered Yao Yao as part of the family, but she worried that Jiang Chen's humanitarian considerations would want to get rid of all the bracelets. Don't worry, I'm not that foolish yet, he said with a bitter smile. I've matured. I do admit that I grew accustomed to using peaceful ways of thinking before, but I don't think that will happen again. Sun Jiao nodded, pleased with the answer. Yao Yao, who was afraid to talk, also let out a sigh. In that case, I won't worry anymore. Is the family meeting over? As she stretched, her breasts almost exploded out of her clothes. When she heard the words, family meeting, Yao Yao uncontrollably blushed. Jiang Chen also burst out in laughter. Since it is a family meeting, then it's still not over. Jiang Chen shook his head. What else? Sun Jiao leaned back against the chair. He nodded with an earnest stare into her eyes. It's about you. The things that you must do, can you tell me now? A hint of emotion flashed in her eyes. You still remember. Of course, you are mine. I will never forget. I'm about to give up. Sun Jiao's gaze that was full of joy, sorrow, and confusion dodged his eyes. But I still remember, right? Why don't you tell me? It never hurts to try, Jiang Chen said sincerely. She let out a long exhale and slowly opened her mouth. I managed to find the feeling of home here. I already feel incredibly lucky. The silly idea I have, since you already asked, I'll tell you. She paused before she suddenly smiled. Do you know? This place is actually my home. Sun Jiao's words surprised Jiang Chen and Yao Yao. Jiang Chen remembered she was born in Survival Base 071, so how was she connected to this mansion? When he heard Sun Jiao's explanation, however, he finally understood the connection as well as why she'd been starving in this mansion in the first place. Sun Jiao's father owned this estate before the war, but due to the sudden eruption of the nuclear war, Sun Jiao's father became separated from his wife and son when they fled the city. Sun Jiao's father subsequently met Sun Jiao's mother in Survival Base 071 where they fell in love. With the blessings of the other survivors, they married and gave birth to Sun Jiao and another daughter, Sun Jiao's sister. Unfortunately, the joyful days were short-lived as the survival base was forced to open because of the depleted resources, drawing bandits that littered the wasteland into attacking the survival base. And so, Sun Jiao lost her family. She was fortunate in that she managed to escape. She wandered the ruins, but instead of meeting mutants, zombies, or slave traders, she ran into a strange individual who didn't know her purpose. Or perhaps it was better to say that she met her master. In 2139, due to the enactment of the new Strategic Defense Alliance, the Han People's Liberation Army began to be referred to as PLA. A self-proclaimed PLA female soldier appeared and took care of Sun Jiao. She taught her the necessary skills to survive in the wasteland, such as how to shoot a gun and how to identify the good and bad. But sadly her master passed away in a conflict against an unknown group of militants, and that was how Sun Jiao started her lonely journey. Sun Jiao wandered the wasteland trying to find her family, longing for the comfort of Survival Base 071. She knew that even if she managed to find them, life would not be the same again, but it served as her only motivation. She searched for their information around Donghai City until she confirmed from an old neighbor in Looting Town that both of her parents passed away in that unfortunate incident, but no information remained of her sister. The relentless Sun Jiao continued to explore the wasteland for any information, even coming across her father's home from before the war. It was precisely this mansion, but because she ran out of nutrient supplies here, she starved until falling unconscious. Then by coincidence, she met Jiang Chen here. I understand. I'll keep an eye out for you. If we can find your sister, you'll be very happy, right? Jiang Chen said with a smile after listening to her narration. Jiang Chen. Her eyes became moist. If not for Yao Yao's presence, she would have pushed him to the ground and expressed the loving emotion filling her heart. Although inappropriate, Sun Jiao didn't know other ways to express her love. What about Yao Yao? Can I help you with anything? Since we are a family now, don't hide anything and tell me, okay? Jiang Chen rubbed Yao Yao's head. Yao Yao shook his head and gently covered Jiang Chen's hand with both of her hands. I'm already so lucky. My only family is brother Jiang Chen and sister Sun Jiao. Her smile was joyful, but it made Jiang Chen slightly teary. Yao Yao made lunch. This gentle girl took the effort to practice cooking, touching Jiang Chen even more. This was the first time he ate a meal made by a girl. He was so touched that he almost began to cry. That was an exaggeration. Yao Yao looked at the way Jiang Chen devoured the lunch, and a joyous smile appeared on her face. As for Sun Jiao, she always ate food as if there was no tomorrow. It would be odd if she acted any differently. After lunch, the three of them cleaned up. Sun Jiao organized the supplies within the living room, and Jiang Chen followed Yao Yao to her room as he had other matters. Yao Yao, have you finished preparing for the vault door? PSH. Yao Yao burst laughing. Big brother doesn't know yet, but Sun Jiao already emptied the bank vault for you. Haha, she probably forgot to tell you because she was too surprised. She's hoping to be praised. Jiang Chen paused momentarily as a genuine delight flashed across his face. Haha, sister Sun Jiao is not you. She is probably not interested in my recognition. Because of how cute Yao Yao looked, Jiang Chen uncontrollably rubbed her hair. Like a squirrel, Yao Yao closed her eyes to enjoy the moment. Then as if she suddenly remembered something, she blinked her sweet eyes at Jiang Chen. No, sister Sun Jiao want to receive praise from big brother like Yao Yao. She thoughtfully nodded her head, sure that her analysis was accurate. Surprised by her words, Jiang Chen laughed. You're right. I have to express my gratitude to this girl. Although most of the time she is very naughty, at times she can be surprisingly considerate. He put aside the conversation about gold and inquired about mobile game development. Mobile game? The game you play on your cell phone? Are these things popular in Big Brother's world? She asked without completely understanding him. It puzzled Jiang Chen because she spent the first 12 years of her life before the war. Were there no electronic games at that time? That was impossible. Jiang Chen voiced his thoughts, but the answer he received made him quite conflicted. That's what you mean. I think I know what you're referring to, but the popular games before the war were all played within the gaming chamber. Gaming chamber? Yes. The mainstream games were based on design engines within the virtual reality system. Lying down in the gaming chamber helped in relaxing the body, so some people even chose to spend their sleeping time in games. A lot of portable devices that connected directly to the neural network also achieved similar functions. No one installed extra games within the mobile devices. It was not because there were no more games. With the advancement of technology, the gaming format evolved over time. Just like how the DS faded through the passage of history and PSP-related game devices were no longer able to capture the market under the fierce competition of smartphones. What should I do? Jiang Chen had a stern face and fell into deep thought. Abandon mobile games. But for a company just in the initial growth phase, a jump into virtual reality would be too forced. Aren't there any other options? Can you show me that phone you're talking about, big brother? Yao Yao asked in a quiet voice. Ah, of course, here you go. Jiang Chen immediately took out his Samsung phone and gave it to Yao Yao. Feel free to play with it. Yao Yao didn't hesitate, and she immediately started dissecting the phone on her workbench. Woo, why is the CPU performance so low? Only a couple gigabytes of RAM. Yao Yao examined the phone and mumbled words that made Jiang Chen quite embarrassed. It didn't take long before Yao Yao finally understood this antique. What do you think? Jiang Chen rushed to ask as Yao Yao took off her protective glasses. It doesn't look too complicated. If we use D++ to program it, we should be able to compress everything into this tiny space. She touched her tiny chin with a focused expression. Although mobile games are programs, you also have to consider art, music, and experience, but I don't have any experience. Jiang Chen thought for a minute and realized the problem as well. Not all programming majors became game developers like Sid Meier. The key to games was the experience gained. Even if Yao Yao could compress an enormous amount of content using a more advanced language to reduce the requirement for hardware systems, the fundamental issue was still whether it was fun to play. Suddenly, Yao Yao slapped her head as if she just remembered something. Oh, let me take care of this. I promise that I'll give you what you want within 5 days. So quickly, Jiang Chen was stunned. His original plan was for Yao Yao to finish within 2 months. Hee. Yao Yao felt a little shy as she rubbed her nose. It would be difficult to program from scratch, but I just remembered there's a library nearby. Sister Sun Jiao brought these back for me from there. There must be some historical codes from the database in the library that will include the games Big Brother wants. As long as Sister Sun Jiao makes another trip to the library and copies all the files related to games between 2100 and 2200, I only need to fix the code a little to make it work. Jiang Chen left the room, gently closing the door. Why is my heart beating so fast? Am I a monster after all? Jiang Chen murmured in his heart as he walked toward Sun Jiao. He spotted Sun Jiao at the underground storage counting the supplies. The cans and preserved crackers were neatly separated beside the wall. Rice was organized within polyethylene plastic containers which were common in the wasteland after the military previously parachuted tightly sealed rescue supplies. The underground storage felt cold. The original owner, Sun Jiao's father, previously stored wine in here, but after it was discovered by other survivors, there were no traces of wine. The current quantity of supplies made it was necessary to scavenge some fridges from the residences nearby. After some repairs, they would be usable. It just meant that the solar power had to be upgraded at the same time. The current electricity was just enough to sustain the power usage in the mansion, but with a few more fridges, it would be nearly impossible to meet the demand. The energetic Jiang Chen and the flushed Sun Jiao left the basement together. Jiang Chen's cocky look made the embarrassed Sun Jiao pinch his waist, but she lost her balance and almost fell. Be careful, don't hurt yourself. Jiang Chen immediately caught her as if nothing happened. Then as he pretended to blame Sun Jiao, he slapped her on the butt. Sun Jiao gritted her teeth as she looked at Jiang Chen's smirk. Her embarrassed look made Jiang Chen feel extremely satisfied. You bastard, the usually angry Sun Jiao only managed to come up with a weak comeback. Despite her flustered appearance, the tenderness in her eyes couldn't be hidden. This small detail didn't escape the experienced Jiang Chen. He kissed Sun Jiao on the lips and escaped with a grin on his face before Sun Jiao realized what happened. He didn't want to let Sun Jiao to get back at him. This guy. Sun Jiao stared at the direction in which Jiang Chen left and angrily stomped her feet. She wanted to chase after and pinch him, but her body felt listless. He seems to have gotten better. Sun Jiao blushed red as her legs almost gave out on her. She desperately tried to find her balance against the wall. She gave his distant figure an angry stare and swore she'd get her revenge. FCK. Just wait until tonight. When he arrived at the poolside, he sucked in a deep breath of cold air. There were at least 10 tons of gold in the pool. A ton of gold had a volume of 0.051 cubic meters, but the gold bars at the corner of the pool were at least half a cubic meter. Jiang Chen used an electronic balance and roughly measured the weight of the gold. It came out to be a total of 12.2 tons of gold, which would rake in roughly $500 million. Jiang Chen was ecstatic. Although he mentally prepared himself, it was impossible to not be surprised with such a giant pile of gold in front of him. He took another deep breath. Jiang Chen didn't immediately move the gold into the storage dimension. There was no rush since he needed to make a trip to 6th Street tomorrow, and he needed the storage dimension for exchanged goods. The gold wouldn't go anywhere. If he left now, it would be nightfall by the time he arrives at the 6th Street, so he decided to depart tomorrow morning and use the remaining time to prepare. He went back to his room and grabbed the PK-200 assault rifle that he hadn't used in a while before stepping out onto the wooden watchtower beside the wall. The dynamic gun's presence made him feel safe with its surreal sci-fi design. He clicked the safety and pulled the bolt. After concentrating, he raised the gun and locked the scope onto a frightening face wandering around and pulled the trigger. Bang! A breath of fire erupted from the gun barrel amidst the billowing smoke. The bullet hit the zombie in the chest, failing to kill it immediately. As if suddenly awakened, the wounded zombie began to frantically wave his limbs but was unable to get up. I aimed for the head but hit the chest. Jiang Chen shook his head and aimed with the scope again. The noise of the struggling zombie attracted the attention of the other slow-moving zombies, but they failed to find the source of attack without the smell of a survivor and continued to wander aimlessly. He aimed through the crosshair again. Bang! A breath of flame discharged from the barrel once more. This time Jiang Chen didn't miss, the zombie's head exploding into pieces and leaving a sludge of black blood. 4 times scope is ideal for mid-distance range battle. If you insist on using it at this distance, I suggest you change the zoom to 100 meters. He heard Sun Zhao's ridicule at his back. Where is it? Jiang Chen remembered a game he played before where he could adjust the gun's magnification before shooting. The only problem was that there was no page-up key in real life. It's here. Sun Zhao pointed out the button beside the scope. So that was the problem. After Jiang Chen changed the zoom from 0 to 100, he attempted the same shot again. The accuracy was much higher. Mechanical sight would be enough at this distance. Sun Zhao reached out and turned the PK-200 scope to the side, exposing the mechanical aim. Try this. Oh, so this is how you use it. Jiang Chen was able to quickly acclimate himself to the gun, but because his targets were zombies, he wasn't certain how accurate he was. Sun Zhao stood silently beside Jiang Chen and spoke up to fix his mistakes with tips on how to shoot and utilize cover. Time flew by before it was already time for dinner. I think that's enough for today. Zombies are dangerous at night, so it's better not to anger them. Sun Zhao glanced at the crowd of zombies below them. Their endless numbers made it impossible to eliminate them. Despite being killed by mutants and humans both, there were constantly more being born in the downtown area, spreading non-stop. His record was satisfactory as he managed to kill 97 zombies with 120 bullets. Sun Zhao nodded in discreet. Although it was nothing impressive, for a beginner it was a good record. She was less nervous about his ability to survive. After all, even if he couldn't win a fight, he had the ability to run away. Hee, are you feeling better? Jiang Chen closed the safety and after slinging the gun over his back, asked Sun Zhao a daring question with a grin on his face. She hesitated for a moment before her face suddenly turned to a burning shade of red. OWW. Jiang Chen painfully rubbed the leg kicked by Sun Zhao. I'm just worried about you. Wait for me tonight. Sun Zhao grabbed him by his collar and said in a vicious tone. She let go of him and jumped off the wooden watchtower in a huff. Jiang Chen quivered. She wouldn't tie me up again, would she? His face turned bitter as he thought about the chances. What if I hide in Yao Yao's room tonight? Jiang Chen ultimately decided to face reality. He obediently received his punishment from Sun Zhao that night. The next morning, he dragged his weary body back into his room. FCK, why can't I control my own feet? He wanted to slap himself for provoking her last night. He packed his equipment and put away the canned food and compressed crackers into the storage dimension before heading towards the door. Brother, are you leaving now? With her eyes still half closed, she asked dazedly from the top of the stairs. I'm going to the 6th Street. I'll be back in a few days. Jiang Chen smiled at her as he checked his equipment one last time. Bring this with you. Yao Yao held the handrail and slowly walked down the stairs. She gave Jiang Chen a small bag. What's this? He looked at the bag, puzzled. Some small equipment that I designed. There's a drone that can connect to the EP and scan the terrain within a 1,000-meter radius. Hee hee, as long as I can help Big Brother out. Finished speaking, she rubbed her sleepy eyes and walked towards the sofa, curling up and falling asleep again. This little girl, is she not afraid of getting cold? Jiang Chen shook his head with a smile. He wrapped the bag around his waist and walked towards the sofa. His hands passed under Yao Yao's knees and shoulder as he lifted her. Light, and also soft with the fragrance of a natural milky smell. He brought her back to her bedroom before he left the mansion. Only blood remained from the zombies Jiang Chen shot yesterday. During the night, the active zombies ate the motionless bodies to acquire proteins. With enough, they would slowly evolve like the Roshan they encountered at the 6th Street last time. It was apparently common to see these evolved zombies in the downtown area, so most survival camps were built in rural areas. He opened the manhole and directed his flashlight inside. After confirming that it was safe, he jumped down without hesitation. It was quite scary to walk down here alone, but since the biggest threat was eliminated and it wasn't his first time traversing the tunnels, Jiang Chen acted courageously. Slowly, he progressed towards 6th Street with his assault rifle in hand. When he passed by the cannibal tribe's location again, an uncontrollable expression of disgust flashed across his face. Thankfully, the cave was cleansed by fire, and no traces remained. It was important to do so because the smell of dead bodies attracted mutated rats. If there were only one or two of them, he'd be okay, but if he encountered a group of them. Nevertheless, it was safe along the way, but he did feel bored at times. Reaching his destination, Jiang Chen pushed open the manhole, feeling the first ray of sunshine in 5 hours. He took a deep breath of fresh air. He marked a safe symbol on the full-sensory computer pen before he put it away again. The sewer system was a relatively fast way to move between places in the wasteland, but the complex tunnels made it extremely dangerous as well. It was impossible to tell what was hidden in the shadows, whether it was a nest of deathclaws or a cave of cannibals. Jiang Chen tried to take the route he had used last time, and whenever he reached unexplored areas, he tensed up at full alert. Leaving the sewer, Jiang Chen cautiously pulled up his gun. He didn't know if the Wei Zhang mercenaries were still looking for him. He would only be safe from them after entering the door. He made a beeline towards the 6th Street. The procedure was no different from last time. Soldiers in black combat suits approached Jiang Chen and signaled for him to display his identification on his EP. After confirming that he had no criminal records, they immediately allowed him to pass. It was the same desolate ghetto from last time with the weary refugees. Jiang Chen didn't buy labor right away since he now knew the rules of slave trading. All the people sold were either criminals or individuals who lost ability to work. Jiang Chen didn't want either type. Instead, he was looking for harmless individuals with a clean record and in large numbers as well. Therefore, he had to acquire them through other means. Jiang Chen didn't choose to go to the market this time. He first rented a storage near the industrial area and left all the canned food and compressed crackers there. After, he directly entered the inner circle examination station. Since it was a bulk quantity trade, it was necessary to find someone who could afford it. Other than the workforce, Jiang Chen also intended to purchase something that was not normally sold on the market. Please display your ID, sir. It was the same routine check. Below the towering concrete wall was a reinforced metal gate. The inner circle was substantially more reinforced than the outer zone. Jiang Chen was fortunate enough to witness the greatness of the city from within. After he had paid a crystal for his trouble, he left all his weapons in the storage by the gate. The guard at the examination station allowed him to pass. In front of the gate was a spider tank with a triangular-shaped cannon. The limbs of the vehicle attached to tracks cast a fictional vibe. The occasional patrol team passed by was also equipped with the most advanced work of the century. Black carbon nano armor suits and fluid-looking rifles. Sun Jiao mentioned that the inner circle's soldiers were the 6th Street core power. Most were private soldiers who belonged to the rulers of the 6th Street, Group of 10 Council. Despite their advanced equipment, the soldiers that were a part of the outer circle were part of the 6th Street's public assets. Hence the nature between the two was entirely different. The shocked Jiang Chen considered acquiring some of their equipment as he approached his destination. Along the way, Jiang Chen also saw some pedestrians. Only a unique group of people lived in the inner circle of the 6th Street. Those included specialized technologists, wealthy mercenary leaders, and investors who purchased assets within the area. It was known as the land of the wealthy. It is also worth mentioning that the mercenaries stationed in the 6th Street acted differently compared to the wandering half-mercenary half-bandits on the wasteland. The majority of them defended the 6th Street along with the soldiers in exchange for commissions. They would also occasionally be sent to complete missions outside, or protect trade routes. The mercenaries registered at the 6th Street were trustworthy as they all paid a fee as a guarantee for their services. When they no longer acted in the intention for their employer, not only does the guarantor inside the inner circle receive imprisonment, the 6th Street would send out military power to eliminate the rebellious forces. Heaven Island Hotel, your comfortable home. Jiang Chen walked into a hotel that resembled a pre-war luxurious mansion. Since he was there for business, he must also show the correct gestures. Jiang Chen paid for a 5-day stay without a blink of an eye. The total bill came out to be 50 crystals. The hotel owner immediately demonstrated the attitude similar to worshipping God as he respectfully escorted him to his room. Only the wealthy and the influential could afford a hotel like this. The hotel owner would do anything to please them. The high price of the hotel meant that people rarely stayed there. Only renowned merchants or millionaires from other survivor camps, or even from outside of Wanghai City would stay there. According to Sun Zhao, anyone who lived here would attract the attention of the public. Jiang Chen wanted that attention. How would he do business without it? He was not afraid of the troubles that would ensue. The neutrality of the 6th Street continued for more than 10 years. Their development was not the product of short-sighted growth strategies. Just this point alone was worth the recognition of the 6th Street's policy. 10 capitalists formed the Group of 10 Council, who implemented the freedom of trade policy within the walls. The balance of power allowed the strict enforcement of the policy to be enacted. No one wanted to be the first to break the rule of the game. It would not be okay to kill your business partner and ruin the deal for your neighbor. However, privacy was less of an issue. As to what Jiang Chen expected, the moment he stepped into the room, the hotel manager reported this wealthy customer to his boss. Less than picture. Identification. Fishbone Food Corporation representative, Jiang Chen. Time of stay, July 9th to 14th. Greater than. Jiang Chen's information was presented in front of someone. Fishbone Food Corporation, Jiang Chen. Very compelling. A middle-aged man with a bowl cut leaned against the office chair. Under his thick eyebrows was a pair of hawk-sharp eyes. Do you want to get in contact with him, boss? The assistant in uniform pushed up her glasses. As Zhao Chenwu's assistant, she was not only critical to his work, she also acted as his bodyguard and occasionally helped to alleviate his needs at times of desire. Zhao Chenwu, Group of 10 Council member. He controlled 13% of the military strength within the inner circle. He was the owner of 2 firearm factories, 1 pharmaceutical company, along with an array of fixed assets in the inner circle. He was also known as the president of the 6th Street's renowned Zhao Corporation. There is no rush, let's look at the situation more closely. A grin appeared on Zhao Chenwu's face. He was uncertain about the intention of this young man. Food Corporation, where can you even find a piece of arable land on the wasteland? Even if it were through soilless culture, the vegetable produced would be in odd shapes due to the radiation, and it could even be poisonous. The soil culture also existed at the 6th Street, but most of the produce were not edible. The taste of the remainder produce was not fresh either. With exaggeration, if you planted a watermelon, it could grow into a bean for you. There was no doubt that the technology existed outside of Wanghai City where it was possible to grow to produce on the wasteland. The rarity along with the high cost resulted in the limitedness of the technology. Could it be a simulated ecosystem? He also heard about the technology before. Although the advancement of technology was far superior before the war, everyone's current focus on innovation was extremely skewed. As the controlling shareholder of the Heaven Island Hotel, he encountered many representatives at the 6th Street before. It was his first time hearing about the existence of a food corporation. There was never a shortage of mutant beef. Just ordinary people couldn't afford it. Zhao Chenwu shook his head and placed this report away. He looked at the clock and felt a sense of hunger. He asked his assistant, "Is lunch ready?" "Yes, my boss. Do I need to confirm that today's lunch is curry chicken?" The assistant said in a professional tone. After she had received Zhao Chenwu's acknowledgement, she left the room. She then came back momentarily with a plate of steamy curry chicken. The unique aroma of curry chicken made Zhao Chenwu's saliva form at a rapid rate. Without any consideration for his composure, he devoured the meal. The assistant also swallowed as she saw how much her boss was enjoying the meal. She knew better that there was none for her. The total cost of the curry chicken was 20 crystals, which was equivalent to 2 nights of stay at the hotel. The price was not even the problem, it was the fact that you couldn't buy it with money. The Outer Circle's exchange office purchased 20 cans weeks ago. They sold each can with a price of 60 crystals to the influential individuals in the inner circle. Jiang Chen used his position as the group of 10 council member to get his hands on one of them. The good thing was that the office didn't auction the canned food or the price would be significantly higher. He divided this one can into 3 separate servings to enjoy. Jiang Chen investigated the whereabouts of the person who sold the cans. He heard that as soon as they left the gate, the Wei Zhang mercenaries went after them. No one knew if they were still dead or alive. When Jiang Chen heard this information, he was so angry that he almost broke the table and cursed the generations of Wei Zhang mercenaries. He almost sent out his private forces to teach those fools a lesson. However, he resisted the temptation due to his position of power as the mercenaries didn't break any rules within the 6th Street. If he did anything, he would have broken the rule of the game. The last piece of the precious curry chicken went into his stomach as he savored the taste. He shook head as he threw the fantasy about curry chicken into the back of his mind. Although he was curious about the taste of sautéed beef his friend Sir Ding bought, he must have finished already as well. He had a business to run after all. The food was only a small part of his life. He took over a stack of documents and began reading the operation status of his company. At the same time, he glanced at the information relating to the hotel guest. He felt a sudden familiarity with the name. Why is the name Jiang Chen so familiar? Where did I see it before? If Jiang Chen knew that the canned food he sold to the exchange office was split into 3 servings by the big bosses within the inner circle, he would be hysterical. Right now, Jiang Chen was pleasantly enjoying his stay. He was the only one in the entire mansion. Despite the suppressed feeling cast by the radiation cloud and ray of mutated sunshine, which made it difficult for him to enjoy the holiday, he was quite satisfied by the facilities within the mansion. Such as the relaxation chamber. When Jiang Chen lied inside, it felt as if his entire body was covered in jelly. The view was not as beautiful as the Sheraton Insomnia, but the technology sure made up for it. Why do we need nature when we have technology? Jiang Chen, who stepped out of the relaxation chamber, felt every pore on his body was exfoliated. The cleanliness was substantially higher compared to taking a shower. It even removed dust at the micro level. Should I bring one back? Jiang Chen touched his chin as he thought about this question. He absolutely loved this. He casually grabbed a bathrobe to cover himself and ran to other amenities to enjoy them. The ping-pong robot was designed for wealthy people who had no opportunity to exercise. He abandoned his racket the second he realized he couldn't beat the robot. He was interested in the full-sensory movie theater. The 7-dimensional movie, that theaters praised in the modern world, was nothing compared to this. He put on the helmet and strapped himself into the soft chair. The surreal feeling made it feel as if it was the reality. He was shocked to find out that he was standing in the middle of New York. Jiang Chen felt the breeze lightly caress across his face as he watched a battle between cops and thugs. He could even experience everything through the protagonist's view. It was as if he was fighting himself. He could feel the screeching bullet and experience the pain himself. He just couldn't control the protagonist's movement. The thrilled Jiang Chen left the theater and returned to his room. Chen's mood was hardly pleasant. It was because he had just FCKED a sex doll. He was curious as to why the feeling was off. It was the silicone after all that made Jiang Chen conflicted about the idea. He initially thought the number 410 was just a setting and the private service was due to the hotel's high-quality maids. However, he soon realized that the girl was a robot. He came to that conclusion after using all of his techniques, and the girl still did not show any signs of pleasure. That would be a short but funny story from the trip. Jiang Chen didn't think too about the sex toy because he didn't have the same urges as before. In his view, some of the intimacy is more joyful when there are 2 people. God knows what the Heaven Island Hotel's manager would think after he learned Jiang Chen's thought process. This robot was the result of centuries of innovation. Perfectly designed, ergonomic with every detail to match. No human would look that flawless. Pregnancy or STD would not be a concern at all as a rinse of the internal parts would allow for repeated usage. If the manager knew his peculiar thought process, he would have just gone to the ghetto and found him a prostitute there. The culture divide meant that they wouldn't understand each other. Jiang Chen preferred the realistic emotions carried by an actual person. He left the robot to the side. The occasional shoulder rub was quite relaxing. He gratefully rejected the meal service offered by the hotel as he cheerfully lied on the magnetically levitating chair. He ordered the mechanical beauty to pick up a fruit slice from the can and feed it to him. What a lavish life. An entire day passed, still, no one visited him. This made Jiang Chen uncertain about his plans. This is odd, do I need to be more proactive? He raised his eyebrows as questions floated through his mind. He was not familiar with the place, so he had no clue who the point of contact would be. Since the hotel registered him as a food corporation representative, in theory, anyone interested would contact him. Jiang Chen didn't believe the hotel manager would keep this a secret, and he was uncertain how many people would have access to the information. Jiang Chen overdramatized the severity of the situation because a merchant who smelt the opportunity for crystals was rushing there. It was the merchant that had to divide the can into 3 servings, Zhao Chenwu. Please come in. When he heard the doorbell, he answered the door as the voice-activated system automatically unlocked the door. When he saw the visitor, he didn't act surprised. He slowly and respectably stood up and asked the visitor to sit. Zhao Chenwu spotted the fruit can on the table and swallowed his saliva, but his facial expression remained calm. Although he had a passion for food, he was a man of influence, so he kept his composure. At this position of power, it was easy to disguise his desire. The assistant behind him only glanced at the can on the table once, and her expression also remained the same. Jiang Chen, who was observing the situation, became ecstatic. Disguise would mean that there was a problem. The more you pretend you don't care, the more you demonstrate your interest. The value of food was without a doubt extremely high. A careless expression would only suggest the disguise behind the intention. If Zhao Chenwu were pretending, that would mean that he was here to negotiate. Jiang Chen's plan was to find a business partner. It would be up to this negotiation to see if there would be a deal. Hello, Mr. Jiang. My name is Zhao Chenwu, this is my assistant Su Lei. Zhao Chenwu cut straight to the point and introduced himself. When she heard the boss introduce her, she respectably acknowledged. You guys clearly have done your homework. Jiang Chen gave Zhao Chenwu a thought-provoking look. The middle-aged man didn't display any awkward emotion, as if the provoking action didn't bother him at all. Mr. Yang's detailed information means that you also want people to find you. A smile suddenly appeared on Zhao Chenwu's face. Indeed, it was not required to input the customer's information at the time of check-in. A name and genetic ID would be enough. But Jiang Chen forcefully added the Fishbone Food Corporation representative, along with his name. His intention was quite clear. Haha, let's not talk about this anymore. Since we have an important visitor here, I can't be too cheap as the host. Jiang Chen gave the mechanical beauty some orders as the robot directly entered the room. Zhao Chenwu puzzled examined Jiang Chen and his intention. Jiang Chen was doing the same thing. Momentarily, the mechanical beauty walked in with 2 pieces of fresh, watery orange slices. She directly placed the plate in front of the confused Zhao Chenwu. Fruit can, a specialty of our company. I already opened the one on the counter, so it would be rude of me to serve you guys with it. I just asked my temporary maid to open 2 more cans. My passion for oranges meant that I only brought oranges with me on this trip. I hope the 2 of you will not be offended. With a grin on his face, Jiang Chen gestured Zhao Chenwu to try. Why would I be offended? This is just showing off. Zhao Chenwu cursed in his mind. The fresh-looking orange slices were only available a few years after the war. The supermarket had some yet to be raided, but the supplies were all gone within 2 years. It has been 10 years since he had an orange this delicious. He chewed on the soft orange as his edged and rough face showed a sign of excitement. However, he immediately turned into his usual collected expression when he met Jiang Chen's smile. To greet the guest with luxury like this, especially including the assistant as well, demonstrated not only his good faith but also the amount of wealth he had. Zhao Chenwu thoughtfully looked at Su Lei, who still acted calm, but her mouth was chewing non-stop. He pushed the toothpick inside a slice of orange and didn't continue to eat. There would be plenty of time to taste the delicacy after the business was done. Does it taste good? Jiang Chen asked with a smile. He also picked up a slice of orange and put in his mouth. It's delicious. To be honest, even though the 6th Street can produce some fruits, the production is limited. Due to the radiation, it is difficult to maintain the quality of the fruit, which means only some are edible. The rest could only be extracted for nutrient purposes. These were not secrets at all, as anyone on the street would know. Zhao Chenwu did not hide any information. Instead, he was straightforward and acted as honestly as possible. I have heard about this before. Therefore I see opportunities. Jiang Chen nodded. The canned food at the exchange office must be Mr. Yang's move. Zhao Chenwu said without any fluctuation in his emotion. You are correct. I sold it at a price of 50 crystals per can. I heard that the price was raised to 60. In that case, since Mr. Jiang showed up in the inner circle and not the exchange office, you must be preparing for a big deal. Zhao Chenwu's face displayed a burning passion. Indeed, I believe my products would sell very well in the 6th Street. The opportunity finally came. A glimpse of confidence flashed across Jiang Chen's face, as the person who brought up the question was important in any negotiation, for the one that took the initiative would not be at an advantage. Zhao Chenwu couldn't contain his excitement that he was no longer calm. The canned food would sell out the moment it enters the market. As a capitalist himself, Zhao Chenwu would not let the profit in front of him escape. Do I have the pleasure of becoming your business partner? A thought-provoking smile appeared on Zhao Chenwu's face. Of course, if Mr. Zhao has enough influence, Jiang Chen responded with a vague answer. It looks like Mr. Jiang didn't investigate about me. Zhao Chenwu smiled. Any individual or force can become our business partner granted they meet all the requirements. Investigating every individual within the inner circle would be inefficient. I know that as long as I show up here, people with business insight into business will find me. It is only a matter of time. Jiang Chen shook his head and said calmly. However, Zhao Chenwu recognized the other relevant information within Jiang Chen's words. Are you talking about the trade? Wait, you can provide stable supply. Zhao Chenwu pressed his hands against the table and stood up immediately. He stared at Jiang Chen with disbelief. It would be impossible in Wanghai City. It must be an organization outside of Wanghai. Simulated ecosystem facility. Regardless of what it is, I must make the deal. Mr. Zhao, you are acting overzealously. Although he was ecstatic in his mind, he remained collected and said it without any emotion. I apologize for my manner. Allow me to introduce myself again. Zhao Chenwu realized his actions were overeager. He fixed up his clothes and extended his right hand. Member of the Group of 10 Council, President of the Zhao Corporation, Zhao Chenwu. On behalf of the Zhao Corporation, I extend my warm welcome to your company's presence regarding potential deals at the 6th Street. Oh my, part of the Group of 10 Council. Jiang Chen hid his surprise. These are the conglomerate that controlled all the capital within the neutral 6th Street. Since they are part of the forces in the 6th Street, safety would not be a concern either. The absolute neutrality is a law that was strictly enforced for more than 20 years. He stood up and shook Zhao Chenwu's hand to express his gratitude. I'm Jiang Chen, a representative who was responsible for the negotiation of the deal. On behalf of the Fishbone Food Corporation, I express my gratitude to the Zhao Corporation at the 6th Street. Let's put the gestures aside and talk about the details of the business. Haha, Mr. Jiang is a straightforward person. This was what I expected. Joyous by the suggestion, Zhao Chenwu happily accepted. He originally thought Jiang Chen was a flipper merchant, common to the wasteland, with some unique products. Even if he brought him considerable profit in one trade, it would not be long-term as flipper merchants wandered across the wasteland without a home. However, Jiang Chen's proposition was a long-term trade agreement which offered a significantly different meaning. A stable trade route, with an external survivor camp with the product being luxury canned food. Zhao Chenwu was thankful that he took the initiative first. If he let this money-printing machine escape from in front of him, he would be the laughingstock of the entire inner circle. It is extremely challenging to conduct trade on the wasteland. The endless amount of bandits along with the unsuspecting mutants made the establishment of a proper trade route between survivor camps almost impossible. Only camps in close proximities could establish stable trade routes. Some famous trade routes include the one established between Looting Town and the Beer Can Company. Both parties even sent out some of its forces to create supplying stations along the way to reinforce firepower. These supplying stations would often assign a strike force to provide protection to the merchants along the trade route. The development of these trade routes are the symptoms of the difference between production capability and technology level among survival camps. The tale that Looting Town is an aircraft carrier is something unheard of. The aircraft carrier was previously known as Bohai, which broke down in the harbor after the nuclear explosion. Due to various reasons, it was abandoned after the war and was only utilized by the survivors after the apocalypse. They modified the carrier with illegal upgrades which made the vessel not even close to resembling a ship. It would be more fitting to call it a platform. The absolute safety of the ship allowed it to become the haven primarily for the entertainment industry and secondarily for the high-tech industry. Don't be mistaken. The beer bottle company also did not produce beer bottles. It is a survival base focused on heavy industrial production. The base is located at the Wanhai City's rural port near the heavy industrial park. Not only is this place capable of producing the missiles used in the electromagnetic cannon onboard, but it also has the capacity to manufacture high-tech guided missiles. The capacity is however limited, with most of the raw materials collected from waste. Of course, all this information is outside of the context. To open the new market at Wanhai City, I plan to establish a supply station here. In fact, I am planning this already. We are currently extremely lacking in the force and equipment necessary. The corporate headquarters provided me with the order to gather all help on site. We are going to invest all first-year profit into the construction of the supply station. Population, equipment, firearms are 3 points we need to discuss. Also another point, I don't want criminals without a guarantee in their personality. Supply station, why don't you establish it in the 6th Street? We can provide the best security for your business. Jiang Chen slightly raised his eyebrows as he asked the question in his mind. Despite the 6th Street's respectable reputation in Wanhai City, in our perspective, you are still unknown and unfamiliar. This is the strategy established by the corporation. I can only follow within the boundaries set. Jiang Chen continued to make up an elaborate story as he directed everything to the non-existent company outside of Wanhai City. Regardless, the explanation was convenient and convincing at the same time. Jiang Chen thought momentarily before he opened his mouth. The workforce is not a problem. In general, the labor force in the ghetto remains excessive even to this day. Although on paper it is prohibited to sell non-criminals, a mischievous smile flashed across Jiang Chen face. If there are not a lot of people, I can create some accidents and make them part of the tradable population. Rules are set by people. Therefore there are always ways to exploit within the rules as long it is within reason. Jiang Chen nodded. Not a lot, I think 30 should suffice. 30 people compared with a population over 10,000 is like a drop of water in the vast ocean. No one would use 30 people as an excuse to attack him. Jiang Chen immediately agreed to the proposition. As to the necessary equipment, I included everything on this list. Jiang Chen smiled as he took out an electronic card and gently put it on the table. These graphene-produced cards could store up to 12 gigabytes of full sensory information. It could be charged directly under the sun, which made it incredibly easy to use. The 6th Street market sold it for a low price. Jiang Chen accepted the card. He didn't seem bothered as he clicked the start button on the left side. A list appeared in front of his eyes. Anti-corrosive concrete mixer, nanotube generator, graphene cutting bed. These should be okay. There are some stored within the 6th Street storage. I'll just use Jiao Corporation's name to purchase it. However, the firearm production line and the nanochip production bed. A puzzled look appeared on Jiang Chen face. These type of goods are difficult to obtain. Firearm-related production is strictly prohibited to be sold at any survival base. The nanochip production bed is not only massive and difficult to transport, even if you purchased it, without some technical background, nothing would be manufactured from the machine. Jiang Chen didn't lie. The nanochip has a comprehensive application, especially in the production of full sensory equipment, which will be critical to entering the full sensory computer market. However, to produce the nanochip, a series of accompanying production lines were necessary. The nano-sized silicon board must be cut by a high-precision machine. Jiang Chen touched his chin as he thought for a moment. It looks like there's no need to rush, it is probably better to do it one step at a time. Jiang Chen, who made up his mind, didn't insist on pursuing his conditions. It is fine to exclude the firearm production line and the nanochip production bed. Though, due to the need for security at the supply station, I don't know if Mr. Zhao is interested in the firearm business. There was no way he was not interested. Jiang Chen promised that he could find any 6th Street approved equipment for Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen expressed his gratitude. Since both parties managed to come to an agreement in the trade, they entered the discussion phase in regards to the details of the deal. After a careful deliberation, the details of the agreement were finalized. The female assistant named Su Lei professionally produced the electronic agreement and handed Jiang Chen and her boss a copy each. After Jiang Chen had examined the items were consistent in the deliberation, he pressed his thumb onto the contract. Jiang Chen was confident in his assistant's ability as he only scanned the document for a few seconds before stamping it with his fingerprint. When 2 genetic ID appeared on the electronic contract, it symboled the enactment of the contract. It was rather symbolic because business ethics were not enforced within the apocalypse. The key to honoring the agreement was profit for both parties. The fruit cans were priced at 30 crystals, the meats varied between 10 to 20 crystals based on its composition, and the crackers sold at 1 crystal per piece. The price of the goods was not higher only because Jiang Chen was planning to sell in bulk quantities. An item was valued in proportion to its rarity. When Jiang Chen sold the 20 cans, the high price of 50 crystals was well justified. However, since a stable trade agreement was signed, there would be a continuous supply of the canned food. Hence, such high price would not be seen anymore. The price was certainly not cheap. The hefty price tag was still 5 times the cost of mutant beef. He would also have to adjust the sale price if he sold through retail. If the price were higher, even the rich would not be able to afford it. The different types of equipment Jiang Chen needed had a different cost. The anti-corrosive concrete mixer only costed 300 crystals, whereas the graphene cutting bed had a price of 11,000 crystals, which was the price after a small discount from the market price. The 6th Street's mass-produced destroyer rifle was sold at 20 crystals each. The efficient assault was part of NATO's standard weaponry. It used the same 7.62mm bullet as the PK-200 Jiang Chen used. The gun was weaker overall but made up it in the stability category, which meant it has an advantage in man-to-man combat. Jiang Chen bought 40 of them, along with some heat sensor grenades and EMP grenades. The price offered by Zhao Chenwu made Jiang Chen quite pleased as everything was discounted by 10%. The gesture was to compensate for Jiang Chen's reduced price on the food cans. Although titled as compensation, Zhao Chenwu didn't know that the goods Jiang Chen traded had a cost of less than 1 crystal. All of the goods were exchanged in the storage space Jiang Chen rented previously. As to how Jiang Chen moved the canned food in, Zhao Chenwu was also surprised as he did not receive any reports related to large quantities of canned food appearing in the inner circle. Despite not having to pay taxes before trading for goods, documentation was still necessary. Cautioned by Jiang Chen's power, Zhao Chenwu didn't say anything. Since both of them had no conflict of interest, a strong partner would only be beneficial to him. The ability to transport goods on the mutant creature-filled wasteland was a feat on its own. They must have special transportation technology. Zhao Chenwu would never guess in his life that Jiang Chen brought the food back from a parallel world. Despite the good being exchanged at the 6th Street, Jiang Chen didn't want to make a trip down every single time. He would have no time to do anything else except to trade goods. Jiang Chen didn't have any concerns as he drew a line on the full sensory map. It was the safe underground sewer map he explored. The usage of the underground sewer system as a mean to trade goods was common in the apocalypse. This world's Wanghai city had a robust drainage system that made the tunnel wide enough to pass a car. It would only take some modifications along the way with some of the alley passes blocked to build a golden highway for trading. The only drawback was that the tunnels were not entirely compatible with the ground routes, therefore not every survival base had the privilege of using this kind of trade route. Zhao Chenwu was ecstatic when he heard that an underground sewer tunnel connected with Jiang Chen's base. He gladly took on the deed to modify this route. Jiang Chen didn't want to owe a favor, and since the intention of trade was to benefit both parties, Jiang Chen also provided 1,000 crystals to fund the project. Modification work was not complicated. A few pieces of high-density polyethylene and aluminum compound boards would seal all alleys in the tunnel. This type of material was not only light but also durable. Even vicious mutant creatures like the Death Claw could not destroy it. Both parties controlled the entrance of the tunnel. Zhao Chenwu sent out his force to secure the tunnel at the 6th Street side, whereas Jiang Chen was responsible for establishing a station on his side. This ensured the safety and security of the route. The exits were entirely blocked to prevent any bandits from entering the tunnel. In the future, the traded goods would be exchanged near Jiang Chen's end of the tunnel. The original plan stated that, at the beginning of the month, a trade would take place. Jiang Chen was responsible for providing 1,000 meat cans and 10,000 pieces of compressed crackers along with an ordered list. Zhao Chenwu would bring goods based on the list and offer a 10% discount from the marketplace. Jiang Chen also promised that as long as Zhao Chenwu acted within the conditions of the deal, he would only conduct food business with him at the 6th Street. Additionally, because Zhao Chenwu has underground transportation vehicles with a strong protective force, it was natural for him to take care of the shipping. As to if Jiang Chen should worry about Zhao Chenwu's possible ill intention with his private force, the idea was that no one foolish enough would be able to rise to a position of power to where Zhao Chenwu is now. No one would kill the cash cow. Especially since Jiang Chen was only a supply station, the actual production facility may not even be in this province. He didn't have the capacity to explore through the entire wasteland. The closer to the city center, the more dangerous the zombies were. The further away, the mutant creatures ruled the land. He wouldn't risk the possibility of being impeached by the 6th Street to gamble on known profits with unknown possibilities. Only addicts gamble. He was afraid that bandits would target Jiang Chen's base and even suggested defense treaties, but Jiang Chen graciously refused. It was unfeasible because even if his safety were guaranteed, there would always be a set of eyes watching him. It would be impossible to import goods. If he magically created goods, it would without a doubt cause suspicion. After the completion of the trade, Jiang Chen not only acquired all the necessary products and equipment, he had 210 crystal left over. Zhao Chenwu without hesitation ensured Jiang Chen he would deliver everything to his door. Jiang Chen didn't refuse the proposition. The storage dimension's size was limited. Since the production equipment was large, it would be unsafe to travel through the underground tunnel multiple times. The negotiation was successful. After he had managed to sign a big deal like this, Zhao Chenwu was ecstatic. He extended an invitation to Jiang Chen to visit the 6th Street's industrial area and his properties inside. Jiang Chen gladly accepted the invitation as he came along with his personal ride. The ambitious leader that possessed 1/10 of the 6th Street. How much power does he possess here? Jiang Chen was curious to find out. Since his partner wanted to show off his power, Jiang Chen had no reason to refuse. This is my firearm factory. Several hundred workers are working for me, and they send these small metal pieces to the good or the bad guys. Let's not go inside. The temperature is unbearable. The sentence sounded a bit conflicting. Zhao Chenwu pointed at the in-production firearm factory as he proudly explained to Jiang Chen. His gesture was no different than the modern world land developers. This is also my factory, but this place specializes in complex equipment such as stationary cannons. Those things mounted on the inner circle wall are produced mostly from my factory. They walked in front of a much smaller building compared to the previous one. Zhao Chenwu pointed at the place as he lit a cigarette. Apocalypse was no stranger to the cigarette. Alcohol could not be mass-produced due to the shortage of food, so cigarettes became the choice of substance to alleviate pressure. The tobacco here had a pungent smell, and not everyone smoked it. The radiation brought uncontrollable mutation to all organisms on this planet, but not all mutations were harmful. This tobacco, for example, like any other mutated plants in the apocalypse, was well adapted to the soil condition on the wasteland. It could be grown without highly specialized techniques, which is one of the reasons why cigarettes were relatively cheap in the apocalypse. A lot of survivors would grow a few in front of their homes due to its recreational and medical value. Jiang Chen naturally was not accustomed to the pungent taste. Zhao Chenwu laughed at the fact. Then, he signaled to him to not worry about it, and that he could throw it away if he didn't like it. However, it was relative. When Zhao Chenwu took Jiang Chen's Zonghua, a top-end cigarette, he felt the taste was too light to entertain himself. Oh, I am also interested in these automatic weapons. Would Mr. Zhao be willing to sell me a few? Jiang Chen saw a worker in a white uniform adjusting the half-man-sized big machine with his tablet. The cannon rotated 360 degrees, aimed at the target inside the room, and unleashed its firepower. Haha, of course, that's not a problem. However, these don't get produced very quickly. Added by the fact that the 6th Street is currently upgrading the Northern Inspection Station's equipment, it would be at least 2 months before it can be produced. Mr. Jiang would have to wait. No problem. Jiang Chen smiled without being too bothered. The two of them walked side by side in the highly advanced factory. The female assistant Su lay following behind them, as she carried Zhao Chenwu's suitcase. The workers along the way saluted as they passed by, which made him feel like a person of importance doing the tour. Honestly speaking, as he took a trip to the factory, Jiang Chen became increasingly shocked by what he saw. There were magnetic hovering drones the size of a frisbee, and half-built 2 meters high-power armors. Just like Zhao Chenwu said, the production rate of the equipment was extremely limiting. This was because military factories and related facilities were first target choices during the war. To obtain a civil production line was relatively easy, but to acquire a complete military production line were nearly impossible. Including the power armor that was being produced, the majority of the equipment were being built by hand. Jiang Chen saw a worker use a tool similar to hammer to form the shape of the armor at high temperatures, and another worker carefully installed the microelectronic chips inside the armor. Perhaps all these production steps were done by high-precision automatic production lines before the war, but in the apocalypse, a lot of things must be done by hand. Of course, the missing production processes were for more complicated equipment. The production line for bullets was relatively easy to acquire. Despite limitations, the survivors still possessed a tremendous amount of firepower. Regardless how hard the zombies' head are, a single bullet would solve the problem. Even for the Death Claw, who could rip through the power armor's outer protection layer, tanks still existed as its natural predator. A question was apparent. With all these powerful equipment, the humans still can't conquer the bloodthirsty mutants and zombies. He thought about this point and was silent. He was curious as to what existed in the city center. Part of this equipment will become my private force, and part of it will be sold to the 6th Street military or other interested buyers. However, the power armor is usually not permitted to be sold. The spider tank and other heavy equipment are also prohibited. With the exception that the 6th Street Council approves the military purchase through voting, my factory would then begin to produce the complicated equipment. Jiang Chen did not seem to notice Jiang Chen as he rambled on. The words were meant as precautionary measures, as it would be difficult if Jiang Chen wanted to buy a power armor. So Mr. Zhao is considered a firearm merchant then? Jiang Chen got rid of all the questions in his head and smiled. Somewhat. I still have a pharmaceutical factory, and I also operate some fixed assets within the inner circle. If Mr. Zhang is interested in buying a house in the inner circle, I would be of great help. Jiang Chen inhaled the cigarette as he said with a welcoming smile. He then grabbed a bracelet shaped like an armguard and gave it to Jiang Chen. Mr. Zhang is often out venturing. This nitrogen armor will be my gift to you. Appreciate the gift. Jiang Chen didn't reject the offer. He wore the bracelet on his arm before he looked at Jiang Chen, eyes full of questions. How do you use this? Jiang Chen signaled to the soldier that tested the equipment by the side. The soldier saluted and jogged to the middle of the separation chamber. The soldier deployed the nitrogen armor in his hand as the dense gas surrounded him in thick turbulent waves. The bracelet in the middle spread the dense gas into a semi-hemisphere shape. At that moment, a heavy machine gun appeared in front of the soldier as the pitch-black barrel spat out waves of bullets. The excellent sound insulation of the separation chamber made it impossible to hear any noises inside. Jiang Chen was surprised to discover that the moment the shots came in contact with the nitrogen layer, the bullets all bounced off. The soldier standing behind the shield still remained in a half-standing position and looked like he didn't even receive the impact of the bullets. Holy, this is a protective barrier. Using the atomic vortex effect that forces the nitrogen to create a high-pressure circulation around a center point, haha, the scientists can go figure the theory part out. I only care about the end result. Is Mr. Zhang satisfied with this? Jiang Chen waved his hand to signal the end of the experiment as the machine gun disappeared. Satisfied, extremely satisfied. Is there any limitation with this equipment? Jiang Chen fidgeted with the bracelet before putting it on. Not really, except the power consumption is quite high. The vortex equipment in the middle may overheat. One crystal is enough to initiate this equipment for 1 minute. The equipment will overheat with 10 seconds of usage. After a period of usage, the used crystal would be higher than the cost to produce it. Also, it is not effective against laser and particle weapons, but it is quite exceptional against bullet weapons. Jiang Chen let out a smoke ring as he explained. I didn't imagine Mr. Zhao's factory has the capability to develop weapons, Jiang Chen exclaimed. Haha, of course, but this thing doesn't sell that well as not a lot of people can afford it. However, my scientists have been working to integrate this device onto the power armor to see if it can be useful as a part of it. Let's not talk about this anymore, the scientists can take care of these headaches. Haha, like what I said before, I only care about the end result. After they had left the factory, Jiang Chen took Jiang Chen to the pharmaceutical plant for a tour. Except the plant was rather small, so there was not much to be seen. Apparently, the genetic vaccine produced from this place accounted for 30% of the 6th Street's market share. Some other vaccines were also among the popular choices on the wasteland, such as steroids and blood makers. After a tour of everything, the two returned to the front door of the ghetto. It was the same labor market manager called Wang Yi. The moment the bold and fat guy saw Jiang Chen, he dashed out and saluted in the most exaggerated fashion. His look was comical but not annoying. The fat man had his ways as he managed to live comfortably in the apocalypse by flattering and kissing bastards. Not many could manage to pull it off. Jiang Chen didn't waste a single word as he glanced at his personal assistant Su Lei before continuing to gloat with Jiang Chen. Su Lei took out a piece of paper and handed it with professionalism to Wang Yi. Wang Yi carefully took that piece of document and promised that he would take care of it. He ran back into this office and took out a stack of paper. Choose whoever you want, these are all excessive labor without work. You don't need to worry about the possibility of stealing other factories' worker. Zhao Chenwu waved his hand as Su Lei gave the stack of documents to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen had made the agreement of 30 people with Zhao Chenwu already, and he promised to pay 20 crystal per person. It was included in the price of the goods they already exchanged. The official price for the criminal was 1 crystal, the other 19 was based on the cost of Jiang Chen's demand to install the latest insurance system. Zhao Chenwu didn't make a single crystal in this deal as he sold it at cost to Jiang Chen. Compared to the potential profit of the trade agreement, he didn't care about the small gains and losses. The latest insurance system was far more exceptional compared to the electronic bracelet. It used nanosurgery to install microchips at the neck of the criminals. If anyone betrayed or resisted, Jiang Chen could immediately activate the destruction program in the chip, and the betrayer's head would fly off like a soccer ball. Although cruel, Jiang Chen was not ready to risk his own life for the sympathy of irrelevant people. At the same time, the chip was equipped with a lie detector, GPS tracking, visual sensor, and neural shut-off system. The criminals would have no privacy nor the ability to betray. It was far more advanced than the electronic collars. Though of course, it came at a hefty price too. However, Jiang Chen was an understanding guy. As long as they have no ill intentions, he didn't mind letting them enjoy a much more comfortable life. Haha, let me know if you see anyone you like, they will be deported because they possess terminal illness. Zhao Chenwu only needed to open his mouth before he decided the fate of this group of people. The feeling of power was an excellent feeling. Jiang Chen had the pile of resumes in his hand as he flipped through everything. The resumes lacked bullshit compared to the modern-day ones and explicitly stated the person's worth. A special examination, using an artificial intelligence's testing system, was done to objectively determine a person's abilities. For example, if one possesses computer knowledge, the artificial intelligence would divide the knowledge of equipment into 5 levels. Construction major, or mechanical major. In the 6th Street with an excessive workforce, without an exceptional skill, it would be impossible to find a job. At the firearm factory that Zhao Chenwu didn't even want to step in, everyone was a mechanical scientist on the production line. But to Jiang Chen, these guys were far more valuable, and he terribly needed their help. The advanced technology specialist comprised of 1/3 construction, mechanical, and chemistry applications and technologist made up the remainder of the choices. Individuals with special abilities were prioritized, for example, people who could cook would be considered by Jiang Chen. Subsequently, people with good body conditions were prioritized since upgrading the mansion required labor. Lastly, families were considered first because people part of a family have a unique sense of belonging and connection. Jiang Chen would not have to worry about their loyalty. Also, he didn't want to take care of people's hormonal needs. Jiang Chen handed the chosen resumes to Su Lei and the professional female assistant headed to the ghetto with the 30 resumes in her hand. Zhao Chenwu had already arranged everything with the manager of the ghetto as the group of people were gathered quickly before they were taken to a quarantine room. They used the excuse, testing for diseases, but all the reports were already forged. All 30 of them were diagnosed with the X1 virus and were then taken to a room to have the microchip implemented. Human rights. That's a joke, there were no human rights in the apocalypse. The moment they received the nutrient supply from the survivor base, their freedom no longer belonged to them. Jiang Chen didn't rush to see the people he selected. Instead, he returned to the inner circle. Zhao Chenwu put Jiang Chen's ID on the inner circle whitelist, which meant he no longer needed to pay a 1 crystal entrance fee. Although the tax was not a huge amount, it was a friendly gesture. The purchased individuals were placed as supplies and were guarded by Zhao Chenwu's own force into the underground sewer system. They headed for the arranged trade point and waited for Jiang Chen to accept the supplies at that point. Despite the fear that may be going through the individuals' heads, Jiang Chen accepted Zhao Chenwu's invitation to have dinner together. On the dinner table, the 6th Street boss constantly flattered him, which made Jiang Chen quite amazed by the power of money. Regardless of age, money talked. In the end, he only needed to consider how to expand his power to preserve the cake in his hand. The next day, Jiang Chen checked out from the Paradise Island Hotel. He then said goodbye to Zhao Chenwu before beginning his journey back home. The underground sewage system's restructuring plan had already started. A few military personnel from the Zhao Corporation had already occupied the entrance. The busy construction vehicle, along with the workers with polyethylene boards, demonstrated the emphasis Jiang Chen placed on this trade route. Soldiers with full combat gear saw Jiang Chen approach and signaled him to stop. After verification of Gene ID to identify that Jiang Chen was a person of importance to the boss, the soldiers saluted and stepped aside to allow Jiang Chen to pass. Although they worked under a corporate structure, the private forces already possessed military discipline and capability that made Jiang Chen gain a better understanding of the 6th Street's ability. On the surface, the civil military was protecting the safety of the 6th Street, but the real forces were the private forces of the capitalists. The civil military acted more like the police. If these soldiers faced the Roshan, it would be an easy fight, unlike last time. The actual construction of the underground sewage system has yet to begin. Jiang Chen jumped on top of the mold-covered concrete floor. His surroundings were pitch black. He opened his tactical flashlight as well as the 3-dimensional map on the full sensory computer. After finalizing the direction, Jiang Chen headed home. The atmosphere felt repressive. After the civil soldiers had taken them to the quarantine room, a bad feeling sprouted from everyone's head. The examination that they all acquired X1 virus has rectified their suspension. Then a few people in white coats that looked like doctors ordered soldiers with genetic medication to pin them on the bed. After they had regained their consciousness, everyone's neck felt oddly sore. All of you have been injected with the slavery microchip. I don't think I have to explain further. You'll be taken to your new owner in a bit, you pigs. Cheng Huio still clearly remembered the cold and condescending gaze. To the 6th Street, the unemployed were pigs that wasted food. It was a conspiracy, but no one resisted. They were no longer new to the survivor camps. After they have accepted the aid, freedom is only a mere wish. If they didn't work, they would receive 1 nutrient supply a day. This would only prevent them from starving to death, but a few had died anyways. All of them huddled in a circle as 6 soldiers in black combat gear stood by the side. Some have guessed that the Zhao Corporation purchased them, but with the supplies stacked beside them, it only made them feel like they were part of the items sold. Honey, did they do anything to you? Cheng Huio worriedly held his wife's hand. No, I lost my consciousness after they injected tranquilizer. I feel the same way as you guys, only a bit sore in the neck. Zhou Jexi wanted her husband to remain calm as she gently held his hand and answered softly. The couple should spend some intimate time together. Maybe we will be sold as slave labor somewhere. The man will work, and the woman, hee. A middle-aged man opened his mouth, and he said grinning. What the fuck did you just say? Cheng Huio felt the tremble from his wife's hand as rage filled his chest. He furiously glared at the man. What, do you want to fight? The middle-aged man drowsily yawned as he pointed at the back of his neck. Come, I won't fight back. Let's see if you die or I die first. Slaves are the private property of the owner. If a fight broke out between slaves, the usual consequence was that both parties would be executed in public. The private forces have already noticed the disturbance, and they pointed their guns to deter the fight. These people were properties of the boss's valued friend. If anything happened, they would receive punishment. Cheng Huio clenched his fist but had to let it go. The other slaves saw that nothing happened and all lost their interest without paying more attention. Suddenly, the private forces all moved. The 6 of them lined up and saluted to a young man. They got on the small moving vehicle and then left. What does it feel like to be stared down by 30 pairs of eyes? It didn't feel like anything special, especially when he knew he controlled their life. The apathetic feeling to life felt particularly real. Jiang Chen let out a breath as he got rid of the uneasy feeling from his mind. He didn't want to become a cold-blooded politician. He wanted to be a wealthy man who lived a lavish life. Unambitious is not a terrible way to experience life. However, to accumulate wealth on this chaotic piece of land, he must have the necessary forces. If he weren't a rich man, he would just be a prey. If he met Weijiang mercenaries again, he would fall victim again. Force and deterrence were necessary, and he must get used to them. He recollected his thought as he scanned through the jittery figures and slowly let out a long breath. Okay, look at me. I will be your future master. Jiang Chen clapped his hand as he shouted. His voice echoing through the dark sewage system had a strange feel to it. I know you guys all have a lot of questions in your mind, such as if you would be used as a lure or carry a weapon to go fight in the front line. Fortunately, I can guarantee that it won't happen. Jiang Chen sensed that everyone let out a sigh of relief. The 30 heartbeat-related indicators have all decreased on the EP. A pleased smile appeared on his face before he took another deep breath and spoke out. You guys are lucky because I am your master and I believe you will experience that shortly. You work for me, and you won't starve. I can even let you guys live a wealthy life as you have never imagined before. However, at this point, Jiang Chen gradually slowed his voice down and purposely lowered his voice as he added a sullen chillness to his tone. I am a kind and sympathetic person, but the only thing I cannot forgive is betrayal. You all know the microchip installed at the back of your neck. For me, you have no privacy at all. For traitors, there is no punishment other than death. That's all. His words of certainty transmitted through the pitch-silent underground sewage system. The frightened, fearful, and worried pupils dilated as they didn't dare to make a sound. Afraid. That's right. That's what he wanted to instill in their heart. Carrot after stick, he knew that these people would be obedient. He was aware that the moment they smelt the first bowl of congee after so many years, these frightened and uncertain people would immediately praise him as the second god. What are you all waiting for? Grab everything and let's go home. Jiang Chen waved his hand as the slaves stood up quivering and lifted all the supplies. He climbed out of the exit. After he had ensured the safety of the surrounding, he lowered the hook and cables down. People below hooked the supplies up and lifted the stocks one by one. The production equipment were all disassembled and stored in boxes. Assembling can be done in the mansion. He led the slaves with packs of supplies as they carefully traversed through the deserted streets full of lifeless zombies. Jiang Chen finally saw his mansion, or dirt fortress. He pressed the doorbell. Quickly, a graceful figure jumped into his firm embrace as she hugged his neck. Did you pick up girls? The cat-like eyes gazed at Jiang Chen as Sun Jiao examined him top-down. Shouldn't the first sentence be I miss you? Jiang Chen patted Sun Jiao's back with a bitter smile. This girl was even naughtier. An audacious girl transforming into a caring woman. You haven't answered my question yet. Sun Jiao smirked as she drew a circle on his back with her finger. I swear to God, no. Jiang Chen raised his hand and swore. At the same time, he added a sentence in his mind. If the robot doesn't count. Although her sixth sense made Sun Jiao a little suspicious, Jiang Chen didn't smell odd so she quickly let it go. After she had kissed Jiang Chen again, she began to order the slaves on the side to move things into the mansion. Then started to plan on how to settle these slaves. The grass field in front of the mansion was circled out and used to build temporary tents for them. The small traveler-sized tents were purchased with Zhao Chenwu and could barely fit 2 people. Due to the limitation of space, they would have to squeeze a bit, but it would still be better than sleeping outside. Of course, there were still rooms in the mansion, but Jiang Chen wasn't kind enough to let these strangers live in his home. Even if they have no ability to fight back and kept a clean record in the ghetto, he still had trust issues. Without the proper loyalty and allegiance, Jiang Chen could only treat them as strangers. Yao Yao understandingly followed Jiang Chen's instructions and brought a giant pot. She dumped half a bag of rice along with an ample amount of water. Then she added some cabbage leaves and some ground pork into the pot with 2 spoons of salt and a small spoon of gourmet powder. She opened the natural gas and started to cook in the giant pot. After a giant wooden spoon had mixed all the ingredients, Yao Yao tiptoed to cover the pot. She sniffed and adjusted the fire before waiting quietly for the congee to cook. Although she didn't understand why Jiang Chen would make such a delicious meal for the slaves, she would support his decision regardless of the motive. Brother's sympathetic look was handsome. Perhaps it was the fire, but Yao Yao's face blushed in redness. Slowly, she was getting to the age where she had her own fantasy. When bowls of congee mixed with cabbage leaves and ground pork were brought to the table, everyone gulped at the smell of delicacies. Hungry eyes stared fixedly at the table. If not for the slavery microchips, they would have dashed at the food like monsters. Jiang Chen was happy to see their expressions. These people were his slaves, but he would rather treat them as employees as long as they were obedient like now. As long as no one dared to rush for the food without his permission, he was satisfied. Gulp. Jiang Chen glanced at Sun Jiao beside him with an awkward smile. Even this foodie gulped at the sight of the food. He lowered his voice and said, "Didn't you just eat? Why are you hungry?" "None of your business." Sun Jiao threatened him with a flash of her teeth before she averted her gaze with a blushing face. She wasn't necessarily hungry, but she was driven by an instinct for food. "Ahem, what are you guys waiting for? Time to eat." Jiang Chen signaled that they could eat with a smile on his face. His voice was like a heavenly melody to them. When Jiang Chen said the word, "eat," almost all of the slaves wanted to profusely thank him. These refugees were law-abiding people, which meant they were easy to control. They needed only 2 meals a day to survive, and even without the deterrence of the microchips, no one was foolish enough to have ill intentions when they saw Jiang Chen's generosity. A fool would never have the ability to find another fool to scheme together anyway. Of course, as a method of deterrence, the microchips did an excellent job. Don't rush and eat slowly. If you're not full after 20 minutes, then you can line up again to have another bowl. Of course, if you dare to overeat and puke it out, I'll make you eat everything you vomited. Jiang Chen stood by the giant pot as the slaves one by one went up and carefully used a ladle to pour congee. That's disgusting, Sun Jiao whispered by Jiang Chen's ear. I can't let these people who haven't seen rice before waste it, right? Jiang Chen quietly replied with a shrug. This meal consumed 2 pounds of rice, 2 pork strips, and 3 cabbages. A lot of the food in the basement was brought out to exchange for supplies, and as for the rest, the stored cans of food were used to trade, and the cabbages and perishable rice were originally supposed to last the 3 of them for a month. Now that 30 people needed to be fed, the food in the basement was nowhere near sufficient. After all, Jiang Chen bought those at the supermarket, so the quantities were small. Stop, these things aren't even worth mentioning where I come from. I'll go again soon to bring more back, Jiang Chen responded with a bitter smile. At the same time, he was planning to rent a storage space in the rural area and use a food distributor to purchase some non-packaged food. Using sandpaper every time was too much of a hassle. But this audacious Miss Sun Jiao was becoming more of a homemaker. The dissatisfied pout in her eyes at his wastefulness oddly made Jiang Chen feel a rush of emotion. The more this girl transformed into a civilized person, the more attractive she became. Jiang Chen touched his slightly burning nose and stopped peeking at the side of her face. The mansion was no longer empty like before, and with this many people, he had to be aware of any intimacy. When he saw the completely cleaned out bowls accompanied by eyes that were still frightened but now held a hint of gratitude, Jiang Chen coughed as he signaled for everyone to look at him. Are you guys full? No one responded. If you want to eat tomorrow, then you better answer all of my questions. Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes. Yes. Everyone hesitantly opened their mouths. Jiang Chen nodded his eyes, pleased. Excellent, hearing your response makes me confident that I'm not raising a bunch of mute pigs. The way I speak may be offensive to you because you guys are nothing to me. Thanks to me, none of you have to starve anymore, and this is a comfort not many can imagine. Therefore, you all have to prove your worth. Prove that you're worth the 3 meals you eat every day. Yes, I will provide 3 meals a day. But don't be too happy yet. People slacking off are not included. I don't want to be your master because that means I have the responsibility to feed you. Instead, I want you all to consider me as your boss. You are my employees, but the consequence of being fired is quite high. I don't think I need to explain any further. Not a single person argued against his words. To a person who offered them food without torture, they felt only gratefulness. As for what to call him, they didn't care. Even if Jiang Chen made them call him daddy, they would do so without any hesitation. Dignity, that was for people who weren't hungry. Also, as a civilized individual, Jiang Chen treated them with some respect for his personal reasons. If they were cute girls, it might have been acceptable, but the thought of this bunch of men calling him master only gave him goosebumps. And most importantly, he didn't want his inner self to change from hearing the title, master. After everyone finished eating, Jiang Chen adjusted his mindset and continued to speak. Rome wasn't built in a day's time. You all are the first ones to join me in building my empire. I'll bring order and prosperity to this lawless land, and you must contribute to my vision, and in return, I'll continue providing the food that ensures your survival. That's enough from me. From tomorrow on, everyone has work to do. Clean up the bowls after yourself. Whoever's name I call, stay behind. The rest can go back. Remember one thing, the mansion is a restricted area. If anyone enters without my permission, they will be killed immediately. His last sentence rang out with a deathly chill. He monitored the 30 heart rate indicators in his EP, and he nodded with satisfaction. Without any abnormal stimulation, the heart rate would not fluctuate, which meant that they don't have any strange thoughts. Everyone brought their bowls with them at their dismissal and headed to the sink with Yao Yao's guidance. He was thankful for the automatic water treatment system which provided them with citywide safe and clean drinking water in the post-apocalypse. Everyone whose names were called stood quivering in front of Jiang Chen. They didn't know what their master would make them do. Zhou Jexi. Yes. Zhou Jexi gently bit her lip as she bowed down to Jiang Chen staring on the ground. She had a husband who loved her dearly. To be truthful, she was afraid that Jiang Chen would require some disdainful need from her. If that was the case, she couldn't resist. For her husband's life, she would shamefully accept. She was clearly thinking too much. Although she was rather attractive, Jiang Chen wasn't into married women, and he especially was not interested in forcing anyone. Also, Miss Sun Zhao was standing beside him. You all don't have to be so afraid. I won't eat you guys, Jiang Chen said as he shrugged at the 2 males and 2 females. He then asked the wife, do you know how to cook? It was an odd question, but Zhou Jexi truthfully nodded. As a qualified wife, of course she knew how to cook. It was just that ever since she woke up from the hibernation chamber with her husband in the survival base, she hadn't seen rice in a long time. You'll be responsible for the food of these 30 people. I'll give you a menu in a moment. After he finished, Jiang Chen didn't bother to look at Zhou Jexi's expression as he flipped to the next page. Wang Qin. Here, the timid girl with freckles was frightened by Jiang Chen's voice. This is not elementary school. You don't have to say here, just say yes. Jiang Chen gently smiled at the peculiar gazes of the 4 people before getting back to the point. You're an accounting major. Therefore, you'll be responsible for the supplies in storage. I'll give you a copy of the key, and I need a record for every supplies usage. This is an important task, and I cannot allow you to make a mistake. Do you understand? Understood. Great. Although the voice was a little weak, it certainly showed her determination which pleased Jiang Chen. Her timid personality made him especially satisfied with his choice. Lu Washang. Peanuts. Jiang Chen almost burst out laughing at such an odd name. Yes. A responsible-looking middle-aged man cautiously nodded in response. I heard you were the chief developer of Wahian real estate. That was before the war. Lu Washang smiled bitterly. I don't care when it happened, I only need you to redesign this base for me. That's right, I want to build a survival camp far larger than 6th Street. I'll need you to draw a layout plan with the mansion in the center and expand the radius of the base by 2 times. The design of the wall, where to put it, how much material is required, and the survivors, building, I trust you know these better than me. I want to see the result by tomorrow at 6 o'clock. I need a full sensory computer and a memory card, Lu Washang cautiously said. For drawing purposes. Here you go, Jiang Chen said without even blinking. Jiang Chen purchased a bunch of these cheap, second-hand equipment that littered the 6th Street. Okay, that's it, you 3 can leave now. The ones released let out a breath of relief as they looked compassionately at their companion left behind before they quickly left with their bowls. Hee, boss, what about me? The person remaining was a middle-aged man with a pair of glasses. His figure was rather lean, meaning he was unable to do any physical labor. He saw that Jiang Chen didn't say anything, which made him uncomfortably scratch his head as he asked in a timid voice. The other 3 people were all assigned tasks to complete, but this young boss didn't give him any instructions, which made him quite afraid. His mind began to wander to see if he did anything wrong to upset the boss. His anxiety was unjustified as Jiang Chen's voice was calm and gentle. But to Du Yongkong's ears, I like the title boss. Jiang Chen smiled as he pulled out a resume and cut straight to the topic. Du Yongkong, age 30, male, computer major, previously worked as the chief technology officer at Walkman Technology. Is this correct? Yes, Du Yongkong carefully answered, uncertain about the meaning behind Jiang Chen's words. That makes things easier then. Jiang Chen got right to the point and threw a Huawei phone to him. You're going to develop an operating system for me on this thing. It shouldn't be that difficult for you, right? This is an order. I want to hear you answer with certainty. Jiang Chen didn't waste time with any bullshit. He bought these people to work for him, not the other way around. Yes. Du Yongkong quickly nodded without any attitude that indicated his former executive position at a top company. Such a laughable dignity had long vanished in the cruelty of the apocalypse. Jiang Chen now controlled his life, and his only option was to serve him. When Jiang Chen saw Du Yongkong's perplexed look, he smiled and walked over to pat him on the shoulder. He didn't care about the overwhelmed expression on Du Yongkong's face as he continued to explain. You don't have to be reserved. Do a good job, and I won't let you down. I understand, boss. Du Yongkong sensibly lowered his head. Jiang Chen nodded before he continued, I have some requirements. Let me know if you have any difficulties, but you'll have to solve it, understand? Yes. Good. Jiang Chen was pleased with Du Yongkong's certainty. I don't know about operating systems, so I only care about the results. I need you to develop an operating system that has 2 times the processing power as this system called Android. At the same time, don't change any of the requirements so that it remains compatible with all Android and iOS system software. Ask me any questions you have right now since you won't be seeing me a lot. I want to see a reliable result by next month. Finishing, he handed him an iPhone that was also brand new. Du Yongkang took it and fiddled around on the screen for a bit before a forced smile appeared on his face. What, is this too difficult for you? Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows. No, this is too easy. Du Yongkang waved his hands in denial. He was afraid that his boss would fire him for this kind of easy job that didn't exist even before the war. Then explain. Jiang Chen was quite curious. Du Yongkang adjusted his glasses as he displayed the phone with the air of a professional before he started to explain. First, this old operating system should be a product from 150 years ago. The hardware operating efficiency as well as the human-computer interactive design are full of flaws. Oh, you're saying that the human-computer interface of the iPhone is bad? Jiang Chen couldn't help but laugh at the statement. Du Yongkang snuck a look at Jiang Chen's expression, and when he saw that he wasn't angry hearing about the flaws of the 2 operating systems, he began to explain more in depth with renewed courage. Regarding hardware operating efficiency, although the logic seems faultless, there exist unnecessary areas. To put it simply, a logic that can be covered with just 1 plus 1, due to the limitation of the programming language as well as the algorithm, becomes muddled when the processor must do some unnecessary actions. For example, by defining A equals 1, B equals 1, and then calculating C equals A plus B to output C equals 2 as the final result. This old processing method not only wastes memory, but it also decreases the operating efficiency of the equipment tremendously. Oh, then how will you take care of it? Jiang Chen asked curiously. This is an easy fix. The ultimate problem lies in the limitation of the programming language. Although both systems have its pros and cons, they can't escape the boundary of the lower-level programming language. If D++ is used to program it, some small adjustments to compatibility will solve the problem. The antique known as the phone would have its operating efficiency increased by 3-fold, and the power consumption would also be cut in half. At the same time, because the drain on the hardware is lessened, the hardware life would also be extended for a prolonged period. Jiang Chen gasped for air. This was ridiculous. The hardware operating efficiency increased by 3 times. Could it also be compatible with apps from both systems? These 2 features alone were already insane. That meant that even with a terrible phone, they could easily run games previously available only on the iPhone. This system would start a revolution in the phone gaming industry. Phone game developers spent an endless amount of effort to decrease memory usage. To optimize the game, they often had to remove features that enhanced gameplay and catered towards the general audience. But if this operating system was introduced, everyone's phone performance would increase by 3 times. At that point, the creativity of developers could be fully unleashed, free to create worlds of imagination that could run on every computer. It was a technological revolution. iOS and Android would never be able to compete. Regarding human-computer interaction, I recommend maintaining the status quo since I'm already accustomed to this interface. Jiang Chen paused. Even if he controlled this man's life, he didn't want to expose his identity to someone who had yet to prove anything. Trust me, boss, my design will be much more advanced than this ancient human-computer interaction method. This former chief of technology officer was a different and more zealous person when touching on the topic of technology. Yes, using the touchpad to perform human-computer interaction is still mainstream even to this day, but this ancient operating system is inherently different from the operating system used by present-day entertainment systems. What's the difference? Jiang Chen asked curiously. Artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence. Can you create it? Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows. If it is basic artificial intelligence, I'm confident I can create it in a month's time since all the data is stored in the library's database. I only need to transfer it. Du Yongkang patted his chest. If artificial intelligence isn't difficult, then why isn't it on the full sensory computer? Jiang Chen asked with some confusion. If it was so effective, there was no reason to not use it on the full sensory computer. That's because the Artificial Intelligence Act prohibited the development of artificial intelligence. If everything was given to machines to do, everyone would be unemployed. Du Yongkang shrugged. The artificial intelligence operating system was popular for a time before it was replaced by an equally impressive neural operating system. Before the war, artificial intelligence was only limited to the nuclear power plant, the water treatment plant, and other government-run infrastructure. I see. You talked about basic artificial intelligence. Are there no risks? Jiang Chen voiced his worry of the artificial intelligence programs potentially mutating within the modern-day world's internet and developing into a malicious program. He was reminded of the movie Less Than I, Robot Greater Than that portrayed a world ruled by artificial intelligence. Boss, you are worrying too much. Du Yongkang sighed, guessing at Jiang Chen's concern. The program is fundamentally a stable program. Even if they were intelligent, they could never possess emotion or desire. At a basic level, it can only be what you've programmed it to do. Its intelligence responds to what you've taught it before. For example, if you hit it, it will not fight back. Its interest is neither hurt nor would it sense any danger. Unless you specifically tell it, if someone hits you, fight back. Only in this case would it respond with an action. Self-coding is something only intermediary artificial intelligence possesses. As for emotions, that's something only advanced artificial intelligence would have. Even before the war, it was a theoretical concept. Artificial intelligence was fundamentally a more advanced program. Only after hearing the explanation did Jiang Chen finally feel relieved. Okay, you'll be fully responsible for everything. You're free to try anything you want. Also, you have to keep in mind that you must ensure the security of this system. I don't want to hand this phone to someone only to have them crack the entire operating system and create something similar. Security was of the utmost concern. Jiang Chen didn't want to see the operating system he brought over to be cracked into an open source within a few days. Especially if the D++ language was exposed, he would not be able to explain it. The best way to program it was to have it be like a black box that only exchanged information with an external source but did not accept any data extraction. Du Yongkang hesitated for a brief second before he smiled and promised. Boss, don't worry, the program I develop will not be easily cracked. Walkman Technology Corporation's games were all secured by me. Take Less Than Starstorm 7 Greater Than for example. It released before the war, but no one in the world has been able to crack the game yet. For an operating system of this level, this is a piece of cake to me. This certainly seemed to be the case. If someone in the modern world had the ability to crack software made by the chief technology officer from 150 years in the future, it meant that he was also a time traveler. Jiang Chen would do anything to kill him, but of course, such scenario would be impossible. Good, if you can do it, it'll be an outstanding achievement. Work hard, I promise you'll be able to eat meat every meal. Jiang Chen laughed as he patted Du Yongkang's shoulder. Hearing about the meat, Du Yongkang was ecstatic. He would never have dreamed of this before. With a taste of the rewards, Du Yongkang immediately reaffirmed that he would finish in no time. It was no surprise that he used to be in management. He was technically skilled but also masterful in kissing ass. Jiang Chen didn't dislike such clever people. Lastly, for future technology's logo, make it look cool so that people think it's futuristic, but don't overdo it. Yes, boss, the guy belted out. Jiang Chen nodded his head, pleased at Du Yongkang's confidence. He waved his hand to signal him to leave. The cheerful Du Yongkang carried both phones and walked away. Of course, before he left he also remembered to take his bowl. Instead of labor work, he could work in his old field. For many years, he hadn't dared to imagine this kind of happiness. But it became a reality on this day. Grateful for the opportunity given by Jiang Chen, Du Yongkang mustered all of his determination to create a product that would stun the boss. Although the technology was ancient, the boss liked it, and the best way to rise up the ladder was to do things that the boss liked. He didn't care about Jiang Chen's purpose, he only needed to complete the task. Fishbone Food Corporation. With a crooked fishbone symbol pinned on the mansion's main door, the new survival camp was born on this piece of wasteland in Wanghai City. In the morning, the fatigued survivors woke up to a delicious aroma. It was the smell of food. Jo Jexi wore a white chef apron as she cooked congee with cabbage and ground pork in a pot. The survivors meekly lined up to obtain their breakfast rations. Even in their wildest dreams, they wouldn't have believed that they were given breakfast. Only when full would they have the energy to work, which is why Jiang Chen didn't skimp on food expenses. Although nutrient supply would sustain them, once it hit the stomach, it felt sour without providing enough energy. Regarding the survivors' menu, he asked for advice from Jo Jexi before he made a reasonable meal plan. Congee in the morning, rice at noon with a large serving of a side dish, and for dinner, the same as lunch except with occasional noodles instead of rice. Also, people who made exceptional work progress would receive points. The points structure was implemented by Jiang Chen after careful consideration because he understood the concept well. It rewarded outstanding work based on construction progress to promote similar standards. With these points, the survivors could exchange for instant noodles, crackers, or even canned food luxuries. Jiang Chen temporarily gave Lu Washeng the responsibility of distributing the points and then reporting it to the storage manager Wang Qin to confirm. They were set to receive 1 point per day. The cook Zhou Jexi was awarded based on the quality of the cooked food, and as for Du Yongkong, Jiang Chen personally took care of his points. Food was worth little to him. But for the people who previously endured the pain of starvation, it was a severe understatement to say that Jiang Chen was generous. God, this must be heaven, is what almost everyone was thinking. After quickly finishing breakfast, everyone gathered in the empty front yard. Excluding the people with assigned roles, everyone else followed Jiang Chen's order to separate into groups of 4. The individuals specialized in construction acted as the team leaders for their task in building the base. Lu Washeng, who had severe dark circles, took the full sensory diagram that he completed overnight and explained tirelessly to the team leaders. Some teams were responsible for producing the anti-corrosive concrete while others were focusing on the nanotubes used for the body of the wall. The nanotube poly material used to construct the wall was at least 2 times stronger than a normal concrete wall. The building team silently took the construction materials and snuck outside to avoid alerting the zombies. Slowly, they stretched out the metal wire separators. Another group shot the zombies with the metal wire separators and dragged the bodies away to burn. This was to avoid possible diseases and zombies from evolving. After hearing about Jiang Chen's base development plans, Lu Washeng decided to use the phased method to expand the base. The first step was to expand in the direction of the underground sewer system and control the exit to it. The construction teams would use the 3-story luxury buildings outside of the mansion as the base and construct a wall around it, surrounding all of the smaller buildings within the proximity. After reinforcing the defense, they would then start building the secure corridor outwards, between the underground exit and the base wall. The overall design philosophy was to effectively utilize the abandoned buildings in the area as well as the nanotube poly material wall to connect them together. This transformed the abandoned buildings into natural fortifications. They could not only be used as households but also as weapon-equipped watchtowers. After completing the primary structure, more nearby buildings could be included as well. With a clear plan, the construction outside of the mansion was fully underway. Pleased, Jiang Chen looked at the survivors working diligently before returning to the mansion and heading towards Yao Yao's room. It's basically done. Haha, although it pretty much copied a mobile game that was popular in the year 2031, it meets most of the criteria that Big Brother set. Yao Yao hopped along as she dragged Jiang Chen beside the table. She then took out the cheap phone worth less than $1,000 and pressed the start button. Skeptical, Jiang Chen opened the game icon named less than new era greater than under the scrutiny of Yao Yao's exceedingly high expectations. Jiang Chen was completely stunned. This is a mobile game. No, it wasn't that the game Yao Yao created was terrible, but it was too perfect. The combination of RPG adventure game elements and SLG building elements meant that players could choose to become adventurers with flashy spells, characters that focused on ruling the land, or merchants exploring the seas. People could write their own history in this open world. This was not an advertisement for a poorly designed game, but the actual in-game content. Indeed, it was an open world with sprawling maps. On computers, it would be nothing, but on the mobile platform, this would be considered a miracle in the current industry. The game even had 3-dimensional graphics. Even if this game was built for a PC, it would still be considered perfect. Of all the games Jiang Chen played before, only less than Skyrim greater than could compare. All in all, the game's perfection made him question if the phone would even be able to run it. Ahem, Yao Yao, did you upgrade the hardware on my phone? Jiang Chen asked with a bitter smile. He didn't want a game that was unplayable on all phones. Even if the game was impeccable, it was useless if nobody was able to play. Of course not. Yao Yao sensed Jiang Chen's slight displeasure as her eyes suddenly became sorrowful. Yao Yao specifically considered the phone's hardware level and used D++ language to package the game into 256 megabytes with an automatic program to process when the game initiates the game. Stop, I don't understand. Just briefly explain how it works. Jiang Chen interrupted Yao Yao's explanation. To put it simply, Even with the phone's minimal hardware performance, it is able to support this type of massive online game. It's just that it would be a higher server requirement because I used cloud computing inside, which means that the majority of the data processing is going to happen on the server itself. Therefore, the user and CPU would not need to handle too many calculations, which also solves the security problem. Yao Yao proudly shook her tiny head as she continued, to handle the calculations required, I already built a server for Big Brother. The specific process is written inside the document. Despite his inability to understand completely, he could tell that it basically used the server as a larger processor. Therefore, the user only needed to input information and extract the processed information. But wouldn't this increase the user's data cost? Jiang Chen was doubtful. Yao Yao has already considered this. The information exchanged between the server and the user is written by a special code that not only contains a lot of information but packages the data into a small file. It is significantly more efficient compared to the games installed on Big Brother's phone. A day of data usage is only 10 megabytes. 10 megabytes of data was indeed minimal. Jiang Chen was shocked, as any other game would have incurred a lot more data. So, did Yao Yao help Big Brother out? Yao Yao blinked her large, doe-like eyes as she looked hopefully at the shocked Jiang Chen. Haha, Yao Yao, you've helped me out tremendously. Jiang Chen suddenly hugged Yao Yao and gave this cute loli an affectionate kiss on the face. Yao Yao's adorable face suddenly turned a dark red as she buried her head. Yao Yao, if you want anything, tell me, okay? I will definitely do my best. Anything is okay. Yao Yao didn't know what to answer with as she stuttered. Anything, as long as Big Brother can do it. Jiang Chen squatted down and held onto Yao Yao's shoulder as he nodded. At the moment, he was emotional and wanted to reward this adorable girl. Yao Yao panicked as Jiang Chen kept pressing. Her sweet eyes looked around the room anxiously as her face transformed into a red balloon. At any moment, it seemed as though steam would come out. I want. Yao Yao's mouth faintly opened as her eyes looked shakily at Jiang Chen. You want. Jiang Chen leaned closer towards Yao Yao and gazed carefully at her eyes, waiting for her answer. I want. In the end, perhaps it was too exciting, but Yao Yao's head flipped back, and she drowsily fell. Fortunately, Jiang Chen managed to catch her mid-fall to stop her head from banging into the floor. He still didn't know what Yao Yao wanted. Taking the reprogrammed server and the game, Jiang Chen went to Sun Zhao's place. You're about to leave again. Sun Zhao rolled her eyes as she continued to whip her SK-10 assault rifle. How long are you planning on disappearing this time? Not too long. I'll be back within 1 month by the latest. Jiang Chen hugged Sun Zhao's smooth waist. Don't miss me too much at night. Pervert. Although she said that, Sun Zhao didn't look annoyed at all. Instead, she leaned up and kissed Jiang Chen on the lips. I'll take care of this side, so come back early. Sun Zhao and Yao Yao's apps were also installed with the slave's microchip managing software. Jiang Chen made the decision because someone needed to manage these survivors while he was gone. This subprogram allowed Sun Zhao and Yao Yao perform his duties as master. Although this permission could be retracted at any time, Jiang Chen trusted both of them, so the thought hadn't occurred to him. If you have time in the afternoon, teach those guys some shooting skills unless it is dangerous. And also, try to establish a closed corridor between the base and the tunnel. This is critical to the safety of the trade route with the 6th Street. Jiang Chen explained some of the important items related to the base development. Although he could return between both worlds in an instant, once the base construction was stably on its way, he had to spend part of the effort on expanding in the modern world. In the future, he hoped to train Sun Zhao into someone who could manage the daily affairs of the base. Sun Zhao seemed to have realized that too. However, she didn't stop Jiang Chen from leaving. Not only did Jiang Chen mature, but Sun Zhao was also growing through their relationship. Compared to the audacious girl that constantly desired Jiang Chen, she began to calmly and maturely express her love differently. She believed Jiang Chen, and she knew he would never leave her here. I know. Sun Zhao reached out to fix his collar. You've changed. Jiang Chen grabbed her hands as he gazed into her eyes affectionately. Am I prettier or uglier? Sun Zhao rolled her eyes. Just as she wanted to pull her hands away, she realized that he was holding on to them tightly. Her face began to blush. Of course prettier. Accompanied by Sun Zhao's surprised yelp, he pushed her onto the bed. For some reason, the moment Sun Zhao fixed his collar, he fell in love. It was as though the person in front of him was his wife. This newfound feeling made his blood pump. Or perhaps it was because he hasn't relieved himself in a while. The door was slammed shut. The affection in the room began to merge into the sunny morning sky. Still the crowded room. He took a deep breath as he tried to savor the clean air, but a bitter smile formed on his face as he realized his nose was stuffed with dust and even on his bed that had been uninhabited for so long. Jiang Chen examined the apartment he had spent the past 2 years in and suddenly felt reminiscent of his time here. Shaking his head, he threw this emotion away. Perhaps it was now time to say goodbye. Jiang Chen took out his phone and called the landlord's number before he moved it 2 inches away from his ear in anticipation. Hello, Jiang Chen. That apartment, if you want to continue to rent, then you better pay half of the year's rent right now. Even if you don't want it, other people want it. I felt pity seeing you by yourself, but if it weren't for that, I would have already thrown your stuff out. Fouquet, I called you so many times, and you didn't even pick up, you know money be asterisk starred. You're playing the disappearing game with me. Wu Jia roared his expletives on the other end, thinking Jiang Chen had no other options. Of course, if this was half a month ago, he would have been Jiang Chen's only chance. But now, you can rent the house to other people, Jiang Chen said calmly. What did you say? His voice was suddenly surprised. Wu Jia didn't expect Jiang Chen to be so defiant and threatened to stop renting right away. If you're not going to rent my place, where are you going to live? If you continue to call me a bastard, I'll make sure you'll never open your mouth again. The landlord couldn't hear any emotional variation from Jiang Chen's voice, which remained light and calm. Wu Jia was about to curse again, but the chill in Jiang Chen's voice crept into his mind and clogged the words at his throat, making him unable to make a sound. Jiang Chen didn't want to spend any more effort on this dumb SS, so he hung up. Even though the landlord had given him a lot of trouble, he didn't have the energy to care. If a dog barked at you every day, you can't bark back at him after all. It was a waste of time and his own standards. Of course, if this guy continued to bother him, he wouldn't mind teaching him a lesson. It was the other side's freedom to say something, but in Jiang Chen's mind, it was then his freedom to decide how to react. After hanging up, Jiang Chen's phone began to vibrate with notifications as his phone screen filled up with missed calls. Other than the landlord, Xia Xiu had also called him, probably worried about the company president who had left on such a long absence without leaving any messages. Jiang Chen smiled, but his fingers soon trembled. There were at least 10 missed calls from his home. His eyes began to tear up. Perhaps, he should take some time to go home. He took a deep breath as he suppressed his grief at being so far away from home, then dialed the familiar number. Hello, Mom, it's me, Chen. You finally called. Your dad has been so worried. The familiar yet excited voice transmitted through the phone speaker. Old man, Chen called back. Mom, don't use that name. It's too childish. Jiang Chen smiled as he blinked his eyes. What's childish? Listen to how you're speaking to your mom. You're not obedient anymore. When a steady roar resonated from the other line, Jiang Chen felt relieved. Looks like Mom and Dad are doing well. This also made Jiang Chen feel slightly less guilty about not visiting home in so long. In the past, he was worried about disappointing his parents' high expectations without a successful career. Using work as an excuse, he stayed away from visiting home many times, even during Chinese New Year when he lied and said he had to work overtime. He knew that even without success, his parents would still welcome him with open arms. But he was the one who couldn't accept it. Now, however, all of those concerns were gone. Mom, Dad, your son has finally achieved something. Jiang Chen's hand trembled as he smiled and responded to their reminders and advice. Son, it must be tiring out there. Do you have enough money? Don't tire yourself out. This is the starting point of your career. If you don't have enough money, let your mom know. I still have some savings. No, your mom is off the mark. Our son's key priority is buying a house. No girl will like you if you don't own a house. Son, it's okay to be tired. We're men, and we can do it. Your mom and dad still have some savings. Let's see if we can buy a house at Wanghai City with down payments. With a house, you can then bring a girlfriend back for your mom and dad. We're waiting for grandchildren. No, Mom and Dad, your son is successful now. I opened a company at Wanghai City, and I even have people working for me now. I'll take care of the house myself, so you guys don't have to worry. Take care of your health and don't always think about saving money. If you want to buy something, just buy it. If you don't have enough, I'll get it for you. Jiang Chen rubbed his eyes and smiled. You're teaching your dad a lesson. Haha, honey, our son is accomplished now. Haha, his father said excitedly. What, Chen, you opened your own company? Be careful, don't let other people deceive you. I've seen the news recently. His mother's voice was filled with concern. Don't worry, my son is much smarter than you. Zhang Jiangguo laughed. When he heard that his son had established himself, his heart was filled with a happiness that was greater than winning the lottery. After dinner, I'll go brag with the other old guys at the door. Our son, a university student, opened a company in Wanghai City, and other people are working for him. That's good. We can solve the girlfriend problem as well. Everyone wants to be married into a big city. Our neighbor's daughter doesn't have a boyfriend, and neither does Sha, who lives in the building in front as well. Your son is my son as well. Li Shuimei argued back. As they continued to banter, Jiang Chen gently rubbed his slightly sore eyes with his left hand. This was the feeling of home, something he had avoided. The purest relationship in the world was family. He smiled and thought that he should take some time to visit them. After his phone call with his parents ended, he lied back onto the bed, disregarding the dust flying everywhere. It was time to move out. He felt slight regret as he wanted to lie on the bed a bit longer. 500 million United States dollars. That's 3 billion RMB. While Jiang Chen didn't know the exact exchange rate, it was likely around this much. What kind of mansion should I buy? He never considered this question before. A mansion, let alone a simple apartment, was something Jiang Chen had never dared to imagine. But now this was all nothing. Since there were areas he was clueless about, he decided to ask for some help. He lifted his phone, but his finger froze in place. Who should I call? An awkward smile crept onto his face as he realized that he didn't have many friends. That was fine. After deliberating for a while, Jiang Chen sighed as dialed Sha Xiu's number. Since he needed to call her anyways, he might as well ask for some advice at the same time. Sha Xiu was about to lose her mind. She was wondering where Jiang Chen disappeared to when vibrations suddenly came from her pocket. Without hesitation, she took out her phone and saw the familiar name. She was so angry that she laughed. Hello, am I hearing this correctly? Our president just called me back. The voice didn't sound too cold, at least Jiang Chen could hear her teeth grinding. Ahem, I have been busy with business. That's not the point. Jiang Chen shamelessly changed the topic. Oh, what kind of business requires you to turn your phone off? Do you know the company is in the initial startup phase? Hiring, development plan, is this your business or my business? The voice on the other side was so fast that Jiang Chen moved the phone slightly away. Sha Xiu's drastic reaction to his disappearance surprised him. There were more important things at hand, however. Can you go house hunting with me? Sha Xiu hung up the phone. 2 seconds later, the phone rang again. She suppressed the anger in her chest as she inhaled, resisting the urge to hang up right away. Ahem, don't hang up on me. I'm serious. Can you find some time? What do I have to do with you buying a house? Sha Xiu said in an icy voice as her chest furiously heaved up and down. Jiang Chen's playful attitude made her feel disrespected as she had been worrying about him for the past few days. That's right, disrespected. After spending so much effort on something, it was completely disregarded. Of course it has to do with you. If you have nothing else to do, you can come and chill. Jiang Chen said with a chuckle, completely unaware of Sha Xiu's feelings. When she heard Jiang Chen's words, Sha Xiu paused. She confusedly touched her forehead and felt the unnatural temperature on her hand. I don't have a fever. This is weird. Hello, are you listening to me? Oh right, I've already finished developing the mobile game. The next step is to hire people to maintain the server. I trust that you know the hiring process better than I do, so you can take care of it. But if you need me to be at the interview, I don't mind either. But only on the condition that you'll go house hunting with me. Okay, Sha Xiu agreed without considering. After did she realize with an odd feeling how illogical and decisive her answer was. Must be because of work. If I don't say yes, he'll disappear again. That's right, it's because of work. After hanging up, Sha Xiu rubbed her temples as she tried to justify her actions. Although even this action felt unnecessary and unnatural. Done. Jiang Chen stretched as he threw the phone to the side. Girls were more detailed, so it was better to bring her along. Despite his narcissism, he knew too well that his taste was significantly lacking. With the developer's sale pitch, there was no way he'd be able to discern truth from lies. He didn't wonder if he was interested in Xia Xiu or not. It was just that when he held his phone, the only person in this city who came to mind was his ex-boss. No, his employee now, haha. Since he needed to buy a house, then naturally it required cash. Jiang Chen's storage dimension was filled with gold, but it didn't make sense to go buy a house with pounds of gold. He grabbed the phone again and called an international number. However, when he pressed the phone against his ear, he frowned. The phone rang for a long time without an answer. Just as Jiang Chen was about to hang up, someone picked up. "Hello," an unfamiliar voice curtly said in English. The voice was deep and slightly scratchy, not at all like Robert. "Jiang Chen, Robert's Han friend. And you are?" Jiang Chen used his broken English to slowly answer. "Nick, my boss is currently in trouble, can I trust you?" Nick asked after some hesitation. "Of course, Robert is a good guy. Even though I'm in Han, I still miss him dearly. Also, we have unfinished business." Jiang Chen dug deeply into his vocabulary to finally articulate what he needed to say. The other side remained silent for a while before Nick finally explained the situation. Because of Jiang Chen's terrible English, Nick purposely slowed down for him, and after a while, Jiang Chen finally understood what happened. To put it simply, Robert went on a business trip to Iraq 2 days ago and was kidnapped. With Nick's combat ability, this normally would not have happened, but the insider they worked with multiple times turned out to be a traitor. The group that came out to meet them weren't local militants but instead masked terrorists. This was going to be problematic. "Fu Ke, you have your gold business, but you ended up going to this ghetto place and dropped the ball at such a critical moment." Regardless of Jiang Chen's internal curses, however, Robert had his own reasons. During this period of time, he planned on staying safe, but because Jiang Chen failed to follow up with him, he started to question the deal. Did the Eastern man really have business for him? There were no other messages, so Robert decided to stop waiting and accepted the insider deal that had a low risk. Curses aside, Jiang Chen still had to find a way to solve the problem. For now, he didn't have any other routes to sell the gold for cash since it would be insane to sell 500 million United States dollars worth of gold without proof of ownership. He did not wish to get tangled up with the authorities. So how about a visit to Iraq? Jiang Chen was hesitant at first, but upon further thought, a smile appeared on his face. Perhaps it wasn't such a bad idea. With his special equipment and Superman-like body conditions, he was not afraid about the possible danger, especially since he could just run away if there was trouble. Turn the corner and travel to the apocalypse for a few days, and no one would catch him. At the same time, Jiang Chen also had other considerations as well. If he helped Robert, not only would the gold problem be resolved, but he would also gain another backup option. Even if he had to leave the country in the future, there would always be a place for him to go. He trusted that Robert would help him out if he was in need. Although they only met once, he could tell that Robert had a spirit that respected contracts. This was especially critical. If he was someone who only chased after profit without any regard to promises, then he was a waste of emotional investment. Even if Jiang Chen decided to save him, it was easier to find another partner. Once Jiang Chen made up his mind, he didn't waste a second as he immediately booked the tickets online to Dubai. He planned to lay over in Dubai before heading to Baghdad. Since he already has his passport, all he needed was a travel visa before departing. Once ticketing was resolved, he immediately packed and left. No longer staying at his rented apartment, he found a hotel to stay at instead. Only after taking care of the gold problem would he consider buying a house. Although selling several tons of gold at once would be difficult, trading in a few kilograms wasn't entirely impossible. Jiang Chen, who was running out of money, retrieved a business card and called Mr. Liu at the gold store to book an appointment. Jiang Chen ended up exchanging 7 kilograms of gold, but since he didn't care about the decimals, he sold it for 1.5 million. What Jiang Chen didn't notice as he left the gold store, however, was the look of greed that flashed across Lu Anshan's poker face. The more he thought about it, Lu Anshan was certain that this guy had a special means of acquiring large amounts of gold. Perhaps by digging in graves. Or through illegal mines. Lu Anshan didn't know. All he knew was that this guy had much more gold. He had Jiang Chen secretly investigated. After acquiring the funds last time, he immediately spent everything. Now in less than a month later, he came again to sell more gold. What did this mean? It meant that he had an unimaginable amount of gold. If he came to possess it accidentally, there was no way for him to have spent it all so quickly. As for how dangerous Jiang Chen was, Lu Anshan already had him investigated with the help of a friend. He was just an employee at a clothing store in Shimao who ended up fired. There was no way he had any special background. It was time to contact his brother. When he thought about his brother, however, he was slightly hesitant. He didn't want to have anything to do with his brother, but in this case, he had no choice. Despite his misgivings, Lu Anshan made up his mind and called the number. Hello, brother, it's me, Lu Anshan. Let's cut the small talk. I want to propose a business deal if you're interested. Let's split it 50-50, but the lowest I'm willing to go is 40-60. No less. His brother was Lu Changlong, the head of Hongyi gang and a prominent figure among Wanghai City's crime scene. Jiang Chen even had a small conflict with the Hongyi gang before. After leaving the gold store, Jiang Chen took a taxi to a rural area. He needed to rent a storage space to hold the supplies he needed in the apocalypse. Although online shopping was convenient, it was not a good long-term strategy. With 30 people now living in the base, it would be much easier to purchase in bulk from food distributors and also save on cost. After paying for 1 year of rent, Jiang Chen rented a small storage space. The area around and inside had excellent privacy protection which pleased him. The rent was not expensive either for a rural area at 3,000 a month. After renting the storage space, Jiang Chen didn't rest but instead found the number of a Wanghai City food distributor online and dialed. He cut straight to the point and ordered 10 tons of rice, 5 tons of flour, 300 boxes of canned meat, and 200 boxes of canned vegetables, as well as salt and oil. With such a large order coming in, the boss of the distributing company eagerly took the order. After getting the address, he guaranteed that the goods would arrive within 2 hours, but only after paying a down payment up front. Jiang Chen instead paid for the full amount. Once the full amount of 160,000 RMB arrived in his bank account, the boss became frantic. He didn't know how he got lucky to have met someone this rich. The full amount had been paid without hesitation. Immediately, he began to prepare and even personally rode the truck as they arrived at the storage. Jiang Chen obviously realized the boss's flattering words and emphasized that if the quality of this batch was good, he would come to him the next time as well. The boss of course promised that every bag of rice was newly produced and all of the canned food were from certified producers. Jiang Chen didn't comment and instead hinted that the next batch would preferably be without labels. The boss paused momentarily before he smiled mischievously at Jiang Chen and agreed. It wasn't difficult for him to acquire products that way as he would just contact the people he knew at the factory. For him, it was one less step in their production. After some small talk, the boss shrewdly left, sensing that Jiang Chen still had things to do. After the truck drove away, Jiang Chen returned to the storage and shut the door tight. It was time to do the real business. He inhaled deeply and looked around at the supplies that nearly filled the entire storage. He then lit up a cigarette, which was something that he did every time he traveled between the 2 dimensions. In front of Miss Sun Zhao's shocked and joyful gaze, Jiang Chen moved all of the supplies into the swimming pool that had previously contained the gold. The swimming pool was now full of food. "I'll help you get a couple more vaults of gold," Sun Zhao blurted out after gathering her thoughts from her temporary shock. This was the only thing that came out of her mouth. "Peesh, I haven't sold all of the gold yet. And even if you got more, I wouldn't be able to exchange it for money. Also, these supplies cost nothing there," Jiang Chen explained. "Then why don't you bring back more?" Sun Zhao was slightly embarrassed. She tried to cover her expression with a furious look and a flash of her teeth at Jiang Chen, except in Jiang Chen's eyes, it was all harmless coquetry. "Don't be greedy, would you even be able to finish it?" Jiang Chen laughed as he patted Sun Zhao's butt. "I can. Even if I can't, I'd just leave it here." Sun Zhao blushed as she stared at Jiang Chen again. "Don't become a little pig. Then I'd have to eat Yao Yao," Jiang Chen said jokingly. "Do you want to die? You pervert." Embarrassed, Sun Zhao lifted her hand and hit Jiang Chen on the shoulder, but from Jiang Chen's smiling face, she could tell it hadn't hurt at all. Of course Jiang Chen didn't mean it, he was not perverted enough to eat Yao Yao. Also, Sun Zhao's flexible waist didn't seem like it would grow fatter anytime soon. Oh, and find a few detailed-oriented people to scratch off the production date and the other symbols. You have to be extremely careful with this, or maybe you and Yao Yao should take care of it personally. In the future, I'll try to obtain supplies without any labels. After repeatedly urging Sun Jiao in a few more things, Jiang Chen traveled back to the modern world. He looked at the empty storage unit again and headed back out. He locked the door and cautiously checked to see if it was visible from the outside before he walked to the road and called a taxi to go back to the city. In the car, he called Xia Xiu. What? You have to leave the country? For how long? Surprisingly enough, Xia Xiu didn't seem too shocked by the news of Jiang Chen disappearing again. Perhaps she was used to it. At least this time, Jiang Chen told her his plan and didn't just disappear on her without any warning. The last time, Xia Xiu had been so afraid that she almost called the police thinking he got into an accident. Not too long, business related. I'll be back in a week. Then what about the company? Xia Xiu sighed resignedly. Of course it's up to you, hee. When she heard Jiang Chen's laughter, Xia Xiu tiredly rubbed her temple. I stored all of the game data onto the USB drive, so I'll send it to you in a bit. You're much more familiar with the advertisement process than I am. Hee, so you'll have to work a bit harder this time. I'll treat you to dinner after I come back. Jiang Chen felt he was becoming more shameless by the minute. Treat me for a week. Xia Xiu said angrily. No problem, 1 month works as well. The hearty voice from the other side made her unable to vent her frustration. She hung up and flung the phone aside, leaning back against sofa with a huff. This guy, if she were his boss like before. She thought about what happened and suddenly became silent. For some reason, she was suddenly reminded of how she had fired Jiang Chen and the miserable time when she herself had lost her job. Suddenly, she felt terrible about herself. Guilt, unease, self-blame, she couldn't explain the emotion. The back of head pressed against the sofa. She didn't know what she was thinking about and just stared blankly at the ceiling. She liked this modernized apartment as the two-floor design really combined spaciousness with comfort. Despite her uptight work style, in her free time, she was someone who had a taste for a luxurious lifestyle. With a salary of 10,000 RMB, she spent half as rent, but she didn't feel bad about it. She believed that the purpose of earning money was to improve life quality, and excessive saving only demonstrated lack of confidence in the future. Jiang Chen also didn't expect her to pay back the loan, so she didn't have to save money for that either. What she didn't realize until now was that while she usually carefully planned her spending, she hadn't even considered paying back her loan in her monthly budget. She blankly stared at the intricate crystal chandelier as she remembered her time in the cheap apartment that cost 800 a month. Back then, she had to carefully plan every meal. For some reason, a man's face surfaced in her mind, that always grinning face. To be honest, the normally serious Xia Xiu really disliked that improper grin. However, she could not come to dislike the face. With dilated pupils, Xia Xiu touched her lips but didn't know why. There was a throb in her heart that she had never felt before. What is this? Whatever, I'll stop thinking. She shook her head and stood up after turning off the TV. Since Jiang Chen was sending the USB drive in a bit, it was not good to see him like this. With the thought of taking a shower, Xia Xiu entered the bedroom and prepared clothes to change into. She then walked into the bathroom and shut the glass door. She stared at the water coming out of the showerhead and let the clear water trickle down her flawless skin. Xia Xiu entered a daze once more. After the jog, I already showered. He got off at Xinyuan community as Jiang Chen walked towards Xia Xiu's rented apartment. The community had a lovely scenery. This girl certainly knew how to enjoy life. The side of the road was covered with plants and trees as a curious smile appeared on his face. The basketball court in the middle of the community had a few high school students playing a game. On the small field with training equipment, elders were practicing taiji. Some were also playing chess under the tree. Families were taking a walk and also young people were jogging. The entire community was crowded but not noisy. Walking into the apartment building, Jiang Chen pressed the elevator button. This girl rented a place on the 14th floor, is she not afraid of heights? He walked to the door and rang the bell, as he heard the sound of steps approach the door. You are here, come in. The door opened, and Xia Xiu with a towel in her hand showed up at the door. Jiang Chen noticed there was still a few droplets of water on her shoulder, seems like she showered not long ago. Are you not going to come in? Xia Xiu saw that Jiang Chen didn't move and slightly raised her eyebrows, and asked confusedly. Yes. I was just thinking about something. Jiang Chen coughed as he recollected himself from her stunning look. Oh, I am going to guess it's not work-related. Xia Xiu shrugged and walked back into her room. My computer is here, put your USB in there. Jiang Chen closed the door behind him and took off his shoes. The moment he looked up, Jiang Chen saw her gorgeous figure. Maybe it was because she just showered, but Xia Xiu's body had a lingering scent of the shower gel's fragrance. The loose pajama slightly dampened by water looked a lot more fitting as it pressed against her beautiful figure. Especially the curve of her butt. Jiang Chen gulped in confusion. This girl is not seducing me right. If Xia Xiu knew the narcissistic thought in Jiang Chen's mind, she probably would have angrily kicked him out. The bedroom was often filled with its owner's fragrance. Jiang Chen didn't think too much about it in the beginning. However, when Jiang Chen walked into Xia Xiu's bedroom and smelled her beautiful scent, he felt awkward. But seeing Xia Xiu's seriousness when setting up the computer, Jiang Chen had to suppress the odd feeling. Okay, connect the USB. Xia Xiu got up and walked out of the room. Jiang Chen ashamedly touched his nose, but when he saw the desktop filled with work-related documents, he felt guilty as he quickly regathered his concentration and focused on work. He inserted the USB into the computer and copied the folders. Yao Yao put a lot of attention into the work as all the information relation to the game was compiled together. With this information, the application procedure to the authority would be much simpler to do. Of course, it's Xia Xiu that had to do it. Is it done? Let me take a look. Xia Xiu's voice made Jiang Chen jump as he didn't know when she had returned to the room along with a chair. She sat beside Jiang Chen. She wore her glasses with a professional look and grabbed the mouse from Jiang Chen's hand as she scanned line by line through the document about the game. The light fragrance post-shower whiffed from her hair which made Jiang Chen a bit thirsty. To be honest, Xia Xiu looked absolutely gorgeous by any standards, a form of beauty that was almost unearthly. But before Jiang Chen never thought about her in this way as he just viewed her as someone who could manage the company, as well as one of the few friends he had. However, under the influence of the hormonal fragrance, even if he wanted to stop thinking about it, it was already out of his control. They were also in a flirtatious environment. The warm-colored light and wallpaper could make anyone fall asleep, but it could also ignite people's desire. What's worse was that there was a soft bed behind them. Bed, beauty, in the same room. He carefully examined the side of his ex-boss's face, it looked stunning. Jiang Chen's breath began to shorten. Whoever created this game is a genius. Xia Xiu's untimely exclamation interrupted Jiang Chen's bewildered thoughts. She pushed up her glasses and continued, it's impeccable in every category. The usage of cloud computing to reduce the hardware requirement, at the same time not costing a lot of data. Although I am not a professional in the game development, if the game's quality is equal to what the report stated, I can confidently say that this game will be groundbreaking in the history of mobile games. Of course, I hired someone professional to handle the game design aspect. We'll focus on the operation of it. Also, the game server requires specialized equipment. There is instruction along with it, just give it to the specialists to take care of. Jiang Chen pretended to cough as he tried to cover up his peaking act. He recollected his thoughts and refocused on work. Did you bring the server? Xia Xiu lightly frowned as she looked confusingly at the PC-sized equipment in her room. Of course I brought it. I put it behind the door, and you didn't notice. Jiang Chen rushed to explain. He remembered after he came into the room. So he brought it out from the storage dimension after she went into the living room. Xia Xiu didn't persist with these trivial details as she nodded before asking a few more questions related to the game. Jiang Chen did his best to explain and stated that all the information should be in the documents. I'll organize the information out which will take around 2 days. Although my experience in this is nearly zero, after the extensive period of study, I should be able to. I trust your ability. Jiang Chen interrupted her with a smile. Jiang Chen's look of trust made Xia Xiu's face feel hot. When Jiang Chen was smelling Xia Xiu's fragrance, she also sensed the smell from Jiang Chen's body. Don't be mistaken as it was not body odor. Instead, it was a unique hormonal scent. Just like the fragrance in her room, Xia Xiu couldn't tell, but Jiang Chen as the opposite sex could clearly detect this unique aroma. The speed of her heartbeat increased which made Xia Xiu a little frustrated and nervous. Although she didn't dislike this kind of feeling, she felt embarrassed by not concentrating on her work. Yes, embarrassed. She always worked diligently and was proud of the very fact. I won't disappoint your expectation. A stiff tone. Jiang Chen sensed that Xia Xiu's facial expression was a bit rigid as he felt uneasy as well. Did this girl figure out that I peeked at her? Of course, he thought too much. Xia Xiu had her reasons for showing such an expression. Also, I have some recommendations for the company site. If we want to get the company on track sooner, let's take care of these things as early as possible. Xia Xiu opened an office rental site with listings of empty offices. This, the Continental Building Floor 12. It is near the subway, and all the necessary services are near. The price is also reasonable. Take a look at the pictures and see what you think. Xia Xiu skillfully opened the image below and showed Jiang Chen. The work atmosphere has erased some of the flirtatious feelings out of the air, even Jiang Chen became focused. Of course, he still didn't really know what he was doing, even if he focused. Then this one it is. Jiang Chen scratched his face. He thought that he probably wouldn't go into the office very often, so he didn't care about where it would be located. Aren't you going to compare it to the other ones? This one too, although the ease of transportation is not ideal, it is near the universities, which would make the hiring process a lot easier. For a small and new company like us, it's hard to attract experienced professionals to jump ship and join us. What do you mean a small company? Where's your confidence? Jiang Chen rolled his eyes as he said, unsatisfied. Now that I see the president is so confident, I am also very hopeful for the company. Then the company location will be. This girl is becoming more skilled at handling me. Jiang Chen thought. To be fair, it is great to have an assistant. No, she is the CEO. Whatever, it is all the same. Jiang Chen decided to choose the office near the university. For no other reason than that the building was only 6 stories high. He hates high places. If he told Xia Xiu the real reason, she would have been shocked. The rent was 2,000 RMB a month. She could take care of the remaining items tomorrow, and Jiang Chen even assigned her to do the renovation. Don't save money for me, I'll invest another 10 million RMB in a few days, let's do something magnificent. When Xia Xiu asked how long the term of the lease should be and what's the budget for renovation, Jiang Chen waved his hand and replied, 10 million. Once he takes care of the gold, 100 million will be nothing. Let me be honest, if the game is already developed, the only thing the company needs to take care of is operation and maintenance. So we won't need this much funding within the short period of time, Xia Xiu replied with a bitter smile. Haha, who said we can't use it? I told you before that we are going into the phone industry. Once the phone is developed, iPhone and Samsung will all be giving their market share to us. Jiang Chen recklessly laughed. For the president's brazen laughter, Xia Xiu only rolled her eyes and didn't respond. She didn't think Jiang Chen had the capability to do so. Even if he did, 10 million was nowhere enough for development and production. But Jiang Chen didn't react to her rolled eyes. Yes, iPhone 6 was a fantastic product, but it was nowhere comparable to the technology from 100 years later. It doesn't even have to be 100 years later. Jiang Chen just needed to ask the starving technology genius to improve those ancient communication products and release them. Ahead of the market by 10 years would be enough for all the competitors to chase after him. Also, he must ensure that the phone won't be replicable so that his hard work won't be stolen. He doesn't want to see any knockoffs of future technology. The key technology should be patented. The phone would have to come later as the short-term focus was going to be placed on software. Also, can I know where you are going to be in the next few days? Which country are you going to for business? Xia Xiu had hesitated for a moment before she interrupted his envisioning. Iraq, Jiang Chen carelessly spilled out the truth. Iraq, Xia Xiu almost choked on her own spit. What kind of business required him to go there? Food, yours. His English was more broken than the Eastern man. A terrorist with a masked face and an AK-47 placed a bowl of muddy-looking soup and black bread on the table. He mocked the white man who crawled into the corner before he turned around and slammed the door. Robert weakly moved when he saw that the man left. He quickly walked to the table and grabbed the rock-hard bread. His blonde hair was already greasy, and his face looked pale, but his eyes remained bright. Even if he didn't know what's the soup or the hardly chewable bread in his hands was made out of, he didn't look the slightest bit remorseful. He chewed carefully, despite the fact that the food was barely edible. But he knew that this would maximize the amount of energy he had and would preserve it. Then, he could seek the opportunity to escape. Robert's face did not look distressed at all. Even if the poor reporter that stayed beside him yesterday was screaming in pain, he remained calm. Without a doubt, that guy must have his throat slit and recorded. The majority of the government would not compromise with the terrorist groups and pay ransom for the hostages. Maybe in a couple of days when he heads back, he could see that poor sucker on Facebook, in the form of video, if he could go back. This was not the first time Robert faced situations like this. Militants in Kuwait kidnapped him and almost slit his throat. But the good thing was that Blackwater International took the money and did some good deeds with the UA army. They managed to save him at the absolute last moment. However, this time it was far more questionable. Although he was a UA citizen and acted in the interest of the country, recently his act of smuggling oil from Iran has caught the attention of the FBA. Rumor has that special agents were collecting evidence in this area. Maybe due to this insider's betrayal, this was the FBA's act of taking him out, then why would the UA army save him? The bald Biden had no guts. If the FBA just threatened him a little, he would join the witness protection program and sell out his old friend. Robert was not too angry at this. He had seen his fair share of betrayal. If he died here this time, then Biden was lucky, but if he managed to return to Los Santos, hee. A ferocious smile flashed across Robert's face. Of course, all this talk would be nonsense because his probability of survival was so slim. Although Nick was reliable and a fitted warrior, he was alone after all. Facing a group of fully equipped terrorists would be unrealistic. Especially in hostage rescue, that must be done with one swift action. He mocked at himself for the thought as he finished the last bit of bread before lying on the bed again. His instinct told him that he would be okay this time. His instinct had saved him on more than one occasion, so he trusted his instinct and didn't give up the hope for survival. Jiang Chen got off the plane and stepped into the Baghdad International Airport. The religious city was not exactly as they described it in the news, in constant chaos. At least, not near the airport. The marks left by the war has been slowly healed through the passage of time. It was also evident by the constant flow of foreign tourists. However, he knew this prosperity was limited. As already occupied half of the area in northern Iraq. Even if the sky above Baghdad were still clear, it wouldn't take long before a gloom of war cast its shadow. Jiang Chen in shades stood in front of the airport for a while before he took out his phone to check Google Maps. He quickly found the arranged meeting spot with Nick. Just as he was about to call a taxi, an unlicensed car stopped in front of him. "Sir, do you need a taxi?" It was in Han, although not fluent. "Yes, do you know Han?" Jiang Chen was surprised. He had paused for a moment before he opened the car door. "It's because I often find jobs near your wells, for example servicing PetroChina workers. So I learned Han in the process." The young man smiled with his white teeth exposed as he skillfully started the car. "My name is Essa, what about you, sir?" Jiang Chen. "Head to this place on the map." Jiang Chen showed the location on the map to Essa. "Okay." With the changing scenery passing by him, Jiang Chen chatted with the taxi driver, who was around the same age as him, and he heard some interesting stories. "Sir, if you are here to travel, I recommend a few cities in the south. However, don't head north as Haditha is almost conquered, it might not be long until Baghdad is unsafe too." Looks like you know these things pretty well. How long have you been doing this?" Jiang Chen smiled. "For about 6 years, I have been driving taxis ever since I left the army. I also spent some time being a tourist guide," Essa replied. "You have been in the army before? I feel like you are no older than me," Jiang Chen asked with confusion in his voice. "I enlisted when I was 12, in what you guys call the Iraq War." Essa shrugged as the topic did not seem to bother him. A hectic show without even seeing the enemy. It was over before it started. "I just felt like Saddam gave me a gun and sent me to surrender in the front line." He was amazed by the young man's experience but didn't continue on the topic further. The car soon arrived at the destination, and Jiang Chen generously handed a 10 United States dollars bill to him. He watched the car leave as he stretched and looked for Nick. Here, just at that moment, the foreigner sitting under the shade, drinking coffee, waved at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen sat directly across from Nick. But before he sat down, Nick hastily began speaking. "Just yourself?" "Yes." Jiang Chen grabbed an empty cup and poured himself a cup. It was bitter, seems to be authentic Turkish coffee. Jiang Chen took a sip before putting it down and noticed Nick's slightly disappointed look. You seem disappointed." Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows. "You are an adamant warrior, but with just the two of us, it is going to be difficult," Nick replied with his voice lowered. "I am not just strong, you'll see." Jiang Chen shrugged. "Where is your weapon?" "It's in the car. Do you need me to prepare one for you as well?" Nick saw that Jiang Chen came empty-handed and asked. "Not necessary, I have prepared my weapon already." I believe that you already have clues about the whereabouts of your boss, let's find him then. He still owes me a deal. Jiang Chen smiled and spoke with a relaxed voice as if he never viewed these terrorists as real threats. Jiang Chen's relaxed mood made Nick frown slightly, but since there were no other options at the time, it would be dangerous to be delayed by even a day. Soldier's instinct told him that this guy was not to be underestimated, but he was not certain of his exact level. Let's talk about the exact details on the car. Robert is in great danger. If you saw the news yesterday, you'd know that has already executed a UA reporter. If they don't receive the ransom by tomorrow, they might kill the hostage. Nick lit up a cigarette and handed Jiang Chen one as he took Jiang Chen to his car. Your boss can't afford the ransom. Jiang Chen lit up the cigarette. Is wanted the UA government to pay, Nick said emotionlessly. The meaning behind that was evident. The car started as Nick took the wheel and headed out of the town. They passed by 2 inspection stations, but it was rather procedural as the stations let them go when there were no bombs found. The assault rifle hidden under Nick's seat was not detected during both inspections. On the way, Nick explained what kind of trouble they encountered this time. It was about 5 days ago, Robert accepted an old friend's invitation, Biden, to come to Iraq. It was a military arms deal worth $20 million USD. The buyer was supposed to be a militant fighting on the front line against IS. Order from the UA middlemen and acquiring additional firearm was the unspoken rule on this desert. Although Robert sensed something was off, he was not too suspicious. It was a deal over $20 million USD. He would earn $1 million just by working with him. Biden was such a great guy. After he arranged the transportation of military arms on the battlefront between the government militants and IS, he met a bunch of extreme terrorists screaming, Allah Akbar. Nick was indeed a great warrior as he used an M27 to kill at least 10 fearless terrorists, but that was useless. To acquire those arms, the IS with secret information, sent out at least a battalion of forces and was equipped with heavy machine guns and RPG. He almost didn't get out of there alive. The firearm fell into the hands of the IS, and Robert was captured. Nick fought fearlessly to find an escape path to the safe zone. Of course, that doesn't mean he would leave his boss there. Robert saved his life before. He knew that the only way to save his boss was to escape himself first. He stayed in Haditha as he had a feeling that IS didn't bring IS into their territory. The next day, he received a phone call from someone who picked up a $10 UA bill. On the bill, it said, if you call this number, and tell him where you found the bill, you'll receive $100 in compensation. Nick first thought it was a trap, but it was his only hope. After meeting the man, Nick paid him the compensation and followed him to where he picked up the bill. It was fortunate that it was not a trap. Robert was cunning. He always hid a $10 bill in his shoe as he believed the first finance minister of the United States would bring him luck and riches. At the same time, it saved him in critical moments. It was clear that Hamilton saved him. Why don't you contact the embassy? The UA soldiers are all experts in hostage rescue, Jiang Chen said in a relaxed voice. It's the FBA who's behind this all. Those fools can't find evidence, so they wanted to get rid of Robert. With the cigarette in his mouth, he already put his shades on. Jiang Chen couldn't see his facial expression. Oh, I thought Robert represented the UA government. Jiang Chen shrugged. He did in Iraq, but it happened in Kane, which is not related to the Iran problem. Nick briefly answered the question as he turned the wheel and drove off the road. It was clear that Robert trusted his bodyguard as he even explained these things to him. Jiang Chen remembered that Robert told him about smuggling oil before. It must be that he left some evidence and the FBA is after him. We are not going on the road. There is an IS station in the front, we can't pass. Also, we are almost there. Robert calmly drove the car into an alley and shut the engine. Jiang Chen opened the door and got out. He looked around and figured it was a ghetto. Occasionally a child's malnourished head popped out of the window and curiously looked at the 2 foreigners. But a hand would come and drag the children back into the room and tightly shut the window. These civilians are quite sensitive about the war. Jiang Chen smiled as he threw the cigarette butt onto the ground. The moment they were born they started to experience the war. Nick grabbed a backpack under the car seat. He saw Jiang Chen's relaxed look and raised his eyebrows. Are you sure this is okay? No problem, trust me. Jiang Chen sighed. In Iraq, Han Kung Fu is not that particularly helpful. In your foreigners' eyes, do all the Han know Kung Fu? Jiang Chen laughed at the remark. I should show him something. Jiang Chen's right hand reached behind his back and opened the storage dimension. In Nick's eyes, he just reached, and a pistol appeared in his hand. Nick was shocked as he didn't even sense Jiang Chen hid the gun. He also did not recognize the gun. This gun is 11 tactical pistol, custom made, don't worry about it. Jiang Chen put the gun into his bag and shrugged. Nick nodded as he no longer questioned. Just like that, Jiang Chen followed Nick and walked to the building where Robert was held. There's one on the roof, 4 standing on the second floor, and 5 out front. Nick stretched out on top of the roof and used a pair of binoculars to observe the target structure. Robert is confirmed alive. The 3-story tall building had at least 10 terrorists on site. Nick began to worry for Jiang Chen as even for someone like him, it would be nearly impossible to rescue someone without alerting nearby guards. However, if they alerted the guards on patrol duty in the streets, then they must face the attack from an entire town of his soldiers. Affirmative, just cover me when I back out. Jiang Chen stood by a fruit store picking fruits as he occasionally glanced at the IS soldiers passing by. He had a headscarf on his head with only his eyes exposed. It was exciting for him. He opened his mouth and took a deep breath before turning into an alley. He noticed that there was no one around, so he took out the bag Yao Yao gave him from the storage dimension and equipped it onto himself. The drone from the future was going to be useful now as an odd smile appeared on Jiang Chen's face. He connected his EP onto the palm-sized circle disc. The bottom of the drone slightly vibrated followed by an almost undetectable noise as it followed Jiang Chen's instruction and flew into the air. It carefully avoided the sight of the guards as Jiang Chen cautiously controlled the drone to fly over the wall onto the top floor. It recorded the heat map of the entire building as all the guards appeared on the EP map. After he had parked the drone on the top floor, Jiang Chen gave an order to Nick. Take out the scout on the top floor. Affirmative. Nick naturally noticed Jiang Chen's drone and was surprised by Jiang Chen's ability. He zoomed in with his M27 rifle. The silencer lightly buzzed. A blood hole appeared on the terrorist's forehead. As he was about to fall over, the drone hidden behind him popped a hook and carried his body to the middle of the roof and slowly released him. Not a single person noticed. Nick was completely stunned. He saw the Indigo drone that the US Special Forces used in Kane and he thought that represented the peak of the drone technology. But when he saw the palm-sized drone, his understanding of field was challenged. Silent enough to move behind the target and its hook powerful enough to drag the body. This was the first time he saw a drone that agile and discreet. His country's military technology is this powerful. Is Jiang Chen representing an unknown force? Nick didn't understand, but he didn't need to understand. He knew that his boss could be rescued now. Jiang Chen used the image generated through his EP to determine the guards' distribution within the building. He took a deep breath and moved to the side of the building. He pressed against the ground, for the first time using all his strength in the modern world. Jiang Chen hopped 2 meters high, grabbed onto the roof of a small building and rolled beside the water tank. It was a smooth move. This was the muscle and reflex 2 times stronger than ordinary people. He gradually clenched his fingers and looked at the street across. It was 3 meters wide with little traffic. 8 meters away from the roof, with a height difference of 2 meters. How far is the closest patrol from this place? Jiang Chen used the communication device in his ear and asked. 2 streets, Nick answered after he scanned the area. I am about to enter, watch out for me. Understood. Nick put the binoculars aside as he reloaded the M27 rifle. Fury. Red dots began to pop up in Jiang Chen, vision. Even the wall cannot stop the vivid red from appearing, it belonged to the color of hearts beating. The desire to rip the hearts apart. All the cells in his body were boiling. He inhaled and tried to suppress the negative emotions from his mind as he slightly bent his knees. If it were 2 times his muscle strength, it would be questionable, but now it was 4 times. Abruptly, he pushed his legs down onto the ground and stepped back before he dashed across the 8-meter distance, grasping onto the roof of the 3rd floor. Fouquet, this hurts. The fury strengthened his muscle but not his bones. The shock from the impact with the wall made him grind his teeth together, but he managed to overcome the pain and initiated the tranquilizer on the EP. Fury disarmed. His heartbeat returned to normal. What is it? A terrorist looked out the window and scanned for any irregularity. Don't know, let's go take a look. Jiang Chen held his breath as he pressed against the wall. He didn't understand what they were saying as he prayed that they won't look up. Jiang Chen was right above the IS soldier. If he got caught, then he would have to fight a violent battle. He wasn't afraid, but Robert's safety would be jeopardized. Jiang Chen's sudden move shocked Nick as he didn't suspect Jiang Chen to jump across an 8-meter distance, 2-meter height difference. Superman. Nick didn't let his guard down when he saw Jiang Chen sneak into the building, his rifle aimed directly at the head stuck outside the window. If he looked up and saw Jiang Chen, Nick would have to kill him. Stealth entry would become a battle. Fortunately, it seemed that it was inconvenient to look up while wearing a hat. The terrorist didn't see anything odd, so he retracted his head. From common sense, no one could jump onto a building. Jiang Chen was relieved as he rolled onto the roof. The reason why he dared to use brute force to jump over was not that he didn't think it through. Instead, when Fury was activated, he saw the distribution of the people in the room. He estimated that the risk of being spotted was small, so he decided to use 4 times the strength of a regular people and jumped over. First, silence device. NATO Special Forces equipment, he purchased at the 6th Street junkyard for 30 crystals. The device could silence up to a radius of 10 meters. Although not as useful in the apocalypse, but quite handy in the modern world. It can be activated for 15 seconds. He laughed and took out the device from where Nick couldn't see. He pressed the device against the roof. He then started the drone and made sure the soldiers were unaware before he rotated the silent device's button. Buzz. It produced a sound of buzzing electricity. The surrounding air became unstable under the unique field, all sounds were erased. The brick roof was exploded open with dynamite. Jiang Chen did not hesitate as he took out his pistol and jumped into the room. Future tech was indeed powerful, no one noticed the violent explosion. With both feet on the ground, Jiang Chen saw Robert in the corner. He ripped off his headscarf and smiled. "I can't believe you are the one saving me, my friend," Robert said with a bitter smile. "Oh, are you disappointed?" Jiang Chen shrugged with a joking voice. "No, I appreciate your help." Robert stood up and genuinely bowed down. "If there is anything I can assist you with in the future, please don't hesitate to tell me. You still owe me a deal." Robert was confused for a brief second before he smiled. "Not just a deal, my friend." Jiang Chen didn't continue talking with him. He retracted the silent device and walked to the door. Robert surprisingly looked at the pistol in Jiang Chen's hand. For as long as he has been in the firearm business, he never saw a gun like it. As well as the silent explosion. But Robert didn't ask. Everyone had their own privacy. It would be impolite to ask. If he could rescue people, it won't be hard to kill people. "Nick, the hostage is rescued. Cover me," Jiang Chen spoke into the communication device. "I understand," Nick replied emotionlessly as a cruel smile appeared across his face. "You bastards, I'll kill you all." He opened the safety. He locked onto a terrorist that looked like a commander and pulled the trigger. Bang! The blood hole penetrated through the target's head as he dropped down onto the floor. Enemy! Enemy! It's the UA citizens! Quick! But what they didn't know was, the one firing was a Byelorussian, and the one rescuing was an Eastern man. Shouting noises resonated through the door, as well as the explosive firing of the assault rifles. Jiang Chen monitored the outside with the drone. Nick was indeed an experienced soldier. A single rifle was enough to suppress all the soldiers. The screaming bullets accurately penetrated through flesh and ended their sinful lives one by one. Nick managed to control the soldiers around the building. Jiang Chen waved at Robert signaling their retreat. He aimed his pistol at the wooden door. Bang! The wooden door was slammed open. A terrorist screaming a foreign language rushed in with an assault rifle and met a pistol in his face. Boom! With a hole in his forehead, the man dropped dead. Instincts, don't worry about it, Jiang Chen joked with the shocked Robert before he rushed out. Instinct, the drone's instinct, woola-hoola-la, Jiang Chen replied to the nonsensical screaming with a bullet. Although the 11 tactical pistol was only a pistol, it was technology from 100 years later. Despite the same size bullet, the material of the bullet as well its accuracy was far superior compared to modern weapons. Although it was a pistol, it could easily shoot through the brick wall. The highly penetrative bullet made the soldiers around the stairs not dare to come close to the wall. But as they continued to hide, it troubled Jiang Chen as well. Since this is an IS-controlled territory, there was no way they could escape if this dragged on. Time to try the thermal detection grenade. A grimace appeared on Jiang Chen's face. The thing he got from Zhao Chenwu, the firearm dealer from the apocalypse. He popped the switch and threw the grenade away. The grenade in midair suddenly paused as flames began to spit out from one side. It was as if it had eyes, it flew directly at the soldiers around the stairs. They didn't even have time to duck down. The grenade exploded as soon as it detected heat. Boom! The explosive chips destroyed the entire staircase. Jiang Chen could almost sense the violent explosion. God, what are these things? Robert hid behind Jiang Chen's back as he blankly stared ahead. Some new gadgets. Stop talking, follow me. Jiang Chen changed a clip and rushed to the stairs. Thermal detection grenade. Those things were slightly pricey, being 5 times the price of a regular grenade. It was only useful on humans and would be interfered by the cheaper EMP grenade or heat bait, so they were not as useful in the apocalypse. All of a sudden, the wooden floor crashed open on the side. Allah! A man with an assault rifle dashed out and tried to smash his gun against Jiang Chen's head. But he did have a reflex of 29, so he would not get hit by a surprise attack like that. A violent stream of air ripped through Jiang Chen's arm as the almost liquid phase nitrogen slammed onto the man's chest like a hammer. He flew away like a bomb and smashed against the wall. Should be dead. Damn, this thing could be used as a close-range weapon. Jiang Chen pleasingly looked at the metal bracelet on his arm. Robert stared dumbfoundedly at him. Jiang Chen glanced at him, and half-jokingly said, "I guess you are going to keep the secret for me, right?" Robert continued to stare dully, but he nodded. God, is this a Hollywood movie? Jiang Chen was pleased by Robert's reaction as he signaled for him to follow and rushed downstairs. He was not afraid of Robert not keeping the secret. No one would believe some of the things that happened. Especially if he were smart enough, he would shut his mouth. Jiang Chen, get out. Patrol squad already noticed the disturbances on this side, and they are sending backup. Nick's voice transmitted from the communication device. Understood. Nick waved at Robert and shouted, "Quick! Start running." Before he finished his sentence, Jiang Chen dashed out of the building and fired into the sky. The gunshot dispersed all the confused civilians. At the same time, he called Robert and headed directly into the alley. Damn it, there are heavy machine guns. Nick cursed as he quickly began to move. His position was already exposed when they cross-fired. The Toyota pickup truck carrying heavy machine guns drove through the streets and headed for the building where the hostage was held. The soldier on the pickup truck called the other soldiers while forcefully opening the switch, preparing to shoot. Ta-ta! The bullets fired like raindrops, quickly suppressing Nick's position, which forced him to get on the floor and crawl to the stairs. He then jumped up and fled downstairs. The soldiers were not to be taken lightly as the 10-person patrol team carried their assault rifles and moved towards Nick's location with the intention of surrounding him. However, as a seasoned veteran, he stepped back and shot with his M27 while moving back to the car. On the other side, Jiang Chen used his EP to control the drone and avoided the chasing his soldiers as they passed through the crossfire zone harm-free. Quick, get in the car. You drive. Jiang Chen opened the door and pushed Robert in. He then flew the drone in Nick's direction. I have been surrounded, you guys leave first. Nick gritted his teeth and glanced at the wound on his left shoulder. He fired a few rounds with one hand and then ran into another alley. Although he remembered the layout of this place, his knowledge was nowhere comparable to the soldiers that regularly patrolled this area. Nick already accepted his fate, or else he should have already died in that small town in Kane. He would have repaid the favor. A grimace smile appeared on Nick's face as he slammed against the dugouts beside the road. He decided not to run anymore. He wanted to teach these bloodthirsty hounds who was the real warrior. 6 o'clock direction, go through that alley, quick. The voice from his headphone made him pause for a brief second before he clenched his teeth and followed Jiang Chen's direction into the alley. Almost at the same time, he caught, with the corner of his eyes, a Toyota pickup truck that just ran across where he was. A drop of cold sweat rolled down his face as he immediately followed Jiang Chen's instruction and moved. There is a fruit store, go in it, there's a back door in the room. Under the guidance of the drone, all of the IS's movements were exposed. Although it was the complete opposite direction as the car, Nick chose to trust Jiang Chen's instruction. He kicked open the wooden door as he disregarded the screaming woman, the frightened man as well as the innocent children. He threateningly held his gun up and then with quick strides he aimed at the back door. Slam! Nick used his right shoulder, slammed open the door and got on another street. Cross the street and go into the alley before you make a left turn. The sound of his soldiers' footsteps and shouting resonated from afar. Nick resisted the pain in his shoulder and carried his assault rifle across the street. The footsteps were moving away. It looked like they lost him. Nick let out a sigh of relief before he took out the bandage. He wrapped his wound while running. Under Jiang Chen's direction, he quickly got back to the car. We have to hurry, there are more and more soldiers coming in this direction. Jiang Chen helped Nick open the back door as he sat in the front passenger seat. Robert sat behind the wheel as he started the car. Nick ripped off his shirt and changed into a shirt that he previously prepared to cover his wound. Where are we going? Robert drove the car out of the alley and scanned around. Jiang Chen reached out of the window to retract the palm-sized drone as he stuffed it back into his pocket. Head into the desert, all the roads are blocked off. God, I am still alive, this is unbelievable. Robert steered the wheel as he exaggeratedly let out a long sigh. We haven't escaped yet, Jiang Chen said with a bitter smile. He still did underestimate the ability of the terrorists as they responded with such swiftness. The original plan was to follow the road and head back into Baghdad. Is much stronger compared to other extremists. I thought you had plans. Nick had hesitated for a moment before he spoke. Jiang Chen heard the words as he smiled with bitterness. I really don't have a plan, looks like I have been too cocky this time. He was not worried about getting caught by the IS since he could always hide in the apocalypse. However, he couldn't bring Robert and Nick over. Robert sensed the awkwardness on Jiang Chen's face as he laughed. Don't worry, we'll see as we go. They can't be chasing us forever. He opened the GPS on the car. We still have enough fuel. We'll cross the desert and go from the northern side of the Tharthar Lake to Tikrit. If we are lucky, the government force should be in control of the area. A smile full of resignation appeared on Robert's face, but Jiang Chen couldn't even smile at all. In other words, if Tikrit is under the control of IS, they must take the gamble. If he knew it was so problematic, it's fine since he was already here and had the opportunity to test the strength of this equipment. Jiang Chen shook his head as he closed his eyes to rest. Surprisingly, he realized that he no longer felt uncomfortable killing people. It was hard to say if it was a good thing or not. Perhaps it was because all the people he killed deserved it. Jiang Chen remembered the atrocious acts conducted by the IS as he tried to justify his actions. Robert looked rather optimistic as he hummed along with the tune on the car. The guy probably has seen too many deaths to be bothered by it. Once the explosive song played, the car lifted the dust up on the sandy ground and drove into the endless desert. Every single piece of sand here was covered by the smell of chaos. Xia Xiu sat on the sofa with her head wrapped in a towel. Under the bathrobe, her smooth and silky legs could be faintly seen covered by droplets of water. It was in the midst of summer as the room was air-conditioned. She didn't change into clothes yet as she enjoyed the light breeze. Although she had a face more attractive than celebrities, even in her free time, it was still expressionless. She leaned against the sofa as she casually lifted her legs. She turned on the TV with the remote. Now we'll continue with the next piece of news. This morning, IS initiated an attack on Tikrit. The president of Iraq stated that they will do anything to defend Tikrit. Xia Xiu didn't really care about international news. Like most of the modern professionals, she was more interested in comedy shows, especially the ones that made people laugh. Surprising, for someone who didn't like to smile enjoyed humor. There are no news today. Xia Xiu let out a breath for reasons she couldn't explain. No news probably means he is safe. At least the news didn't say that a Han man was abducted and taken hostage. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs strongly advises citizens, and related news. Why am I worried about him? Xia Xiu was suddenly shocked as she subconsciously touched her lips as confusion flashed across her eyes. She shook her head and pushed out the always grinning face from her head as she began to change the channel. It must be because I have been too tired lately. With the comedians on the screen as well as the waves of laughter from the audience, Xia Xiu temporarily forgot about what troubled her. Her breathing returned to normal as her emotion returned to normal. As the night fell, Jiang Chen leaned against the chair with a cigarette in his mouth. To prevent being spotted, the headlight must remain off. It would be too dangerous to keep going without any light, so Robert stopped the car. If you can't fall asleep, why don't you keep an eye out for now? Robert smiled bitterly as he pressed against the steering wheel. Nick in the back was already snoring up a storm. How far away? Jiang Chen blew a smoke ring out as he sighed. Probably 2 more days. There is enough water and food, you don't have to be too nervous. Robert shrugged. Jiang Chen rolled his eyes. Who is saving who? I am doing a lot to get rid of the 10 tons of gold. Jiang Chen curled his lips. 10 tons. Robert suddenly stood up, but then a banging sound ensued. He hit his head against the roof, but he resisted the pain as he stared at Jiang Chen, full concentrated. Fouquet, don't look at me like that. Jiang Chen was getting goosebumps as he moved back into contempt. Hee hee. Robert touched his greasy blonde hair and moved back. I know there is a 100 million USD deal. But why would I do firearms? I'll just help you sell gold. Nope, I only stored this much gold over the years. I am starting to transition into other industries as well. Jiang Chen let out a sigh. Transitioning, is there something else that's easier to sell? Robert couldn't fall asleep anymore as he also lit a cigarette. Technology, technology, Buffet didn't even dare to touch that. Robert contumaciously sneered, I tried to open my own firearm company before but gave up soon after. The risk of development is too high, so I only sell the finished product. It is easier to make money this way. It is also more dangerous. Jiang Chen didn't disagree. Of course, but I love the adventure. Robert awkwardly laughed as he avoided the topic. The desert night was quiet and peaceful without a soul to be seen. As they got further away from Haditha, the occasional explosions started to fade as well. But within the quiet night sky, a short burst of homing noise could be heard once in a while. F-22, it's probably the UA doing scouting missions. Maybe we are already on the heat map. Robert lifted his head. Oh, would the UA soldiers jump out and save you? Jiang Chen smiled. No way, we are only a white dot on the heat map. There are plenty of refugees in the desert. The good thing is that there is no weapon on the back of the car or some bullets may have flown down. Robert laughed at the remark. Jiang Chen gazed at the distant sky. The clouds were thin, and the moon was bright. But even in the moonlight, he couldn't see anything. I don't understand. I feel the US soldiers are not that strong. With the airstrikes of so many nations, why would they not eradicate this problem already? Jiang Chen did not have the slightest positive feeling about this group. It has nothing to do with politics nor nationality. From a purely human perspective, any group that killed civilians and raped women are hideous and hated. For whatever reason, it cannot justify the crime against humanity. He wanted to laugh at the crazy group that said so many laughable claims, but he couldn't. It's normal, Robert shrugged, is not simply just a terrorist group. It's a frightening army combined with an ambitious government. A lot of them even received higher education and elite training which taught them how to avoid airstrike and scouting. Also, their opponents have their own personal agendas. Take Turkey, for example, their stance on IS was never clear. At that moment, Robert also smiled dubiously. Also, if the war ended this quickly, how would we feed ourselves? How would the unemployment rate go down? Jiang Chen thought about it as he laughed. He was right. Who cared? The Middle East was far from war. But for some reason, he constantly remembered the world that had fallen apart because of the nuclear war. The world where even the sun in the middle of a summer day could not cast its ray through the thick radiation cloud. The world where not a single piece of grain grew, and a world where millions of twisted faces instinctively practiced violence. Jiang Chen suddenly felt a chillness. He tried to wrap himself tighter with his clothes. The desert night was a bit too chill. The car came to a slow stop as Robert smacked the steering wheel. Nick quietly walked out of the car as he lifted the front cover. The engine is busted. Fouquet. Now we are screwed, Robert said with a voice of defeat. Jiang Chen thought if he should go back to the apocalypse for a while and bring back a levitating car. But it was only wishful thinking, he would not do that unless they were hopeless. If he did it, that would mean he was prepared to abandon the two of them. Then his gold sell-off plan would be deserted, and this Iraq trip would become pointless. Can you fix it? Jiang Chen asked. Let me try. Nick took the toolbox out from the back of the car as he began to work on the engine. However, the engine didn't seem to get any better. Just as they were about to lose hope, Jiang Chen suddenly saw a truck approaching from a distance. He tensed up as he took out the pistol. Robert also noticed the truck, but his face looked ecstatic. Put your gun away, haha, we are saved. Quick, shout with me, haha, stop here, help. Robert waved his arms as he yelled at the truck to get its attention. The truck seemed to have noticed the three of them as it slowly drove in their direction. The truck stopped. Jiang Chen saw that the back of the truck was filled with malnourished refugees. Their clothes were ripped apart and only carried a small amount of luggage. All of them had the same tired and apathetic expression. Robert walked to the truck driver and spoke with him briefly before he returned full of joy. The driver agreed to give us a ride. It is tradition to help each other out in the desert. I promised him that we'll share the freshwater on our car. Since the car is going to be abandoned, let's take the fuel out as well. Nick, come help me. Okay, boss. Nick nodded and ensued. Jiang Chen and Nick sat in the back of the truck while Robert, trying to get close to the driver, sat in the passenger seat. Since only Robert knew Arabic, the two of them who sat with the refugees could only stare at each other, and couldn't say a word. All the women were covered in thick headscarves while the men looked exhausted. The children also lacked the energy people of their age possessed. Everyone was tired. They must have suffered a lot. The atmosphere felt odd. A Byelorussian in a Han here sure was weird. These people are probably Syrian refugees. Since Turkey shut down its borders, some of them chose to go through the Kurdish region and then be smuggled into Turkey. It's a coincidence that we were able to meet up. At least Jiang Chen knew a little English to be able to chat with Nick. Do they know English? Jiang Chen asked. Some probably do, but it doesn't look like they have the energy to chat. Nick shrugged his shoulders. The back of the truck was crowded and bumpy. A child who he couldn't tell the gender of sat beside Jiang Chen. The dirty face lacked energy and emotion as the messy hair carried a sour odor more pungent than Robert. Jiang Chen did not care too much about cleanliness as the entire truck was filled with the awful smell, so he didn't pay attention. Nick already started to snore as his years of military life had programmed him in such a way to preserve his energy. Except the snoring received a few stares in the truck. He really could sleep anywhere. Jiang Chen forced a smile as he also adjusted the way he sat to take a nap. The truck drove for a bit longer. It was around lunchtime as some refugees took out the food they carried and began to force it down with some water. The teen sitting beside Jiang Chen took out a black thing that resembled a piece of bread and began chewing. Perhaps it was because everyone was eating, Jiang Chen also felt hungry. He reached behind him, and when no one was looking, he took out a box of Oreos from the storage dimension. He opened the package as he started to eat it. He was prepared for this kind of unexpected situation, so he would always store some emergency food and medicine. Jiang Chen suddenly noticed that a pair of eyes were peeking at him. Precisely, peeking at him chewing the food. Do you want some? Jiang Chen smiled as he handed the box over. The pair of eyes quickly fled. However, they seemed to have noticed that Jiang Chen had no ill intentions as that person took over the half box of cookies and only hesitated slightly before devouring them. This guy was comparable to how Sun Jiao eats. A smile appeared on Jiang Chen's face. Thank you, the person replied in English. The person then seemed to have realized that the box was empty before a guilty expression surfaced and they lowered their head. Sorry. Don't worry, I still have lots, Jiang Chen said with a friendly smile. Can I know your name? Aisha, 17 years old. She was a girl. He was wondering why the voice was so light. Maybe because she was not an adult yet, and she didn't wear the headscarf like all the other women in the truck. My name is Jiang Chen, I come from Hua. Where are your parents? They got killed by the IS, all because my mom rejected those devils' demand. Aisha's voice was calm and emotionless, without much sorrow on her face. It made Jiang Chen speechless, as he didn't expect such a depressing topic. Sorry, Jiang Chen gently said, but he received a peculiar look. What happened? Jiang Chen asked confusedly. He was not sure if he said something he shouldn't have since he only knew the peaceful way of life. Nothing. I just didn't expect someone to say sorry to me. Aisha turned her head. Do you have any plans once you get to Turkey? Jiang Chen forced a smile as he decided to talk about something lighter. Perhaps once she started her new life, she would be slightly happier. No plan, head to refugee camp and receive humanitarian aid, and see if there is a Saudi or Turkish man that's willing to buy me. I am still a virgin, if I dress up, it shouldn't be a problem. The girl's voice was calm, with an awareness and apathy unfitting for her age. Okay, looks like any topic will become depressing. Jiang Chen chose to shut up. The truck would still stop overnight due to possible dangers. The driver also needed to rest. At this time the refugees would choose to go to the washroom and stand outside for a bit of the light breeze. Jiang Chen got out of the truck and went to the washroom. He also lavishly took out some paper to whip. Once the car stopped, Robert came and chatted with the two of them for a while. He still went back to the passenger seat when he slept. Robert said that he slipped the driver a Franklin bill and the driver immediately became more welcoming. At night, Jiang Chen felt hungry again. He had too many Oreos, so Jiang Chen took out another kind of strawberry cookies and began to chew on them. He heard a faint gulping sound beside him and thought about it briefly before he smiled and gave half of the cookies to the girl. Try it, it's from my hometown. The girl didn't respond. Instead, she started to devour the food. Jiang Chen looked at her and didn't say anything. Since he was full, it was time to sleep. Jiang Chen leaned against the truck as he drifted into sleep. Although snores could be heard all over the truck, tiredness was the best sleeping pill. As to Nick, this guy always fell asleep instantaneously, he also wakes up at random intervals. The thunderous snoring already started to ring. Except what Jiang Chen didn't notice was a pair of eyes that examined him. Aisha licked the cookie crumbs off of her fingers as she looked at the side of Jiang Chen's face. Her eyes were filled with confusion. The next morning, Jiang Chen woke up on the bumpy ride. We are almost there. Nick noticed Jiang Chen waking up and looked at the phone screen. GPS shows that we are only 40 kilometers away from Tikrit. The roaring engine noise filled his ear as the vibration of the engine almost made Jiang Chen lose the feeling in his back. He wiped his face with his hand as dust filled his palm. He was slightly shocked before he quickly realized. This is definitely not a place to stay. That's good, I can't wait to take a hot shower, and then sleep. Jiang Chen stretched as he forced a smile. The battery in his phone was almost drained. To prepare for the unexpected, he decided to shut it down. I have a bad feeling. Nick frowned as he touched his black backpack. His M27 was in it. I hope you are wrong. Hopefully. Nick closed his phone as his phone was about to die as well. Aisha raised her head to look at the two foreigners before putting her chin between her arms and closing her eyes. Looks like we won't get to Turkey. Being born among the chaos, she was too familiar with this smell. The smell of death. I have a company in the UA, a massive one. I like what you do. If you want, you can come drive for me. Don't worry about the green card either, the Senate is really close to me. Robert was passionately bullshitting in the passenger seat, happily chatting with the driver who was wearing a red headscarf and holding a cigarette in his mouth. Bang! Spider web cracks had swept across the window pane before it shattered, scattering in like snowflakes. Sheet. Robert quickly rolled underneath the seat and grabbed the steering wheel, resisting the pain from the cuts on his head as he pulled the truck to a stop. The driver who previously had a bright smile on his face now had a gaping, bloody hole in his head. The truck shook violently, the intense vibrations jostling the unprepared refugees to the ground. At the same time Jiang Chen grabbed the metal handle behind him, he grabbed onto Aisha who was about to fall out and dragged her back into the truck. The truck swung left and right on the desert sands before it came to a gradual stop without tipping over. The back of the truck was chaos. Women trembled and sobbed with their hands over their heads while the men who managed to regain their balance held onto their luggage with uncertainty. They had an overwhelming expression of fear on their faces. Without question, it was This was the death sentence. What happened? D*MMIT, are you okay? Jiang Chen caught his breath as he dragged Aisha up. Looking at Jiang Chen, Aisha emotionlessly shook her head. Blood dripped out from the corner of her mouth, most likely from biting herself during the fall. Fortunately, she hadn't been thrown out from the truck. Slave catchers. They're active in the desert and occasionally visit villages. Women will be forced to become sex slaves and men will either be killed or forced to join their group. Could you give me a bullet? If I save my virginity, I can go to heaven. No, Jiang Chen smiled. That smile made Aisha blank out for a moment. Then I'll pray for you. The girl looked down, hiding her eyes behind her greasy, black hair strands. Prepare to engage. Nick leaned against the truck with his M27 already loaded and locked. I wonder how Robert is doing, Jiang Chen murmured under his breath as he took out the 11 tactical pistol. Following Nick's signal, he quickly leaned against the other side of the door. The refugees in the truck stared at them with stark desperation. They moved out of the way and covered their heads as they prayed for safety and victory for the two strangers. The sound of a machine gun firing rang out from a distance, but none of the bullets hit the truck. A Toyota pickup truck equipped with a heavy machine gun slammed to stop beside the truck before several masked soldiers jumped out. I surrender. Robert crawled out of the passenger seat with his hands on his head. He knew that with his ability, the best he could do was not hold the others back. The soldier was ecstatic when he saw it was a white man. He turned around and spoke with his commander before he struck Robert in the face with his gun barrel, knocking him to the ground. Search the back, quick. The commander stood before Robert with his AK, his face twisted into a grimace that flashed his white teeth. With a face that seemed close to crying, Robert looked up and forced a smile, only to receive a boot in the face. Drag him to the car for ransom. The commander ordered as the soldiers dragged him towards the Toyota pickup. When he heard these words, Robert let out a sigh of relief. These people were likely from Haditha. If these devils knew that he was an escapee, perhaps his limbs would have already been chopped off and the video uploaded online. As long as he did not die, there were always opportunities. Two soldiers with AKs leisurely walked towards the back with smiles on their faces. They chatted as they lifted the blinds up. It was a sweet job. Although the slaves they captured didn't belong to them, they had the liberty to pick out one or two to enjoy first, and no one would punish them. They fired 2 bullets into the air and grinned with satisfaction as they heard the screeching from inside the truck. The 2 men glanced at each other before the man on the right climbed into the truck first. There was no better way to unleash his interest in brutality than taking in the frightened looks. A grim smile appeared on the terrorist's face. Suddenly from the shadows, a giant hand reached out with polar bear-like strength and snapped the fragile neck. Jiang Chen straightforwardly swung his arm like a hammer and smashed the other terrorist's head into the ground with his superhuman power. I'll go to the front to save Robert. You try to catch their attention from here, and be careful of the machine gun. Finished explaining, Nick quickly jumped out of the car. Jiang Chen shook his slightly numb right hand. He was planning on using the pistol to smash the terrorist's skull, but he accidentally hammered with his arm instead. The result was the same regardless. Looks like I need to study some combat technique. Relying on pure strength is cutting it too close. Jiang Chen sighed as he grabbed the AK off the floor and lightly jumped out. He turned the corner and opened fire at the pickup truck, catching the terrorists by surprise. Robert had yet to be dragged onto the pickup truck when the gunshots made the terrorist drop him and began firing back. Without hesitation, a terrorist spun the machine gun to face Jiang Chen before unleashing a storm of bullets at Jiang Chen. In response, an explosive amount of nitrogen burst out from Jiang Chen's right arm, blocking all of the bullets midair. What is that thing? The commander ducked behind the truck and craned his head around the corner to look at Jiang Chen with a look of horror. I don't know. The bullets can't penetrate it. The machine gunner fired ferociously, but his desire to rip Jiang Chen apart with the bullets was futile. Clank. The bullets ran out. The soldiers grabbed their AKs to shoot at Jiang Chen, hoping to gain time for the machine gunner to reload. Despite their efforts, however, bullets from the other side began to accurately take all of them down. It was Nick, who had begun his attack with the M27. Since Jiang Chen's nitrogen armor was reaching its limit, he started shooting under the cover of Nick's surprise attack. Whether he hit anyone was another question entirely, but at least the recoil was nothing for his muscle strength. DMN it. Use the white man as a hostage. Get up. The commander yelled at a soldier. He could not leave cover with so many bullets suppressing his movements. The soldier by the hill was also nervous. He couldn't hit Nick, who was hiding behind the truck's engine, and his 2 companions were killed instead. But as he turned and reached for Robert, a gun was already pressed against his head. Fu Ku. Robert pulled the trigger without hesitation. The gun was from a soldier who died from Nick's bullets. The commander saw Robert move and aimed his AK towards him. A sudden impact against his side, however, blew him 10 meters away, breaking almost every single one of his ribs. Jiang Chen retracted the overheated nitrogen armor and then looked at the half-dead machine gunner before he finished the deed with one more bullet. Boss, are you okay? Nick walked up and helped Robert up. Sheet, this Fu King hurts. Robert covered his bruised face as he stood up cursing. He then turned to Jiang Chen and asked, is that guy dead? His ribs are broken, so as good as dead. Jiang Chen shrugged. Good job. Robert raised his pistol and shot 2 more bullets. The commander on the ground didn't even have the strength to scream. What do we do now? Nick checked the pickup truck in the front. The fuel is good for 200 kilometers, and we can head to Baghdad by ourselves. Let's do that. Robert limped past the truck and grabbed the backup fuel tank and water tank that previously belonged to their old car. What about those refugees? Jiang Chen looked at the truck and asked. Robert and Nick stared at Jiang Chen with a look of disbelief. What? Jiang Chen said with a bitter smile. Buddy, Robert threw the supplies onto the pickup truck and patted Jiang Chen on the shoulder. Since the IS patrol team is already here, that means Tikrit is probably conquered. The United Nations can take care of the humanitarian stuff. We don't belong here, and we don't need to worry about them. With enough fuel, we can directly head to Baghdad. It's enough to remind them of the danger ahead. If we go with them, we'll be too big of a target. I agree with the boss. Nick took out a black marker and climbed onto the engine cover as he proceeded to draw some odd symbols on the roof. Fine, Jiang Chen shrugged. Although he pitied the refugees, he knew that too much of it would only cost him his own life. I'll go tell them. What are you drawing? Ooh, a symbol. To prevent the drones from blowing us up. Nick wiped the sweat off of his forehead. Black can absorb heat, so the thermal detection device can detect the UA symbol on top of the roof. This way, we won't get blown apart. The car belonged to us after all. Jiang Chen flipped open the blinds covering the back of the truck as many pairs of frightened eyes locked onto him. Tikrit is dangerous. Is may have occupied the place. Baghdad is safe. That's all. Jiang Chen took a deep breath and gave them the news, feeling uncomfortable in this atmosphere. At least some of them had to know English as the refugees began to chat among themselves. They appeared to be even more frightened by the news. He did his deed here, whether they liked it or not. He sighed and was about to turn around and leave when a hand gently grabbed him. Jiang Chen turned around and saw the dirty face of the girl from earlier. Under the dry and greasy black hair strands were eyes filled with pleading and uncertainty. She said something in Arabic, but Jiang Chen couldn't understand, so he shook his head in confusion. Perhaps the words were too complicated for the girl to express in English. Maybe she is hungry. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Chen took out a box of cookies and handed them to her. The girl shook her head and after hesitating, she opened her mouth and said with a raw voice, "Please take me with you." Jiang Chen was shocked. He first smiled, ready to reject, but then he gazed into her eyes and saw the pleading look in them. No plan, head to refugee camp and receive humanitarian aid, and see if there is a Saudi or Turkish man that's willing to buy me. For some strange reason, Jiang Chen remembered the words the girl spoke yesterday. They had pierced his heart like nails. He opened his mouth as he looked at the girl's dirty face and couldn't say a word. He sighed. This sympathy again. Follow me. Jiang Chen exhaled as he jumped out of the car. The girl's rigid face finally displayed a flicker of joy. She prayed genuinely and immediately followed after him. You're finally back. Let's get on our way. Robert noticed the girl behind Jiang Chen, and the way he looked at Jiang Chen suddenly became dubious as he lightly whistled. Nick, who was usually expressionless, also glanced at Jiang Chen with a suspicious look. It's not what you guys think. Jiang Chen tried to defend himself. How are you going to take care of her? Why don't you come to the UA and work with me? Utah supports polygamy. Robert patted Jiang Chen's shoulder, who was sitting in the passenger seat. And get on the FBA wanted list with you. Jiang Chen rolled his eyes. Won't ever happen again. Since I escaped, a lot of things will be different. Robert started the car, but not before Jiang Chen caught a glimpse of cunning that did not fit the young age of his face. Jiang Chen leaned against the chair and didn't respond. I mean, my brother, anyone has moments of highs and lows, especially for people like us who engage in dangerous businesses. If your business is not doing so well, come find me, Robert said calmly, but Jiang Chen heard the sincerity in his voice. I am a good businessman now. Jiang Chen laughed, but he remembered Robert's words deep down. No way, you are bullshitting me. Robert smiled as he gripped the steering wheel. Nick and Aisha sat mutely in the back. Nick had his shades on and was probably resting while Aisha gazed at the back of Jiang Chen's head with her mouth slightly open, but no words came out. Robert speaks Arabic, Nick suddenly said. A smile appeared on his mustached face. Aisha hesitated for a moment as she shot a grateful look at Nick. After pondering, she rallied her courage and said the same words again. Robert, who was chatting with Jiang Chen, suddenly stopped and gave Jiang Chen a dubious look again. What did she say? Jiang Chen noticed Robert's expression and asked. I pray to Allah that you are able to punish the devils that pretend to use his mercy. Then, even if you believe in heresy, I can still be the present from the desert and become your wife. I'll be gentle like a camel and attend to you and your wife. As long as you give me a place. This is so corny. I had to translate into English and then into Han, so it might be a bit off, but that's the meaning of it. Robert made fun of Jiang Chen, looking like he was about to burst from holding back his laughter. What the fuck? This was the only thing Jiang Chen could force out. Utah supports polygamy. Do you need a green card? Robert laughed raucously. You can save that for yourself. He didn't have plans to expand internationally. True, but it's only paperwork after all. I know someone from Hong Kong who has 10 wives, just not officially, Robert replied. I don't even have a wife yet. Robert looked at Jiang Chen full of surprise. That's impossible. You don't have a woman with this much money. Hee, how about when I get back to Los Santos, I'll invite you to try some of the girls on the movie screens. Next time, after I take care of the gold, I still have other things to figure out. Jiang Chen stared out the window as he lit up a cigarette. Hee, now that I think about it, all of the Middle Eastern beauties come from Lebanon and Syria. The girl obsessed with you in the back is a little young, but once she grows up, she'll probably be a beauty. I probably won't come back to this God-forbidden place in a while, but before I leave, I'll go to the Turkish border and bring a Syrian beauty back. Robert narrowed his eyes into the endless desert. Jiang Chen rolled his eyes at the pervert and ignored him. As for how he was going to take care of Aisha, he still had no idea. He sighed and rubbed his temple. The first thing is to take her back home. As for the visa, it should be simplified with money. Since he had the funds, it was always good to do some good deeds. Did he have other thoughts? With the dry and greasy hair hanging around her dirty face, he really didn't have any for now at least. Besides a small-scale sandstorm, the remaining journey was smooth without any unexpected events. The three of them took turns driving. Even Jiang Chen, who did not own a car, had a driver's license. After Robert discussed with Nick and Jiang Chen about detouring around Tikrit since it was likely his territory, they decided to follow Tharthar Lake and head northeast through Samarra before arriving in Baghdad. This was their plan to avoid all possible high-activity areas. At night, the four of them stayed in the car. The sound of fighter jets screeching above them made the whole evening a tense affair. Despite that, no bombs dropped down thanks to the black pen that clearly served its purpose. Nick found a random reason to change seats with Jiang Chen, leaving Robert to lean towards Jiang Chen's ear with an unclear expression and say with a lowered voice, "Don't worry, I'm pretty dead when I sleep. If you want to, I won't look." Robert also glanced with a smirk at Aisha who was huddled into a ball in the corner. Foo-K off. Jiang Chen didn't have the desire to at this point, and even if he did, the smell was too awful. For these refugees who ran for their lives, they didn't have the time to clean themselves as every moment was focused on survival. As for Aisha, whose beautiful features were hidden by the dirt, she was aware of her terrible body odor and kept to her corner in a vain attempt to avoid bothering Jiang Chen. To be fair, although she smelled, it was not at a level where Jiang Chen couldn't bear it. If he could fall asleep in the pungent truck from before, then he wouldn't mind the smell now, especially since Robert, who hadn't showered in over a week, probably smelled worse. I might have some odor, but I can promise that once I shower, I'll use my body to make you satisfied. Aisha bit her lips as she spoke. It took almost all of her courage to say these words aloud. Two whistles came from the front of the car as Robert and Nick obviously hadn't fallen asleep yet. These two animals, Jiang Chen cursed in his mind. Ahem, I really don't mind, he said a bit awkwardly. Aisha blushed, but it was not visible from under the dirt. Is it okay for Islamic women to marry a Han? I heard that the Han believe in Confucius, Robert said mockingly. She silently gazed at Jiang Chen. Following your logic, we also thought your people were all Christians, but you say sheet more than you say God. Also, did your Han teacher never tell you that Confucianism is not a religion? Jiang Chen shot back. Of course, this was debatable. Robert shrugged and laughed. Don't look at me like that. I do pray when necessary. Jiang Chen looked at Aisha, and after some hesitation, asked with a serious voice, as you've already heard, I don't believe in anything and don't plan on it either. I heard that Islamic women are not allowed to marry people of other religions. Is this still okay? No problem. Aisha shook her head. You helped Allah to eradicate the demons in his name. You are my savior. Without you, I probably would have died in humiliation. Since you saved me, I am yours. Jiang Chen's throat gulped slightly as he silently gazed into the peacefulness in her eyes. To be honest, he was tempted. No man could resist a beautiful girl like this, especially him, who had been a virgin for over 20 years and lost his virginity in another world. Of course, righteous men would be different, but Jiang Chen was honest enough to admit his personal flaws. Without the proper environment to shape him, he grew up acting like anyone else. If she wanted it, then it was up to her. Perhaps after a shower, her beautiful foreigner looks would come through. Maybe she would be a good driver. With these thoughts, he felt relieved and didn't pursue his musings. As for the two animals up front, the thunderous snores had already begun. The next morning, they grabbed a couple of crackers to eat between sips of water as breakfast. According to the GPS, they were very close to Baghdad. 20 kilometers northwest of the city limit, they got stopped by the patrolling UA forces, but after a brief inspection, the soldiers didn't give them any trouble. Robert displayed his green card to the patrolling officer and managed to borrow their car's satellite phone. After making a few calls, he returned the phone. Although the US soldiers were not known for their good behavior, when they encountered their own citizens, they were quite friendly. After all, no one wanted to receive a subpoena from the court. The soldier from Ohio struck up a conversation with Jiang Chen thinking he was a reporter. Nick, who already naturally looked like a bodyguard, began to smoke beside the Hummer. Aisha hid in the car despite the interior's humidity. It was easy to tell how terribly the US soldiers had acted in the past from the distrust in her eyes. Several minutes later, a black shadow appeared in the distant horizon. It was a little bird helicopter in which Jiang Chen also recognized a familiar face. The violent gusts of air from the helicopter swirled the sands away from itself and into the surrounding people. Once the helicopter safely landed, the man in the passenger seat unbuckled his seatbelt and jumped down. "Bruce, my old buddy, we meet again," Robert greeted as he approached and gave the mercenary in combat uniform a hug. "Sheet, why do you smell so bad? Looks like you haven't been doing well lately." Bruce patted Robert on the back and then immediately pushed him away. "Ahem, I have been doing terrible lately, but that's all in the past." Robert dusted the sand off his body and flashed his white teeth in a grin. "I don't think this can be solved so easily. Mr. Robert, nice to meet you again." Another middle-aged man with a sharply pointed nose disembarked from the helicopter. He gave a keen look towards Jiang Chen, who felt quite uncomfortable, but he only frowned slightly and didn't say much. "Ahem, Mr. Lawrence, nice to meet you." Robert smiled awkwardly and extended his hand. "Looks like you managed to escape danger," Lawrence said casually as he shrugged. Bruce stood beside Jiang Chen and greeted him. "I can't believe you came here to help him." Bruce forced a bitter smile and took the cigarette Jiang Chen passed over. "Who is this person? Robert seems to be afraid of him." Jiang Chen leisurely blew a smoke ring. "Lawrence Odin, FBA agent. Please don't release my information to irrelevant foreigners, Mr. Bruce, or I'll have to deliver my doubts on your work quality to Blackwater International on behalf of the FBA." Lawrence heard their conversation and put Robert aside as he walked towards Jiang Chen's direction. With his back towards Lawrence, Bruce rolled his eyes at Jiang Chen and rolled his shoulders. "A guy that's not that easy to get along with." Jiang Chen locked gazes with Lawrence, who stood in front of him. The uncomfortable stare continued for a while before Lawrence opened his mouth. "Are you here on behalf of your country? Or as an individual?" "Robert is only a business partner," Jiang Chen said calmly. "Then I hope your business is successful and that you avoid getting involved with this matter." Lawrence didn't try to lower his voice from Robert in the slightest, glancing at him directly as he talked to Jiang Chen. "Ahem, don't be like this, buddy." Robert rolled his eyes. "Maybe we can talk. I don't have any interest in your conflict. Maybe you can discuss it in private." Jiang Chen smiled. "Discuss?" Lawrence opened his palms and smiled humorlessly at Robert. "How do you want to discuss these 400 tons of oil from Iran? Are you out of your mind? There is no evidence now." Robert smirked, not fazed in the slightest. He reached out and thumped his hand on Lawrence's shoulder. "Buddy, maybe we can make a deal." I'm listening." Lawrence scoffed at him but didn't push Robert's hand away. "To prevent these sort of unexpected events from occurring, I usually have an extra layer of protection when I conduct business in highly sensitive area. For example, a box of empty bullets that are installed with a GPS signal. Where these firearms go, you can imagine." A cunning look flickered in Robert's eyes. Lawrence's facial expression drastically changed. "Where is it?" "Right here." Robert grinned and threw a smartphone into Lawrence's hands. "Congratulations, future head agent Mr. Lawrence. This is going to be a big deal. Your smart ass saved you this time. I'll let this one incident go." Lawrence peered at Robert for a long time before he turned and put the phone into his suitcase. He then dashed for the little bird helicopter. "Bruce, let's go. We have to go back to the aircraft carrier." "Okay, boss," Bruce answered and shrugged helplessly at Jiang Chen before he followed. "And also that Biden, I need to have a chat with him." Robert yelled at the helicopter that was lifting off. "Do whatever." The witness protection program was only a verbal promise, whether it was kept depended on Lawrence. "You guys made a deal?" Jiang Chen asked Robert. "Yeah, a missile guided by the GPS could send all those ass into heaven. I bet they're all busy carrying the firearms into their warehouses." "Sheet, this is big." Robert smiled gleefully and held onto Jiang Chen's shoulder. "Let's forget about these politicians with their hands full of sheet. I'll treat you to some fine booze in Baghdad." "You're not nervous at all." Jiang Chen was speechless. "I've been in this industry for too long. Maybe I'll think about transitioning to a different industry." Robert shook his head. The Iran oil business is done for. I'll have to go to Saudi Arabia and close down the Shell company. The three of them returned to the pickup truck and said their goodbyes to the patrolling UA soldiers. Robert settled into the driver's seat and started the car towards Baghdad. Do you have any idea what you want to do now? Jiang Chen casually asked. Somewhat. That's right. Movies. Haha, Hollywood movie producer doesn't sound so bad. Next time you come to Los Santos, I'll arrange some Hollywood girls for you. Robert smiled. Hollywood celebrities, can you afford them? Jiang Chen glanced at Robert as he chuckled. Robert smiled with his hands on the steering wheel. Los Santos is a place filled with dreams. As long as you're a movie producer, those blonde girls who dream of becoming famous overnight will prepare their asses for you. That godmn place, it's magnificent. Looks like it's the same for any country's entertainment industry. Jiang Chen chuckled as he suddenly remembered Liu Yao. A grin surfaced. Maybe he should also